Alrighty. Alrighty. What's good, everyone? Joining up the live right now. What's up, Courtney? How you doing? How you doing? What's good, everyone? Join up the live. Starting up the stream and getting everything set up. How's everyone doing? How's everybody doing? Sorry, we're trying to get everything set up on the YouTube stream. There we are. What's up, everyone joining in? How's everyone doing? We got the main account back. Good to see everyone joining in. How's everyone doing? I got to see Santana today. He came out to LA. It was really cool to see him. Really cool to see Santana. Really cool to see him. It was such a W. Such a W. What's up, everyone, though? Do tap that screen. Do share the live. It will help get out to more people. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like that stream. You already know the deal. We're going to start getting some debates here very, very soon. We're back on the main account again today. Good to see everyone. Good to see everyone. Glad to be back on the main account. Glad to be back on the main. Watching Parker on my TV, that's based. That's based, I tell you. What's up, everyone joining in? We're going to start getting some debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. We are simply just looking for some debates. We're simply just looking for some debates, everybody. Interesting. Alrighty. We're going to start getting some debates up here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Again, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Parker is on the big screen right now. Let's go. Najia, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5 for first. Let's go.
Yo, frick Kamala, bro. Trump is bad.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, Paladin?
Yo, hello. I'm 21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I just want to say I just started watching you, and I'm kind of a fan. And I'm kind of into watching you guys.
Hey, I appreciate you so much. Thank you. W's for them in the comment section. Silent, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Absolutely. How's everyone doing? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up? I'm 25 years old.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I support Donald Trump.
What's your birth year?
11th of January 2000.
January 2000. Okay.
Yeah.
And why do you support Donald Trump?
I support Donald Trump because he's pretty
What
he-
state do you live in?
I don't live in the US. I live in Germany, but I still
okay.
support Trump.
We are just looking for some debates from people who live in the United States. What's up, Emily? What's good? What's up, May? Debate me. Parker needs a steak. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the little crown. Ducky, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Alrighty. Parker, you going back to your late lives? Well, kind of. What's up, Scott? How you doing, Scott? Yo, what's up, how do you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. What's up, Thomas? How you doing? What's up, Evie? Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Trump 2024.
Okay, you're like 12 years old, dude. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Alrighty, do give it a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. Simply just looking for some debates.
I just
Yo, what's
really
up, how
like
old are you?
watching your videos.
Oh, I appreciate you. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 17.
You got to be 18 plus to join the live, everyone. TikTok rules, 18 plus. I should just write text of all of the contents for joining the stream. Let's do that right now. Let's just do that right now so we have it for the whole stream. Okay, 18 plus. You got to be American. I can't type. And you got to be MAGA. Okay. Alrighty. There we go. Let's do that. All right, just like how Dean does. All right, everyone. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, how old are you?
I love you, Parker. I love you, Parker.
Hey, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet this set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Yo, how old are you?
21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
What's your birth year?
2004.
Is there a way you could take us away from the PS5?
What?
Yeah, could you like take us away from the PS5? It's really hard to hear you.
Hold on. Is that better?
No, it's still really loud, to be honest.
Shit, my bad.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's so bad. I can't do it. I gotta go into the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's about you?
Yo, 25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir. The Great White Hope.
What's your birth year? What'd you just say?
The Great White Hope.
So you're just, I mean, one, he's orange, but you're just a racist piece of shit?
How is that racist?
How is it racist to say that he's a great white hope?
Yeah.
Yeah, because what do you mean by great white hope?
Why are you stuttering? How is that racist, bud?
Can you answer the question? What do you mean by great white hope?
No, why are you trying to pivot, bud? You went off.
You need to answer the question.
No, you were trying to pivot. You went off.
What do you mean by great white hope?
The Great White Hope. He's the Great White Hope.
And what does that mean?
A white man. That's the Great White Hope.
Can you tell me what that is? What does that mean?
Just what I said.
You're not answering like what it means.
He's a great white man.
A great white man. That's it?
Yeah. That's what it stands
so
for.
obviously everyone knows that you're like racially coding that language in order to act like white people are good or better, right? That's like literally what you're doing.
I'd say that.
Right? And you're acting like they need to be saved or something. Like it sounds like you believe in like white genocide theory, like the idea that like they're specifically like intentionally.
Why are you always trying to pivot, bud? You went off saying I was racist, but haven't told me how I was racist.
I'm currently describing that right now,
What
Jacob.
if I said Barack Obama was the black great hope? Is that racist?
From you, it sounds really weird. Yeah, I'm confused what you mean.
Yeah. I don't know what to tell you, bud. You got too much feelings in your body or something. You get butt hurt too much.
How much have you had to drink tonight, sir?
I ain't had none, to be honest with you.
Surprising. Surprising. So then, what's the reason why you support Donald Trump other than the fact that you're a racist piece of shit?
Wow, bud.
Do you have any reasoning?
I thought you did like a child-friendly podcast, man. You're on here with the hateful slurs, man. Was that what you liberals do nowadays, or what?
Piece of shit? That's not? You mean cursing?
Yeah, man. You leftists, man. You always.
I'm sorry. Do words offend you? Does cursing offend you? Okay, so then what's your issue?
Just you go into that topic, man. I always say that out of you liberals, man. Y'all love doing that.
Dude, you are absolutely wasted. Give me like a reason why you support Donald Trump.
The border, bud. I'll give you that one.
Okay, the border. What about the border?
Get all them illegal immigrants out of here, mate.
No actual like argument other than just get undocumented immigrants out of the country. So you want to enforce the law in all circumstances. Is that true?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. What's your
Then why did you vote? Then why did you vote for a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman that literally pardoned violent rioters on January 6th that beat cops?
Yeah, I wouldn't say on January 6th. He's I thought Nancy Pelosi was actually one that came out and said that she was completely
wrong. I already know what you're gonna say is wrong. Fact check.
I just said it.
Emily, thank you for the $7. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Silent, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Literally.
Is this what you do, bud?
Is this what I do? Yeah.
I feel you.
Mm-hmm. Is this what you do?
All right.
Is all you got bigotry?
I ain't said one thing that was bigotry.
Nothing, really. First thing in that.
Nah, bro.
Yeah. If you can't engage with reality,
Why don't you like the man, bro?
because he's literally a fucking rapist. He literally said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He bragged about walking in the changing rooms of girls in Miss TSA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent.
How long ago was that?
What does that matter? Does that matter at all? I'm so confused. Why does that matter to you? Push the money gun.
Stuff that you did when you was a kid, should you be held reliable for it now?
You think he was a child?
I'm not saying that. I'm
And
asking
by the way, yeah. If you like murder someone when you're a kid, do they get held accountable?
Well, nobody said he killed somebody, so you're going a little far, I'd say.
Well, we're referencing the fact that he's a rapist. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss TSA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. Where there was an 18-year-old that came out, said there was 4 girls as young as 15 years old. He wasn't a child. Why are you trying to why are you trying to infantilize him to get him to avoid accountability?
Where are you getting? I never once said he was a child. I just asked you a simple question, and then you tried pivoting it and saying that I said he was a child. This is the third time you tried to do this, bud. I mean, you liberals are pretty good at that. I give you that part. I mean, y'all love pivoting, but you're not very, like, it goes off too far. If you just pivoted like a 16th of an inch, I know you probably don't know what that is, but, you know, you'd be all right. But y'all going too far with it, mate.
What was the pivot?
It was on one topic, you done jumped to another one, saying that I said that I said he was a kid. I never said that he was a kid.
Was that not an implication of what you were referencing? You were trying to infantilize Trump, compare him to a child in terms of, like, would you hold someone accountable if they did something as a child? Obviously, we wouldn't apply the same accountability to the children as we'd apply to grown adult men like Donald Trump that said that they're going to date 10-year-old girls in 10 years, right? Or, yeah, like, come on, please, use your brain, man.
No, because I said that it was, how long ago was that? And then that's when I asked you, because you're not very old. That's why I just said, why, as if you was a kid, should you be held reliable for something that you did that long ago?
As a kid, I'm confused why you would bring up a kid. What's the point of relevance?
In your circumstance, because of how long ago it had been. It's been like 20, 30 years probably for him, right? I know you're not even that old, so it'd be like...
Should adult men be held accountable if they did something 30 years ago? Yes.
Why wasn't it brought up 30 years ago, though?
Because it was 23 years prior to the fact that she filed it. All right, and it is the case that specifically she didn't want her parents to have to go through specifically hearing this story. There's plenty of social stigma that exists within society, right, in which it is the case that women are not believed, which is exactly what you're perpetuating right now by engaging in this, even after the fact that there's a civil court that determined this. Push the galaxy.
So wait 30 plus years, or?
Well, many victims take decades to come out. Well, I'm confused. Yeah. Do you not think that it's common for victims to take decades to come out?
Well, usually, I mean, in the right state of mind, I wouldn't think that it'd take that long. It's just kind of weird where it plays out. You know, you got to run for president, and now you have all these accusations.
Okay, so for most victims, or many victims, it is the case that it takes them decades to come out. It takes them a lot of time to come out, and they don't come out right away because of the social stigmatization in our society, right? Of people not believing women, right? Of not believing people who've been assaulted.
Are you drunk, man?
What's that?
Are you drunk?
Am I drunk? No.
Yeah.
Why?
No, I got you. All right, go ahead. My bad.
Why'd you ask me that?
Because I stuttered a couple of my words, and then you just did, so... And you asked me if I was drunk, so I was just making sure he wasn't drunk.
It's not based on stuttering at all. It's based upon the way that you're referring to things and what you're saying. Right? Like, that's how I would evaluate. I'm like, you're not making any sense. How did I not make sense? Yeah, I can't hear you right now.
Yo.
I hear you now. You got nothing?
What was it you brought up, bro?
What?
What was it that you brought up?
What were we just talking about? Do you remember? It is 5 o'clock somewhere, I tell you.
I swear I'm not drunk, dude, but I
Well,
forgot.
that makes this
I ain't
worse,
gonna lie
man.
to
Well,
you.
then, this is you sober?
Not drunk, I guess you could say.
This is you sober?
I'm off that Pinger, man.
Dude, I just want to let you know, I'm elevated right now, and you're getting dunked on. How does it feel, man? As we speak, and you're getting absolutely dunked on.
Hey, add
Intellectually
Charlie
dog
Kirk in
walked.
the
How does that
chat,
feel, bud?
man?
What's that?
Add Charlie Kirk in the chat, bud.
Charlie, wait, say that one more time.
I said add Charlie Kirk in the chat, bud.
I would. He's not in the chat. He's scared to debate me.
All right, bro, you take it easy.
Run away. Disgusted veteran. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely diabolical. Absolutely diabolical. Guest was horrible. Let's go on to the next person. Woot woot. Thank you so much for the galaxy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Kathy, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Kathy. Give me some W's for Kathy in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Kathy. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the kind words. I really appreciate it, Kathy. W's for Kathy in the comment section right now, as well as Shirley. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the kind words. W's for Kathy in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Kathy. Seriously, W's for Kathy in the comments. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18. Yes,
your
I
birth year?
do support Donald Trump. 10/17/2006.
10/17/2006. Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
I
Is there
support
a
him
way you can go
because-
to a place with a little less wind? Is that possible?
Yeah. Is that better?
Yeah.
Anyways, I support Donald Trump because he's done a lot for our country in and out of being president of the United States. As for things that he has done, I don't know specific things because I'm not like intellectually aligned with everything that he's done. But I will tell you that the things that he has done compared to the things that he has done for our presidency and for our economy has completely changed that outcome between people in this world and people not in this world. Are you understanding me? Do I need to
People
change?
not in this world?
Yeah.
What people are not in this world?
The ones that are dead.
Okay.
Like he didn't make things to kill people. He intentionally was trying to protect people.
Who? Trump?
Yes.
You said
he was trying to
Trump.
protect he's trying to protect our economy. As to other people in the society, they don't. Biden, he's killed thousands of people with just the needle that they chose for vaccination of the COVID-19.
Oh, okay. So you think that Joe Biden killed people by the vaccine? Okay, well, I have a question for you.
It wasn't him.
Well,
it wasn't him.
I have
It
a question
was
for you. Who did Operation Warp Speed?
Wasn't that Elon?
What? Elon? No, Operation Warp Speed was under Donald Trump's presidency, and it was fast tracking the development of the vaccines. So that was actually under Trump's administration. It was something he advocated for. You know, that's literally going to mean that under your worldview, you think that Trump killed people, right?
Okay, yes, Trump has killed thousands of people, but for justice.
For justice? What do you mean? What? You're trolling,
Okay,
right?
so
you're,
I'm not.
you're trolling. You know that vaccines
no.
are not. That's a ridiculous thing to say about vaccines. I just want to let you know.
I don't think the
Vaccine saves lives.
I don't think the vaccine was for killing people. I actually do believe he was trying to help people. If what you are saying is factually evidence, then yes, there's probably proven evidence to back up the reasoning on which.
Yeah,
he
there's
was
a
using
bibliography in my bio that's like 30 plus pages of straight peer-reviewed studies that show the effectiveness of just the COVID vaccines. I'm serious.
Right, and the COVID vaccine was distributed to humanity by Biden's administration, not by Trump's. That's what I'm saying.
But like the process was set up by Trump's.
No, yes, he was trying to set it up, and then that's where they came and ambushed his system and destroyed it, and then tried to kill off people, and then blame it on Trump.
What are you talking
That's
about?
what I'm trying to get at.
What are you talking? No one, dude. You think the vaccine was killing people?
Yes, sir.
What evidence do you have of this?
Did you not see the news articles of people dying from taking the freaking vaccine? Did you take it yourself?
Yes.
Really?
Absolutely.
You got paperwork?
Yeah.
I do not believe you, but I'm just.
What do you
gonna
mean
let
you don't believe me? You don't believe that I got the vaccine? I did absolutely get the vaccine. And you got to be trolling at this point because the vaccine, right? There was so much evidence to indicate that it was safe and effective. You are literally just whipping shit out of your ass, saying that like there were mass people that died due to the vaccine. You understand that you can't mention a single person in America. Oh, he got removed for community guidelines. He can't mention a single person in America that he could specifically show a causal relation. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
And what's your birth year?
2006.
1 month.
Nigger.
Disgusting fucks. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Marie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's actually crazy that people still are anti-vax. It doesn't make any sense. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth? You said what's your birth year again?
2000.
Okay. Policy, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20 from the DNC. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So why do you? Oh, they just left. Troy, thank you so much. I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
07.
1 month?
January.
07 January, and you're 19?
I said 18.
Okay, so why do you support Donald Trump? Why did he leave? What is going on right now? What's going on? If you're on YouTube, make sure to like that stream. It'll help get out to more people. If you're on TikTok, dude, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay, what's your birth year?
Sorry?
What's your birth year?
07.
And month?
January.
Okay, so why do you support Donald Trump?
I support him because of the border policies. And I'm also anti-vax.
The border policies, and you're anti-vax. Why are you anti-vax?
I'm anti-vax because I actually do know a few people that took the vaccine.
The COVID one?
And COVID. And
Who's whispering
he didn't
into your
die.
ear?
What?
Who's whispering into your ear?
I have a few friends next to me.
Yeah, I feel like they're trolling. I'm just gonna kick them. Coral, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Coral. It's how old are you?
Yo, 22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, voted red down ballot. I've talked to you before. You just don't remember me.
Okay.
Um,
I am just looking for people who have not been here yet. You know what? I should probably add that to my list. Have not been on yet. Should I add that to the list? One time only. There we go. We have to add it to the list. All right, there we are, everyone. There we are. Updated list. Look at that. Look at the updated list. How does everyone like it? Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 21 from Utah, and I am about 5'11", sir.
Okay, why are you saying you're 5'11"? What's the point of it?
Well, I want to give you all the information, dog.
What's your social security number?
Listen, bro. Listen, dog. You're not that smart.
Okay. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, in all essence, dude, I have no support in the political system. So, I mean, if I have a choice and I have the ability to vote, then I'm going to look at both parties and I'm going to say who's a bitch, who's not. And then I'll vote for that person.
One, don't use that fucking terminology. That's disgusting as fuck, dude. That's actually
I
fucking
will.
disgusting. You will?
It's a very descriptive
Well, you
term.
will get the fuck off the stream. You will get the fuck off the stream. Taylor, thank you for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely fucking disgusting, dude. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No, but I love you. I just wanted to say that.
Appreciate you. Hey, everyone. Only send a guest request if you do meet this set of criteria on the screen. Please only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, good evening, America. I'm 20 years old and I'm 5'8". I have a question. I support Trump because I think he makes America
How old are
great.
you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, he's the best president there is. Let me ask you as well. Why?
Are you American? Because you said like "Hello, America."
Yes, I'm American. Yes.
Okay, what state do you live in?
Washington.
Washington. What time is it?
It's 8:40.
8:40. Really? In Washington?
Yes.
Really? Wow. On the West Coast, it's 8:40. Really? I mean, I'm on the West Coast right now, and it's 5:40. That's interesting. Maybe he's a time traveler, chat. You know what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
March.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Chat. I said what state? Washington, D.C. is not a state.
Yes, it is, bro.
No, it's not. Do you want to make it a state?
No.
That's what I thought. Okay, so why do you support Donald Trump?
Actually, as long as Trump wants it, why do I support Donald Trump? Because, like, if you think about it, the amount of, like, criminals and pedophiles and rapists and shit that are coming in from Mexico, like, Mexico only sends their worst people.
Oh,
and
okay,
Donald Trump takes care of it.
Oh, okay. So why specifically just Mexico?
No, what do you? Because I'm just using like a border like.
Why just Mexico? Why not other countries? Why not like Germany?
Okay, if I was talking about other countries, I would say that. I'm talking about Mexico right now. If Mexico brings
one, you were just saying Mexico. Two, as it relates to this, that's ridiculous for
How
you to
does
say
that
that
relate to
because
it?
you literally voted for a pedophile rapist.
No, what? No,
Yeah,
Mexico
literally. That's who you voted for.
Oh, Mexico, bro. Mexico only sends the worst people to America. Like no.
Okay.
Like some people try to flee it.
Are
but
you
Mexico
saying
purposely-
every? And by the way, Mexico isn't sending people. Are you saying everyone
Yes,
that
they-
is?
yes, they are.
Are you
Look,
saying
see-
everyone that
see-
is from Mexico is a bad person?
No, I'm saying Mexico.
Are you saying most
sends
people who come
bad
from
people.
Mexico are bad people?
Yes.
Oh,
Mexico sends the
really,
bad
really?
people.
Oh, okay. So you're saying most people that come from Mexico are bad people? Can you give me
No,
any good
bro,
evidence
no,
of that?
No, bro. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. So then, wait, can you give me any evidence that Mexican immigrants specifically have a higher rate of crime?
Yeah, look it up on Google.
Yeah, where on Google? You know, Google's just a search engine.
Yeah, if you look it up on Google, it shows you like Google AI and shit.
Where?
But okay, Google's not a book. No, yo, what are you doing, bro? Like,
I'm not finding your source, man.
yeah, because it's not Google. That's some fucking random ass notebook.
Trust
you
me,
got
bro.
from
Trust
Target.
me, bro. That's your evidence. That's your source, bro. Thank you so much for the greeting heart. Trust
That's
me,
my-
please. Can you trust me, man? Man,
what
please. Please Google AI, dude. Dude, look it up on Grok. Just ask Grok, bro. Ask Grok. Where's the little crown? Dude, come on. Listen to yourself right now. Actually provide a
Well,
source.
fuck
Actually
you.
provide some evidence. You know that you rely on sources and evidence and not just
Okay, well, I don't
saying,
have
look
three
it up,
monitors
bro.
in front of me.
What's up?
I don't have 3 monitors in front of me telling me like I can't.
I
just
don't
look it
have
up
3
right now.
monitors either.
You had a whole gaming setup, bro. Yes, you do.
I don't have 3 monitors.
What you got? 2?
Yeah.
Okay,
One,
you can
two.
use one of them to go look it up.
Well, how about you use your phone to go look it up, and I'll talk to other people.
Cause I'm trying to debate you. What's the point of debating you?
Then
if I have to go-
provide some evidence. You can't just like come up here and say bullshit for no reason.
Okay, why don't
Call
you-
everything
why don't
else
you
fake
provide the
news, not
evidence?
accept it, and then provide no evidence yourself.
Never said fake news. Never said fake news.
Well, I have
Why
a
don't you provide
question.
some-
Do you have better evidence to accept what you're saying right now, or that E. Jean Carroll was sexually assaulted?
Like, what are you even talking
Do you have
about? Like,
better?
you
Do you
just-
have? Do you have
No, no,
better?
no, that's the
I'm just
thing-
asking.
That's
What?
the thing with you liberals, bro. That's the thing with you liberals.
Oh, he can't
Y'all just be
respond to
saying-
this one. Look at that. He accepts
No,
this,
y'all
but he
just
has
be
less
changing the
evidence.
subject. Y'all just be
Way
changing the
less
subject.
evidence.
Okay, why don't you change the subject and then we can talk about something else? Since,
No, we
since-
don't have to change the subject. You should have addressed that specifically.
Okay, well, okay, since you don't want to change the subject,
Which
The
has
immigrant-
which has more evidence? The
Okay, I'm
one
not
you have
talking about that
nothing, no evidence for right now, right? Or the civil case where 9 jurors unanimously determined that Trump sexually abused Eugene Carroll. Which one? Which one has better
I'm
reason
talking
to
about
believe it?
immigrants right now. I ain't talking about Eugene.
Eugene. You don't even know her name.
Okay, sorry, I don't know her name. I'm talking about immigrants right now.
Yeah.
They-
and
the
you're
immigrants
not
come-
saying anything intellectual.
they
You're
come
saying that
across-
immigrants specifically
yes,
coming
and
from
they come-
Mexico
yeah,
are the
come-
worst of the worst. Yet it is the case. You have no evidence to indicate this. It's just straight bigotry. It's just straight xenophobia. Like that's all it is.
Man, you just saying all these big words. You don't even know what they mean.
Nice projection you got there, buddy. I do know what they mean. They
No,
are,
no,
they
you
are
don't.
not big words either.
Anyway, back to the immigrants. Back to immigrants. They come into this country. They don't pay taxes. They don't.
Undocumented immigrants paid $100 billion in taxes in 2022. I just want to let you know that. 1, 2, as it relates to this, if you want undocumented immigrants to pay more in taxes, give them a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country. But maybe those were too big of words for you to understand.
Slow down.
Oh yeah, were they too big of words for you to understand?
No, they weren't.
Okay.
Wait, where do you live?
I live in LA.
That explains it. Yep.
What do you mean? I grew up in Iowa, bro.
You grew up in Iowa.
I grew up in a Christian conservative household in Iowa.
And so, what changed you?
Facts, reality, evidence.
Facts, reality.
Yeah, critical thinking skills. Wow. Insane, right? Critical thinking, right? Compassion, empathy.
Passion.
Honesty. That's something that led me to the position I am in right now.
What position are you in right now? You sit at home and debate people on TikTok Live for a living.
Yes, absolutely. And are you jealous?
If you get out into the real world and got a real job.
Real job. Do you have a job?
Yes, I do.
What's your real job?
I work construction. I own a construction company.
Okay, you own a construction company, so you're self-employed, right?
Yes.
You know I'm self-employed too, right? So
Yeah.
do I have a job? Do I have a job? What's a real job? Ah! He got kicked for some reason. Okay, chat. I gotta hit a restart, everyone. That's 2 flags on the stream. I gotta hit a restart. I'm sorry, everyone. Everyone here on YouTube or TikTok, I mean, go over to YouTube. I'd really recommend to do that. We have to hit restarts every 2 flags. It's just unfortunate, but we have to do it. Madi, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $4.20. Thank you so much. Type in the comment section when I hit a restart. Mary, thank you so much. I appreciate the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Mary. Thank you. Max with the $2. Thank you so much. Max said for Sid to answer. Sid, if you're listening. Sophia, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. For my best friend Mia, please read this note. I got you. Ethan, thank you so much for the $10. Emily with the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Emily. Thank you. I appreciate it. Good to see you. Good to see you, Emily. Let's go on. And thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much again. I really appreciate it. All right, everyone. I'm going to hit a quick restart here on TikTok. Be right back on TikTok. All right, here on YouTube. What's up, everyone? Make sure to like that stream. Helps get it out to more people. It really does. It really, really, really does. I'm telling you. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald. Oh, wait. Why the fuck? Whoa. 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 All right. Let's go. This one. There we are. Alrighty, everyone. Whoa. Why is it? Oh, no. Is it stuck in the... Oh, we're good. It was like stuck in the wheel. My charging cable for my phone. That's funny. Alrighty. Let's start up that stream again. I don't know why TikTok just is banning like ridiculous. It's kind of insane. Emily, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. How do you become a member on an iPhone? I can't find the icon. I actually don't know, to be honest with you. I actually don't know. To be totally honest, I tell you. Alrighty. What's up, everyone joining in? What's up on TikTok? Do tap that screen, share the live. Let me put up the text so that people know what they need to do, what they need to fulfill in order to be able to send a guest request on the stream. Only do send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. What's good, everyone joining in? How's everyone doing? What's up? We're going to start getting some debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria to join the stream. Trom, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Can you say what's up to my son, Jasper? Absolutely. What's up, Jasper? How you doing? All right, let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I mean, in some sense, sure.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Probably Donald Trump.
Probably Donald Trump. What's your birth year?
November 17, 2004.
And you said you're how old?
20.
20, okay. So why do you support Donald Trump? So why do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I mean, I think he has a more conservative stance on abortion, which is a pretty big topic for me.
Okay. All right. So you're pro-life?
I would be,
Okay, I have a question. How far are you willing to take this? Would you vote for Donald Trump if he were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
I mean, depends on how much evidence there is.
Yeah, like civil court. Preponderance of evidence. Unanimous decision from 9 jurors.
Yeah, I mean, if I look at the evidence myself and I determine that, I think it's reliable enough, then sure, I think that could deter a vote, yeah.
So yeah, you would?
No, I said that could deter my vote.
Oh, okay. So like you wouldn't vote for Donald Trump if he were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman and there was a unanimous decision from
That's
9
not what
jurors indicating that Donald Trump sexually abused Eugene Carroll?
No, I said that if I looked at the evidence and I determined that the evidence was reliable enough to sway my vote, then yeah, sure.
Okay, so like just in a general situation without looking at the evidence, and it was a civil case, unanimous decision from 9 jurors, right? Would you accept it?
I wouldn't accept something if I haven't looked at it. No.
You
I'm not
you
just
wouldn't
going-
say like in general that there's like a typical rule that if there is right if there is a civil case determination from a jury of 9 people that it's most likely true.
Well, you could say it's most likely true, but you're asking me if there would be enough evidence to sway my vote. Again, I'm not just going to sway my vote on something I haven't.
Sure,
looked
I'll
at
ask you this question: would you vote for Donald Trump if he were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child?
The answer would remain the same. It
Oh.
it would be the same for whoever I'm voting for anything, right? If somebody is held civilly liable for anything, in order for me to change a view on them, I would have to look into what they're held liable for.
And let's say that you
what the
hadn't.
evidence is
Let's say
and
you
so on.
hadn't looked into it yet, right? Would you be able to make a determination on whether or not you'd vote for them, given that you couldn't possibly look at that information?
If I had no access to the information.
Yeah. If you have no access to the information.
Oh, well, if I had no access to the information and the only, information I had about it was that he was held civilly liable for, doing something to a minor, then sure, I could say that might sway my vote.
Okay.
But again, if I have access to
can
it,
you name
then
one
it's not
piece
gonna
of
sway my
evidence
vote.
in the E. Jean Carroll case specifically that demonstrated Donald Trump sexually abused her that you dispute?
Yeah, I haven't looked into that.
Okay, so given that right now in the current moment you cannot access any of that information, would it sway your reasoning to say that you wouldn't support Donald Trump, given that it is the case that it's a civil court determination of 9 people unanimously, given that you don't quite literally have access to the information?
I can have access to it, right?
But
That's
you
not-
don't,
that's public
not right
knowledge.
now. You can't right now in this very moment for this determination.
I can look it up right now.
Okay, then go do it.
Do you want to debate me or do you just want to run?
Well, I'm not. How is it running if you're not answering the question? I'm saying, given that
I
you
did
can't.
answer the
I'm
question.
saying, given that you can't access the information, given that you can't look it up right now because you don't want to leave the live, can you answer based upon, given that you can't leave the live and look at the information right now, you don't have the evidence, does that sway your reasoning to say that you won't support Donald Trump?
Look, what I said was that if I was unable to access it in the sense to where it was not made public, then I would say that could sway my vote, right? But since this is public information and I can look into it and I can,
Given
look
that,
at
given
the
that it was
evidence
public
myself.
information and you couldn't access that public information, would you say
Why
that you
couldn't
can
I
make a
access it?
determination?
You're saying I can't access it?
Yeah,
Then how is
let's say
public
let's say it was public information, but you couldn't access it. Would you be able to make a determination?
Like if I'm in some cabin and I have no access to the internet?
Sure.
Sure, then yeah, I like I said, my answer would remain the same. That it could sway my vote if I have no way of accessing
Would it or could?
Well, it depend on the person and the situation.
Well, I'm
right? If
asking
you're talking
Kamala
about
Harris
just
versus Donald Trump.
Yeah, I would say it probably would. If I had absolutely no access and the only information I could access on it was that he was held civilly liable for doing something to a minor, then sure, that would probably be enough to sway my vote. Yeah.
Okay, so in that same circumstance, just change the scenario to the victim is a woman. Would that still be true that would sway your vote against him?
Yeah, it
Okay.
doesn't matter if it's a minor or just a woman.
Oh, okay. So to clarify, given that set of criteria, given that you can't right now access that information because you're not going to leave the live, would you say that sways your reason or your vote against Donald Trump? And you would vote for Kamala Harris rather, given that you have this current information right now?
I have access to the internet, right? So I can look this up. This is just like super uninteresting. Like
No,
like, I
no.
told you
Given
my
that, given
reason
I'm saying given that
why-
given that you can't go look it up right now.
I can though. That's the problem.
No, you're not going to leave the
Yes,
live.
yes,
I've
what
established
is-
that like
what's
7 times that you given that you
I don't need to leave
given
the
that you
live
won't
to
leave
look
the
something
live.
up.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. What are you talking about? You think
You have
this
to
is
you
like
have you have to you have to get out of the way of talking to me. You won't be able to talk to me, and you want to keep talking to me. Is that good enough?
Why wouldn't I be able to
Are you
talk to
gonna
you?
are you gonna answer the question now? Jesus Christ, dude.
What's your question?
Would it sway your vote given that you can't currently access it because you're talking to me?
Sure, yeah, I would sway my vote.
So right now, as of right now, in this very moment, you would have your vote swayed against Donald Trump, correct?
Yeah, if that will like.
Go look it up, bud. I did exactly what I was supposed to do. He said in this very moment, he does not support Donald Trump anymore. Okay? I did my work. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yosef, how old are you?
I'm 18.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I wouldn't vote for Kamala.
Would you vote for Donald Trump?
Maybe. I don't really know. Like,
It's a yes or no. If it's a maybe, I'm just gonna kick you from the stream, respectfully.
All right, sure, I would.
Okay, I don't like that answer. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. I don't like sure. Sure is not a yes. In my eyes. For this. Alrighty. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like that stream. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen to help get out to more people. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you meet this set of criteria, everyone, to come up on the stream. How's everyone doing? Gabby, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10, by the way. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request again if you meet the set of criteria to join the stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh! Wait, am I live?
Yeah, do you meet the set of criteria to join the stream?
Wait, dude, is it true that
Hey, everyone, if you don't specifically answer my question, I will kick you. I will absolutely kick you from the stream. I am absolutely waiting for the very moment in which you don't answer the question for me to click disconnect. Yo, what's about you?
15.
Hey, everyone, can you read the screen real quick? Everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Ensure that you meet that set of criteria before you send a guest request, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, yeah, I'm 21.
And what's your birth year?
2004.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
And what month, by the way, for your birth year?
July.
July? What? So 2004 July. Okay, and you're 21.
Yep.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
So, I'd say I do align more with Democratic views, but I'm hung up on like this one thing. I'm hung up on gun rights.
Okay. So what about gun rights?
Well, I didn't hear much about it in this term, but in his last term, he was talking about giving more, making it more accessible, which it's not very accessible to get gun permits and stuff right now, especially in blue states like New York.
Did you know in his last term he was actually advocating to take the guns first and do due process second?
Wasn't that based off like criminally charging people for possession, for illegal possession of firearms?
Nope. Before due process. So we're talking about red flag laws.
So like he was advocating to just take your guns and then re-verify that you're eligible to have them?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay then. Because like everything else, like, you know, him being for abortion and everything, that's all disgusting. Like that's all not okay.
Okay, so then why do you support the guy? I mean, obviously, are you saying you care more about your toy guns to a slight extra extent, because Kamala Harris is still going to protect your Second Amendment, than you do care about like women's autonomy over their body?
No, I guess you're right, but I mean.
So then you don't support Donald Trump, right?
I just feel like if he is gonna protect if he's gonna protect the Constitution, then like that's better than not protecting the Constitution.
Well, he called for a termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. So how could he be protecting the Constitution while simultaneously advocating for a termination of all of the Constitution? Silent, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Really? He called for the termination of the Constitution?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, okay then. Well, I mean, then yeah, I guess I would lean towards more Kamala.
Oh, nice. I appreciate you coming up.
Have a great day, Parker.
You as well. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's about you?
Hello. 19.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2005. It's because of the big, beautiful bill.
What month, by the way?
November.
Okay, for sure. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Because of the big, beautiful bill that was just passed. And I think he should honestly be allowed to run for another term due to the Constitution being changed. Because he's trying to change it.
So you think he should be able to run for 3-4 terms?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you believe in dictatorship?
Currently, yes.
Totally trolling. Totally trolling, by the way. Totally trolling. Dictatorship? Hello? Trump dictatorship is diabolical. I just want to say. That's actually diabolical. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey,
How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Sorry, didn't get that.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Sorry, didn't get that.
Okay. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. On TikTok. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
38.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
And why so?
I actually want to go off of a conversation that you had with Dean and another gentleman today earlier. Kind of continue off of one of his points.
I never talked to Dean today on live.
Oh, I thought it was today. It might have been yesterday. It was a guy who was talking about repealing the 14th, and Dean was saying that that would bring segregation back.
I don't remember the context of the stream. I think you'd want to talk to Dean about that. Do you want to give me a reason why you support Donald Trump?
But if we repealed the 14th, the 19th, and the 22nd, would that really be bad for America?
If we repealed the 14th Amendment, the 19th, and the 22nd, let's go over all three. Do you want to tell me all three off the top of your head?
And ruled by Catholic force, as all of MAGA has deemed so needing to be.
You want to rule by Catholic force? Is that what you just said?
MAGA, man, they be gross, man. Love you, Parker.
Okay, they're trolling. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. I'm so confused. I'm like, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Who knows? Thank you for the $3. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Maudie, thank you so much. I appreciate the $4.20. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Colson, thank you for the $4.20. Type in the comment section, Maudie. I'll try to find you. Alrighty, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everyone. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. I think I also have to open up a mod spot. Emily, thank you for the $14. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Emily. Yeah, people do need boundaries. It's okay. We'll try to go on to the next person and get someone up here. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like that stream. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Let's get the next person up here. Again, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet the setup criteria on the stream. On the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how's it going, man? Thank you for taking my request.
Yeah, how old are you?
36.
You have a huge echo. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. I don't even know where to go to find moderators. I got to figure that out in a minute. All right. Only send a guest request if you do meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 11. Can you?
Jesus Christ. I'm just, dude, when I click a person to join up on live, it like moves 5 different people. So I'm not even clicking the person I'm clicking. That was literally a fetus. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request again if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. I am having a hard time getting people up on the stream because people don't want to follow rules. It's very fun. I'm having a great time. Having a great time. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. If you meet the set of criteria on the stream. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 40 years old.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
And why is that?
Going off of his previous term, I'm a veteran of the Iraq War. During Trump's first term, we didn't get involved in any major conflicts, like new conflicts, like boots on the ground, like we did with Iraq, through like somebody like George Bush. And based on that, I hope that would continue through his second term.
We didn't go boots on ground under the Biden administration, so why is that a distinction?
Because Joe Biden wasn't on the ticket. Donald Trump was.
Neither was.
I have a record to run off of.
Harris was the vice president, and she.
Sure, but she wasn't the commander in chief. She didn't make policy decisions. She wasn't the one making.
She did make policy decisions.
So she had the power to pull troops and deploy troops.
She didn't have the power to pull troops and deploy troops, but she didn't. She didn't actually disagree with anything that Biden brought up, which is actually something I can point to in disagreement with specifically her. But she didn't distinct her foreign policy from Biden's.
So
Shannon, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So based on Joe Biden's policies and his track record, I can judge her based on his track record as well?
If you want to do it based upon foreign policy, because she didn't distinct foreign policy. But yeah, if
so
you'd like to.
So for example, for the withdrawal from Afghanistan, the way that Biden did it, that resulted in the unaliving of those soldiers. And then the way
what
that
did he do that
treated
specifically led to that Trump
well,
wouldn't have done?
strategically speaking, I mean, well, Parker, I want, with all due respect, man, I just want to make sure, because I don't know much about you. You seem like a bright guy. Did you serve in the military?
No.
Okay, so there's a thing called shoot, move, communicate, secure, and sustain. It's a thing called TRADOC. And what Biden did is he pulled troops out before he secured the area, and he left people behind, which resulted in the unaliving of people unnecessarily. Whereas if he would have just secured the area and strategically removed troops on a case-by-case basis, not to mention the fact that he bumped up the time frame, then it could have gone a lot better. But based on his actions,
what do you mean by he bumped up the time frame? What do you mean?
From what I understand, didn't he want to remove the troops on September the 11th because he wanted to make a statement? I might be incorrect about that.
So you understand that he actually extended how long the time was for them to leave.
Right,
Did
and
you know
based
that?
on his actions.
So that gave
Well,
them
based
more,
on his
that gave them more time to leave.
Okay.
So I'm
So
confused.
based
So
on
you said they should have secured the area first. How would Trump have secured the area in a way that Biden didn't, that would have limited the amount of people who died?
Well, I mean, we can say how could he, what could he, but he didn't, and so that resulted in the deaths of individuals who shouldn't have died.
Well, I'm just
And
saying,
based
like,
on his track
what
record,
would
if we're
Trump
gonna
have
go
done
off it- if we're-
differently? Because I
I
mean,
don't
there were
know.
65 service members that died in conflict under Trump's administration, and you only mentioned
Sure.
you only mentioned 13 specifically from Afghanistan, right? Along with
Mhm.
3 others that died under the Biden-Harris administration, right? Absolutely
Okay, so
horrible,
let me ask you a question.
absolutely tragic.
The individuals who passed away under the Trump administration, was it because of gross incompetence?
I mean, you would have to be able to point to me how it's gross incompetence, because you would have mentioned specifically what Trump would have done differently to indicate that this wouldn't have happened otherwise.
Okay, I don't think that that's a fair way to argue, because I
What
can
do you
say,
mean?
well, okay, you can, that's an unprovable thing. I can't say, well, if Trump would have done this and Trump would have done that. All I know is that under Trump's administration, we didn't have a massive F up like we did with the withdrawal from Afghanistan. And so
We had
based on
more-
that,
we had
and
more
based on
service
your own
members that died.
criteria, sir, based on your own criteria saying that I can judge Kamala Harris based on Joe Biden's strategy, then I think I'm pretty happy with my vote for Donald Trump.
Yeah, but that doesn't actually make any. So you're saying just because it is the case that he would have done, that Biden did this particular response in terms of Afghanistan, but you can't mention how Trump would have done separately. We can also point to the fact that Trump released 5,000 Taliban members specifically to the Taliban, right? Which some of those members were involved in the attack.
In what attack?
And the attack at the airport that led
Okay.
to service members dying.
Cool. And again, if you had a competent president who knew about secure and sustain, who would have done it in a orderly fashion as opposed to trying to make it.
So what do you mean by
onto,
secure and sustain? So how would Trump have secured the set of circumstances differently?
Well,
than
first
Biden?
thing you do is you don't leave millions and millions and millions of dollars of lethal equipment behind, like weapon systems, vehicles, and whatever that can be used by the enemy to patrol and take over
by the way,
parts.
by the way, this isn't something that Biden left there. This is a ridiculous statement. The only thing that was left there that you could point to was stuff that was given to the Afghan military to defend themselves against the Taliban. So are you saying
That's
we
not
shouldn't?
true.
Are you saying? Oh, really? So give me any intelligence data that indicates that there was anything that the U.S. left that was specifically theirs that wasn't specifically given to the Afghan military. I'd love to hear that. I'd love to see
So,
a single
yeah,
source indicating
again-
that, because military intelligence indicated the complete opposite.
Do you want me to answer the question? I mean, I don't want to interrupt you. What specifically are you asking me to tell you?
What did I just say?
I want you to clarify because I want to make sure that we're on the same page here.
Yeah, I just said it. Did you hear anything that I just said?
No, I want you to clarify because I'm a little slow. I apologize.
Okay, so you weren't listening. I can just play back exactly what I said. That'll be the best way
Sure.
to do it.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Got you.
Thank you.
Got you.
And millions of dollars of lethal equipment behind, like weapon systems, vehicles, and whatever that can be used by the enemy to patrol and take over
By the way,
parts.
this isn't something that Biden left there. This is a ridiculous statement. The only thing that was left there that you could point to was stuff that was given to the Afghan military to defend themselves against the Taliban. So are you saying
That's
we
not
shouldn't?
true.
Are you saying? Oh, really? So give me any intelligence data that indicates that there was anything that the U.S. left that was specifically theirs that wasn't specifically given to the Afghan military. I'd love to hear that. I'd love to see
So
a single
Humvees,
source indicating that, 'cause
MRAPs,
military
Max
intelligence
Pros,
indicated the
night
complete
vision
opposite.
goggles, biometric devices. I mean, I can keep going. Do you want me to answer the question? I mean, I don't want to interrupt you. What specifically are you asking? I think I answered your question. So I appreciate you playing that back. Case in point, we're talking about things like MRAPs, Humvees, those kinds of things that weren't
Wait,
left
I
behind.
know. I asked what intelligence data, what intelligence reports are you referencing that specifically indicated that we left stuff there that was not in control of the Afghan military, or specifically for the Afghan military to defend themselves against the Taliban?
Sure. If you go to the Washington Post, there's an article that was put
What's
on
the
it.
title?
I'm happy. U.S. weapons from Afghan war give Pakistani militants a deadly advantage.
From Afghan.
April 13th, 2025.
Or give who an advantage?
The Pakistanis. Because they were sold by the Taliban to the Pakistanis through the black market. Again,
Wait,
irresponsible.
but the Taliban got it by specifically getting it from the Afghan military that was defending themselves.
The Afghan military didn't defend themselves. They
The
dropped
president's
weapons
listen. So listen. Wait, the Washington Post. Let's see. Let's read specifically what they reference. This is from 2025. This says U.S. Weapons from Afghan war give Pakistani militants a deadly advantage. It says many of the weapons wound up in the. Okay, wait. The U.S. military. Okay, so it says right here, the first thing, it literally says at the beginning at the top, the banged up rifle bearing serial number W, the serial number, and stamped with the Colt logo, was among billions of dollars worth of U.S. military equipment provided to Afghan forces, much of which was abandoned
after the withdrawal of American troops in 2021.
So again, the
It was abandoned equipment.
Afghan forces abandoned the equipment. That wasn't saying. So again, are you saying that Trump wouldn't have given the Afghan forces any equipment to defend themselves against the Taliban? Is that the way that you say that they would have responded? That would have been better.
I think, yeah, absolutely. For example,
So wait, by the way, I just want to point to the fact that the very source that you sourced that said disagreed with me agreed with me. That's hilarious.
No, it didn't.
It did.
No, it didn't.
It just agreed with
Okay.
me. I just read literally the second line that agreed with me. It totally agreed with me.
If wishes and butts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas, man. You told me that I can judge Kamala Harris's performance.
Oh, wait.
based on her
Can
time
you
in
wait
the Biden
before you move back?
administration, and that was the reason why I
Before you move back to that, can you acknowledge that the source you provided proved my point and not yours?
Sure. You know what? For the sake of argument, I'll do that. I'll say I was completely wrong. I'm sorry.
For the sake of
You got it
argument,
right.
no. But is that what you actually think?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong.
Okay.
Okay. So again, the reason why I voted for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris, who was on the ticket, Joe Biden wasn't, was because of the disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan. I can point to it. I can say this happened under his administration.
Wait, but like you
It
were
didn't happen
pointing
under
to things that
Trump's.
were bad under the pullout, and what you said was false. So you're just making things up to say that
Did
Biden
people-
did something bad.
Wait. Hold on. Did people die or not? Yes or no?
Yes, people did. I'm asking you, what would
Okay.
Trump have done to specifically lead to that not happening?
How about this? Under the Trump administration, the Trump had a meeting with the Taliban and said, and I quote, "If you touch any of my troops, I will kill you." End quote. For 13, I think
Hey, you don't think that's true of Biden's president? What?
How many people died in the withdrawal from Afghanistan?
Again, what would Trump have done?
13.
What would Trump have? How many troops died under Trump's administration in conflict?
I don't know. Tell me.
65.
Okay. And
How many
of
died
them
under the
were from
Biden-Harris administration? 16.
And
So
how many of them
why
died?
do you
under-
blame why do you
Wait,
why do you
were
why
they
do you
engaged in
blame
Afghan-
why do you blame Biden for 13?
I blame Biden
but you
because he
don't
was
blame
the
Trump for
origin-
65. Please explain
Let
to
me
me
ask you
that.
a question. Again, were they engaged in active combat or was it due to gross negligence? Which one was it?
So active combat, and specifically, if you want to, this is also active combat. You have to reference specifically what was the gross negligence aspect of it, and yet you have no basis for saying that. You still have yet to say
I
what
have
he
no
did that
basis.
was gross negligence. What was the negligence?
Number one, again, he didn't withdraw the troops in the proper fashion, in the
How
proper
so?
order.
What's the proper fashion?
Well, again, speaking as a veteran, I can tell you, first thing you do is you secure the exit of the civilians, of the individuals who are contractors. You wouldn't have left behind American citizens. You wouldn't have left behind Afghani contractors.
Wait. So
to
by the
do
way,
their own devices.
how would Trump have done this in less time because Biden extended the deal?
I don't care about time frame. You can go less time. You can go more time. What I care about is the fact that we had 13 American service members that passed
so-
away because of negligence.
Wait, so again, you'd have to say specifically what they did that was negligence.
Are
And you have yet to- you have yet- so again,
I'm sorry that the middle. I'm sorry that the middle of my answer interrupted the beginning of your question. So if you're going to let me finish, I would be
Go
happy
ahead.
to.
Go ahead. I'll wait.
Okay. So the first thing you do is you evacuate all non-essential personnel. That includes individuals such as translators and contractors and American citizens. True or false? Were American citizens left behind?
Were there attempts to evacuate all American citizens?
Yes.
Okay, what would Trump have done to evacuate U.S. citizens? Wait. Answer this question.
Yes,
What would
by
Trump have
civilian
done?
contractors.
Wait, what would Trump have done specifically to evacuate
He
U.S.
wouldn't- he
citizens?
wouldn't-
That wait.
in my opinion,
What would Trump have done specifically that would have led to the extraction of more U.S. citizens than what we saw under the Biden-Harris administration? Watch this.
You muted me. Sorry. I don't know why.
Because you
Number
were
one.
yelling over me.
Okay, I apologize. Again, this is kind of a thing I'm passionate about as a vet. First and foremost, okay, he wouldn't have said, "Okay, we're out of here. We'll see you later, suckers." He wouldn't have grounded
That's what
civilian
Biden
air
did.
flights. Yeah, because when he grounded civilian air flights and people that were trying to get into the country to evacuate civilians, the Biden administration turned them around. Fact check me on that.
Wait, so
Go
say that one
ahead.
more time. Repeat what you
The
just said.
Biden administration turned around civilian air flights into Kabbalah to evacuate American citizens and contractors. They put up stops. They didn't allow people to go in. Trump wouldn't have done that. He would have sent
U.S.
fleets.
citizens. Can you give me what's your source of this?
I'm a veteran and I have friends that were left behind. How's that for a source?
That's not like
I have
a-
translators. I have
so-
translators that
so-
I worked alongside with that were stuck in Afghanistan because they couldn't get on a flight in time. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little emotional about this.
No, so you're saying that they were turned back, right?
Yes.
The flight's mid-flight. Where can I verify this information?
You have Google. You can look it up.
Yeah. And I'm asking
Go for
you,
it.
have you ever looked it up?
I literally just told you I have friends that passed away because the flights that they were supposed to get on were turned away by the Biden administration.
I looked it up, and I actually need to move, says Blinken. I don't see anything that says this.
Okay,
If you'd
I'll
like to
send
give me
you-
anything to...
Yeah, absolutely. It'll force me to get off because I'm not on a computer, but it'll force me to get off. But I'd rather finish the conversation and I'll post it in the chat. Okay.
Okay, I won't be
second
able to.
thing
I
you
won't
do-
be able to see it in the chat, right? How about you just
Okay.
swipe? How about you just swipe out of the app, and every 2 minutes or so you come back into the app, so it doesn't kick you out, and then you can keep finding that information while I talk to someone else. Is that
Okay.
fair?
Well, let me finish my point and then I'll do it. Was that okay?
Okay.
First of all, again, I get a little emotional about this because I do have friends that I served alongside with that passed away, and I'm not talking about
I'm
soldiers.
really sorry to
talking
hear that.
about civilians. It's okay. I voted for Obama. I voted for Trump. I was going to vote for Joe Biden. He wasn't on the ticket until the whole thing with Afghanistan. That was a big bugaboo for me. Okay. You asked why I voted for him, why I support him. That's why. I'm not a racist. I don't hate people. I just base things based on whether or not somebody did everything they possibly could to save American lives. And based on my personal experiences and the accounts of other individuals, Biden failed that test. And the thing that sealed the deal for me was when they were unloading individuals at the airfield and he was checking his watch. That to me was inappropriate.
Wait. This is a complete manipulation campaign that you bought into, because that watch was given to him by his dead son who was in the military, who's a veteran. So please explain to me.
Nothing.
Explain
that
to
means
me.
Nothing.
Wait, what are you talking about? That means nothing.
It means nothing.
He was looking at the watch in Yes, he was looking at the watch in commemoration of his fucking son that was dead.
And you know that why?
Wait, how do it? Because it was verified by literally people in the administration.
Okay.
I'd have to check back. It's been a few years, but dude, that was verified by people within the administration, right? What are you talking about? This is a straight manipulation campaign that you're using against.
Oh, is it? Okay. So let me ask you a question. Did Trump?
And by the way, this isn't the foreign policy. This isn't the foreign policy, so it's not comparable because we were referencing Kamala Harris.
It kind of is because optics matter.
No, it's not. That's not foreign policy. Looking at his watch isn't foreign policy. Jesus Christ.
Okay, thank you for discounting how I feel and the optics of a president.
Wait, explain to me how that's foreign policy. Explain to me how that's foreign policy. How that's relevant to Kamala Harris's position on foreign policy. Explain to me.
Would you like me to explain?
Yeah.
Again, you said that I can hold Kamala Harris accountable for the actions of Joe Biden. I can judge.
No,
her
I said
based on
specifically for the positions on foreign policy, as she hasn't distinguished herself in the positions on foreign policy.
Absolutely. I can tie it together if you'd like. As an example, when the commander-in-chief of the United States military is checking his watch, that shows indifference towards his troops. That creates
That's
morale
not foreign policy.
issues. Wait. I didn't finish. That creates morale issues within the ranks. And it also creates a sign of weakness when people like, Vladimir Putin look at a guy who can't walk up a flight of stairs and say, this guy doesn't even care about his
because Trump has led to Russia having less power. Really. You understand that Putin has more power because Donald Trump cut the funding for Ukraine and then put it back because he realized that Putin was never going to give him a deal in the first place. He realized he got conned. So does that lead to more fucking people dying? Does that lead to more people dying that you care about?
Yeah, I don't know.
What about the U.S. citizens in Ukraine?
Under the Trump administration, did Putin invade?
What about the U.S. citizens in Ukraine? What happened to that?
You talking about mercenaries that go in there to fight?
No, I'm talking about U.S. citizens.
I say evacuate them, get them out of there. I don't want anyone to pass away.
Again. So the very point is that you don't want to cut the funding and give Putin more power to take over the region, correct?
Can you explain to me how to stop this war when a guy isn't willing to negotiate?
You have to literally prevent them specifically by providing the funding for Ukraine to defend themselves against Russia invading.
They've been fighting for 2 years. How's that working out?
Well, Trump is saying that they should keep doing it. So I'm confused what your point is.
Who's saying that they should keep doing it?
Trump increased the funding for Ukraine again.
Okay, again, and let me ask you a question. Again, they've been fighting for 2 years. How's it working out for both sides?
Then why do you increase the funding again?
Political pressure? I don't know. And I don't care.
Okay, so then not a response. So you're not giving me a good response why Trump has better foreign policy when it relates to that.
I literally just gave you a huge
didn't.
example, and because you don't like it, it says I didn't give you
It's not just because I didn't like it. I explained why specifically. Can I ask you a question then?
Well, sure, absolutely, please.
Do you think that if Donald Trump were to call for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, that if you were to support him, that would be breaking your oath to the Constitution?
Yes.
Okay, Donald Trump did call for a termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, and you still support the guy. Therefore, you're breaking your oath?
No. What day did he do that? When did he say that?
Yeah, in 2022.
Oh, okay.
On True
What did he
Social.
say?
He said, I'll read it out for you. Trump terminate Constitution.
What did he say?
He said, he posted it right onto Truth Social. He said, I got you. So with the revelation of widespread fraud and deception and working closely with big tech companies, the DNC and the Democrat Party, do you throw the presidential election results in 2020 out and declare the rightful winner? Or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections.
Okay. Did he say all rules of the Constitution, or was he speaking about elections?
He said all rules, regulations, and articles.
Of the Constitution,
Yes.
or having to do with elections in the Constitution?
He said all rules, He said a massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
Even those found in the Constitution, not all rules and regulations of the Constitution. He's talking about elections.
No,
And
he
I
said
didn't agree with
all the rules, regulations, and articles, even the ones in the Constitution.
in regards to the election. I didn't agree with him on that, which is why I would have
Wait,
voted
no,
for
no.
Joe
He's
Biden.
saying a termination of all the rules, regulations, and articles. Bro, this
Okay.
is actually like, dude. You said if you said this, you wouldn't support him, or actually, no, you wouldn't support him because that would mean that you're breaking your oath, right? So, are you breaking your oath currently by supporting him?
No.
Well, yeah, you are based upon your own definition.
'cause
You
I
said
can
you
read-
would be.
because
You
again-
wait. I can
because
play
again-
back the audio of you saying that you'd be breaking your oath if that was
first of
true.
all, before you do that, I want you to read the whole text, and I want you to read it slowly. I don't want you spurging out and reading.
Don't
through
use
it
a
at
slur.
1,000,000
Don't
miles
use
an
that. That's a fucking slur. Don't use that. Don't
hour.
use
Oh, is
that.
it? I didn't.
Yeah,
know that.
don't use
I'm
that.
sorry, I'm old.
Yeah. So in terms of with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception and working closely with big tech companies, the DNC and the Democrat Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great
All
founders,
rules and regulations and articles of what? For what?
even those found
What
in the
is he
Constitution.
talking about? Do you have a new election? He's talking about election. He's not talking about like the First Amendment or the right to assembly or anything like that. He's being very specific about the election. Again, didn't agree with him. He lost in 2020. That was ridiculous. But no, I didn't violate my oath because I voted for him, if you want to go off that route.
Chat, by the way, for the people asking what the slur is, it starts with an S and ends with a G. It's a ableist slur, everyone.
Oh, is it? See, I didn't know. And I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I apologize for that.
Yeah, it's specific. Yeah, so like that's just like it's one people oftentimes will use and they don't know it's a slur, but I think it's important to know it's a slur and not to use it. But I'm glad that
Sure.
you are open minded enough to say that you shouldn't use it.
Yeah, man, I think it's okay to disagree and not be disagreeable. And I don't think that you're a bad person and we may disagree on things, but that doesn't mean you're less of an American or that you love the Constitution more or less than I do. I think if we can come to a common agreement on that, we can move forward. But the problem is that things are so partisan and people are motivated by things that are not, let's say, savory. It's easier to get upset and to fight and do this infighting. As a veteran who served in combat, it's very important to me that we don't get involved in another Iraq-style blunder. That's why I voted for him. He had a track record to run off of. Kamala didn't. Simple as that. That's why. Very plain, very simple.
Restate that again because I didn't follow because I still want you to address the fact that you said that would be breaking your own.
Based on my interpretation of what he was talking about, I don't think he was talking about suspending the entire Constitution. If he said the whole Constitution has to go, then I would say 100% not eligible. He needs to go, but he didn't. So we'll argue with semantics. I know, I believe what his intent was, and that's just what it is.
So,
Now,
so
as
given
far
that
as
he did say this, you would say that he needs to go.
if he said that we have to get rid of the Constitution, sure, but that's not
exactly
what he said.
said.
Except it's not. And again, I'm a literal person.
Dude, he said a massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. By the way, when I asked you the question originally, I used that exact terminology.
Sure. Yeah.
These
But
are,
he's
these,
not
these
talking
are, these are
about
just
the entire
excuses.
Constitution.
This is breaking your oath.
Okay. Well, I took an oath. Did you take an oath?
No, I didn't. And I apparently am.
What's preventing? Let me ask you a question. And this is a serious question, okay? I know that Trump is the commander in chief for the next 4 years. And then after that, there'll be a new one. How old are you?
23.
What's preventing you from joining the military?
I don't
To
want
serve your country. Okay.
I choose to serve my country through these means.
How's that working out for you?
Great.
Did Kamala win?
Just because Kamala Harris didn't win doesn't mean that I don't influence people in the right way. You know that there are like,
Do you think
you know
that-
that, you
do
know
you
that
think
there are
that-
like, wait, listen, you know there are like 7,000 people listening to the stream right now, right?
Good. I'm glad. Let them.
Okay, that's as much influence as I could possibly do as a human being.
Right, but do you think that by the way that you conduct yourself, and this is, I'm coming at you from a genuine place of like good intent, okay? Do you think that the way that you conduct yourself attracts more people to the Democratic Party or pushes them farther away?
I think it attracts more people to the Democratic Party.
Okay, and last thing, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to. Were you paid by the Democratic Party?
No. Why do you think that?
I don't know. I know that Harry Sisson and those guys, you're associated with them to some extent.
I'm not friends with Harry anymore.
Why is that?
Well, he couldn't take accountability for actions he engaged in that were bad. It was accountability.
Okay. Well, listen, I respect your decision. I think we can agree to disagree. I think you probably are a good dude, but you asked why I voted for Trump. That's why I voted for him.
Wait, but like, do you want to? Do you want to tell me why you think I was paid by the DNC?
I mean, have you gone to the White House and done appearances for the Kamala campaign?
No, I haven't done appearances for the Kamala Harris campaign other than like I once was on the Kamala Harris like account on TikTok.
Okay, and then did you do like fundraising events and whatnot for Joe Biden?
No.
So you didn't do any fundraisers or any appearances to help?
I went to the White House once after the election.
Okay. Well, it was just a fair question. I assume because you're a talking head for the DNC that you got paid for it. I think you should, dude. You're good at what you do.
So do you think that Charlie Kirk is paid by the DNC?
By the DNC? No, absolutely.
Or sorry, not the DNC, the RNC. My bad.
Oh, 100%.
What about Ben Shapiro?
Oh yeah,
BJC,
no doubt.
Thank you so much for the membership subscription. Okay, so I mean,
yeah, Ben Shapiro actually, and this is kind of a disgusting thing. He takes his mailing list for his podcast and rents it out to, like, for example, the Ron DeSantis campaign. He sells it for millions. He sells personal information for millions of dollars. It's unethical and wrong, and he shouldn't do it.
Okay, wait, but in general, do you assume that every single person who speaks about politics is getting paid by their respective parties?
No, but I think that the more reach they have, the more inclined these parties, such as the RNC or the DNC, are to engage in them on a business level. It would be smart on their part. So that's why I asked. And I didn't assume. I just asked you. I was like, hey, do you get paid? Because I figured you'd tell the truth, yes or no, and I believe you.
Okay, all right. So I mean, I do want to. I want you to like go back to the argument about specifically the breaking of the oath, because like I just genuinely I think that's a very clear cut case of him calling for the termination of every single rule, regulation, and article, even those found in the Constitution. And if you were to support that, that would be breaking your oath because you're advocating for a candidate that literally calls for the termination of what you swore to defend.
Well, first of all, I'm not advocating for a candidate. You're talking about the sitting president of the United States. So even if I disagreed with him, he still won the election. Second of all,
wait, but you're talking about like if you could go back in time, you would vote for him over Kamala Harris.
Yes, absolutely.
That's the
and
point.
I'll explain why. And I'll explain why. Again, hopefully I'm not coming across as aggressive. I'm trying to be as respectful as possible. Based on your interpretation of what you said, what he said in his, what do they call him, tweet, Truth Social, it's a joke of a platform, so I don't even pay attention. You're saying that what he said was he was calling for essentially the suspension of the Constitution in its entirety. And I'm a pretty fair guy. Like, I'm willing to sit and read and be challenged and apologize if I do something wrong or if I'm incorrect. I'm willing to learn about it. And I think I've demonstrated that during this conversation with the whole slur thing, right? Based on my understanding of what he said and the context and the reason why he tweeted that, or truthed it, or whatever they call it, he was talking specifically about the rules of an election, meaning specifically, we need a new election, even though the Constitution doesn't say it, we got to, whatever. Again, for the fourth time, he lost the election. I believe he lost the election. I don't think that he had any grounds to stand on. But he didn't call for the complete elimination and coronation of himself as king. He didn't say, well, get rid of the Constitution and crown me king and I'll be ruler forever. If he were to do something to that effect, whether he's sitting in office or running for office, I would 1,000% disavow him and actively campaign against him. Case in point, I live in Washington State. I don't like the stuff that's going on with ICE. I was at the No Kings protest. I can show you pictures of the signs that I held up, okay? So it's not that I'm being unreasonable. It's just that I try to assume the intent based on the information that I'm given and the circumstances surrounding that. I'm not trying to play gotcha, and that's the reason why I believe what I do. So no, I don't believe I broke my oath. I believe it's a sore loser.
Can I explain something real quick here? So you believe that the election, for sure, right, was not won by Donald Trump. We know that for sure.
In 2020?
In 2020.
Yeah, in 2020 he lost.
Yeah,
Joe Biden won.
In 2020 he lost. Joe Biden won. If he calls for the termination of the Constitution based upon fraudulent reasons, how is that upholding the Constitution?
If he calls for say it one more time.
If he calls for the termination of the Constitution based on fraudulent reasons, how is supporting him defending the Constitution?
Well, first of all, he didn't call for the suspension of the Constitution as an entirety. He was throwing a fit about losing an election.
I'm gonna go
Second of
crazy.
all-
He absolutely called for the termination of all
Okay,
rules,
again,
regulations,
this
and
is-
articles, even
okay.
those found in the Constitution. He,
Agree to disagree. So, but let me state this
what do
very
you
clearly.
mean? I can
okay?
put it behind you right now and show you on the screen.
Literally, you can keep saying it over and over again, and I can tell you the reason why I believe what he said had specifically to do with having another election, and we can disagree on this, okay? But I'm telling you, as somebody who does not support some of the policies that he does, based on my 40 years on this earth, I can look at President Trump's first term in office and say, you know what? I'm more confident that my children are not going to get deployed in a never-ending 20-year war.
He literally bombed Iran.
And are we actively boots on the ground in a 20-year war?
Were we
right now,
were we
Iran?
boots in the ground under Biden, under like specifically things that they
No.
caused?
Was
I
Joe
guess?
Biden on the ticket? Because again, if you listen,
Oh,
I
sorry,
said I would have voted
Harris.
for Joe Biden.
Harris.
Okay.
Can you explain to me
So-
how Harris was going to lead to more war?
I don't know. She didn't have a track record I could look at, but Trump did.
Okay, so then wait, would you say that with Hillary Clinton versus Donald Trump?
It was her track record as president of the United
Wait,
States.
but you said Donald Trump didn't have a track record, so you couldn't judge his particular foreign policy at all. So then why would you vote for him?
Why would I vote for him over Hillary Clinton?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's a great question. I mean, I can start with, with the recent, with the recent information that's coming to light through the FBI, I think a lot of us would be vindicated for not voting for Hillary Clinton. But let me ask you a question. At any point in time, did I say that I voted for Donald Trump in 2016?
I'm just assuming that that's what you would do now, because you're a Trump
Assuming makes what out of what?
I think
I did
that's
not
true in
vote
most
for Donald
circumstances.
Trump.
If you support
Right.
Donald Trump currently, that you
Sure.
support him.
I
then.
did not vote for Donald Trump in
Push
2016.
the corgi.
I voted for Evan
Would you?
McMullen. Which was
If
a
you could
waste
go
of
back,
a
would
vote.
you?
Based on his track record and what he did in 2016, absolutely, yeah. Because again, if I knew what I know
This
now,
guy- this
absolutely,
guy's
yeah.
like, okay, if you knew what you knew prior.
Yes.
Okay, so then why are you like saying that in response? Like, you wouldn't support Donald Trump back then? Like, of course, my assumption was correct.
I didn't say I wouldn't have supported Donald Trump. I said, did I tell you that I voted for him? I didn't. I
Yeah,
voted
but
for
you
Evan
acted like
McMullen.
that was a point.
What are you talking about? I was just making sure that you understood because you said that you assumed that I voted for him. I didn't. I voted for Evan McMullen.
No, I said I assume that you would, if you could go back, like that you'd support him in that context. That's what I said.
Well, I would support him now based on what I saw for his results. Sure, but that was if I
I
knew what
understand, but again, given that you didn't have that
Right.
information about what he was going to do, you still
Right.
made the determination that you support him right over Hillary Clinton, even given that you wouldn't have that information. So clearly,
No. Again, I told you I voted for Evan McMullen in 2016.
I'm saying if you could go back right now, dude, and without the
If I
information,
could go back right now,
if you,
with-
if you could
without
go
the
back
information,
right
no.
now without the
No,
information,
I would have voted for Evan McMullen if I didn't have a crystal ball and knew what was going to happen in the future.
Okay.
Nothing would have changed my vote.
Okay. He's so disingenuous.
How am I being disingenuous?
You're
I'm being
so
straightforward.
disingenuous. I'm saying
Okay. The
again,
last vestige of an individual who's losing in an argument, it resorts to personal insults. I haven't called you a name this entire
me
time. I don't
saying
know
that
why
you're
doing
being disingenuous is not an insult, you fucking idiot.
it.
That's an insult.
There it is. You've lost the debate, man. You know what? Have a
Well,
good day.
oh, no, I only said that because you brought that up for no fucking reason. I didn't even insult you. I said you're being disingenuous. That's not even an insult. Is he actually run away? Wow, dude. So scared, bro. Ridiculous. Actually ridiculous. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Me saying he's being disingenuous is absolutely not an insult. I'm so confused. That was just like an example. I mean, not an example. That was just like literally bullshit he was making up so that he didn't have to continue debating me. Because I literally proved that he broke his oath. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get out to more people. Let's go on to the next person. Let's go to the next person. Again, everyone, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now, and I'll bring you up. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria to join the live, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen on TikTok to join the live. Alrighty, everyone. Here, let me actually thank some people real quick, and we're going to go on to the next person. Again, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Only send a guest request if you do meet the set of criteria on the screen. Gentle, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's so nice. Thank you so much. Thank you. Ed, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for the DNC payment. Jay, I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said I'm a 20-year vet, and I understand why Trump is garbage for the country and violates the Constitution. W for Jay in the comments section. Cordova, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Vincent with the $5. Tuxedo, thank you for the $5. GR, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Jay with the $5 again. Thank you. Marie, thank you for the $10. Jay, again, thank you for the $5. The Disgusted Veteran, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you. Emily, thank you for the $14. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Let me make sure I'm caught up here on Venmo. Tamara, thank you so much for the $56 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Tamara. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So she's some W's for Tamara in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for the kind words. I'm so happy to hear that you do. W's in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Tamara. Thank you so much. Timmy, thank you so much. I appreciate the $3. Thank you. Travis with the $20 on Cash App. Thank you. Sid with the $75 for the way that scared the fuck out of me. Hi, Parker. Yay, glad I can be here tonight. And answered Max, don't worry. Or thank you, Lamau. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's in the comment section for Sid. Marie, thank you for the $4.20. Christina, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Kristen, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Silver, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Silver. I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, we're going to get this next person up here. Joel, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. I got you. I got you. I got you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Colson, by the way, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
How old are you?
20.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
What's your birth year?
What's up?
What's your birth year?
2005.
And why do you support Donald Trump?
All right. No politicianship. Everything aside, here's a genuine answer. In my young years, again, I'm only 20 years old. From before, everything is cheaper, and I enjoy paying $25 instead of 60 for my gas, and that's it. No other reasons. I enjoy everything.
Did you know that on average in the United States, gas is more expensive now than what it was when Biden left office? Secondly, did you see the jobs report recently?
Gas prices are down.
Did you see the jobs report recently? Oh, they were just
Dude,
revised.
I don't know where
we were
you're
only
at,
gaining 14,000 jobs in a month.
Okay,
19,000 jobs in a month. Our unemployment rate has increased.
thing.
We've seen inflation increase since the prior past months.
Bring up jobs.
What's up?
I wasn't even talking about jobs at all. I never even brought that up.
Yeah,
I'm
I
literally
understand, but how are you going to pay for your gas?
What are you talking about, dude?
With a job, right?
Yeah, which I have.
And
okay.
And if the labor market's in a worse set of conditions, you're going to have worse set of conditions for your job, right?
My job conditions are perfectly fine, and I could care less.
Then why do you have such an issue with the gas prices?
Conditions are extremely easy.
Then why do you have issues with the gas prices? Seems like you're doing completely fine.
Well, my issues with gas prices were, let's just say, 4 years ago when Joe Biden, and again, it could have been COVID, could have been the oil stuff.
It was.
Again, but I'm paying, years ago, I'm paying $55 to $60 for a tank of gas. Now I'm paying $25.
Yeah, so again,
All right?
what specifically
Think
did the
about what
Biden...
I could do
Yeah,
with
I
that
understand.
extra money.
I understand. What did the Biden-Harris administration do that led to there being higher prices for gas? Is there a way you can turn off the background noise?
I'm not sure. No, I'm watching UFC. But anyway.
Can you mute it?
Yeah, hold up. But anyway, aside from that, literally no politician shit, nothing like that. I just enjoy paying shit for cheaper. That's it.
I understand, but Trump's going to
Nothing
make it
else.
more expensive because tariffs make it more expensive.
But the prices have gone down, and until they go up,
They
I'ma
haven't
keep
gone
supporting
down.
it.
They haven't gone. They've gone down since like
Dude,
when
what are you
they
talking
wait. By the way,
about?
they went
I've
down.
been,
They went down when Biden was in office already.
I was paying $6
I understand that was the highest point under
for a
Biden,
gallon,
and by
right?
the end of Biden's administration, you were not paying that much,
Right now, I'm paying $2.80 a gallon.
and you were paying less than that when Biden left office.
No, I wasn't.
Yes,
dude.
you were.
I
On
was
average,
paying
yes,
like,
you were.
Okay, when Biden left office, I think I was paying like $4 a gallon.
Okay,
At
well,
the peak
that's
of
just
COVID,
not
I was
true.
paying like
When,
$6.
when
It
did
is
when
true,
did
dude.
Biden leave office?
What are you talking? Oh my god, dude.
Wait,
Are you serious?
yeah. When did Biden leave? Wait. What state do you live in?
Illinois. But I go
You
back and forth
liar!
between.
I was in Illinois literally like a few fucking months ago.
No,
What are you
listen,
talking about?
I go back and forth between Kansas and Illinois.
Yeah, I literally went back to Iowa
During
this
during
summer.
the election,
I went
was
back
in
to Iowa this summer a few months ago.
Okay, dude, listen. During the election, I was in Kansas where gas prices are actually cheaper. And I was paying, again, during the election, $4 a gallon.
During
Now
the
that Trump's
election.
off-
Okay, so no. How about
Yeah.
you reference the very end of the administration? Look at gas
Okay,
prices. I'll look up gas prices Illinois or can't you want me to do Kansas? Which one?
Do either one. Illinois is probably going to be more expensive.
Kansas by month.
And again, Illinois is going to be probably about 60 cents more expensive than Kansas.
Sorry, this is a horrible graph. There we are. Gas prices, let's see. Alrighty. All right. It's literally not giving me that. Great. Let me try this. Yeah, prices have
Listen,
gone.
I live there. I can tell you
Prices
gas
have
prices are
gone
cheaper
up.
now.
They've
They
gone
just
up,
haven't.
according to the Energy Information Administration.
Dude, I live there, bro. I think I know the prices. And I think everyone in chat knows the prices.
The
too,
average
because-
prices have gone down very slightly.
Okay, slightly, whatever you want to say. In Illinois, and it was probably because I was going back and forth. In Illinois, it's usually 60 cents more. But when I left Illinois to Kansas, it was like $4 a gallon. During the election, I was paying probably $3.50. Now it's $2.80.
350, 280. So yeah, I understand that you think that you were paying less, but if we look at the end of the Biden administration, it's actually less than what it is now. And I'm looking.
Dude, I mean,
I'm
I'm not
literally
gonna sit
looking
here
at
and
it.
argue with you. I live
I
there.
under,
know
I
what the price
understand,
is.
but like I'm telling you the facts.
The facts are my fucking expenses, bro. I know what I paid.
Well, then you're wrong, and you don't know
Oh
what
yeah,
you paid.
my bank account is just lying to me when it's saying I paid more, and I stared at the thing when it went up when I was paying for gas, dude.
Okay, so maybe you're just going to specifically a wrong one because the average is not demonstrating what you're
It's
saying.
the
You're
exact.
going
I
to the
know
wrong
the
gas
exact same
gas station.
bro.
You're going to the wrong gas station, bro.
Listen, end of the line. You can argue to a wall, dude. Now,
you're the
gas prices
wall.
are cheaper. They weren't, dude. You're the wall. I'm telling you what
I'm
where
literally.
looking at.
I'm
I
looking
could
up
care
the
less what you say.
averages according to the statistics, bro.
All right, bro. The statistics.
Yes.
Exactly in the state, not where I'm living.
Okay, where do you want me to look up now?
Dude, what? No, I'm just being for real. If you're going by statistics by state, am I correct?
I looked at Kansas. Yes.
Okay, yeah. So by state, do you think the prices in let's go for Illinois for example? Do you think the gas prices in Chicago are going to be higher or lower than down south in Illinois?
It's gonna be higher.
Exactly. So by those statistics, the average is going to be boosted way up for Illinois because down south in Chicago, I'm gonna say it's probably I don't know, $2.90, $3 a gallon. But up by closer to Chicago, it's probably like what, $3.50?
So what's your point?
The prices, bro, you get my point. It's going to be slighted by either there's a huge city, like let's say Chicago, LA, New York, any of those big city points, gas is going to be higher. But in more
No, but
rural,
we're looking at the rate of difference, dude.
That's not even what I'm talking about. I'm literally just saying my point. When you look at those statistics that you keep bringing up,
Yeah,
it's not.
I'm comparing. I'm comparing when Biden left office. So at the end, so at the very beginning of
That's not what I'm
2025,
talking about.
very beginning
You're
of
just
2025,
yapping about
January
shit that I'm
20th,
not
right
even
before.
talking about, dude. Like I'm not even talking about this fucking thing, and you're just bringing it up out of fucking nowhere. What I am talking about is I am saying when there is a major city in a state,
I get you.
let's say Kansas City,
Hey, how about
Chicago,
this?
New
I
York.
think we're talking past each other. I got a different example. Just because gas prices are higher, does that mean that was caused by the administration?
Dude, as I said at the start, right when I joined, I said I could give a fuck less about the politics. I don't care who it is. It could be a man.
No, but like you have to
anyone,
demonstrate
from
if
any
you
side.
don't want there to be higher gas prices, then you don't want to support the candidate that will lead to higher gas prices, right?
Exactly. And from
That's
what
Donald
I have
Trump,
seen,
because of
gas
tariffs.
prices have gone down, dude. Gas prices have gone down.
What did Donald Trump do to lower gas prices?
Dude, oh my God. Just from the start, I'm saying I could give a fuck less about politics. I don't really care about that. I'm just
Then
saying
why did
what
you come
affects
on? Okay, if you could care less about politics, why did you go on to a political live stream to debate me about politics? Do you
What does
realize
it
how
say right
fucking
above your
stupid you
forehead?
sound right
What
now
does
when
it
you
say
say
right above
that?
your forehead? What does it say right above your forehead?
It
Read
says, why do you support Trump?
And am I telling you why
If you don't care about politics, why are you joining a political debate live stream to debate me about
It's right above your
politics?
forehead, retard. It's
How
right
about
above
this?
your
Stop,
forehead.
stop voting. You vote
It's
for
right
you
above
vote
your
for
forehead.
you vote for terrible candidates anyway.
It's
if you
right
don't
above your forehead,
wait.
man.
If you don't care about politics, stop voting.
But you want to know why?
Stop voting.
You want to know why I vote for politics?
Why?
Lower prices that affect me.
And he voted for the guy who's
average
advocating
person.
for tariffs. Anyone who understands the economy understands that Donald Trump's tariff policy will increase prices continually in the long run.
Listen, this is what I'm trying to say. I could care less. It's Biden. It's
Wait,
Kamala.
did he say a slur? He said, did you say a slur?
When did I say a slur?
I had a few people say in the comment section he did. Either way, he's an idiot, and I'm kicking him. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump.
Daddy Parker, I love you.
Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Zach, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18. So first off,
Kid
before we
Chris,
get
thank you
into
so much for the
anything-
$5. Hold up. Do you support Donald Trump?
Before we get
No,
into anything,
no, you don't come on my live
let's
stream
just-
and
let's just-
disrespect.
no.
Disrespect. Do you support Donald? Jesus Christ! Hello? Where the fuck do you think you are? Who the fuck do you think you are to come on my live stream and not answer any of my questions and just say the fuck whatever you want? Answer my damn questions. I'm gonna kick you if you don't. Who the fuck do you think you are?
I'm voted Kamala Harris.
Okay, Kamala Harris. Also, don't come onto my live stream and just say whatever the fuck you want because you feel like it. Shut the fuck up. Sit the fuck down. Get the fuck in the comment section. Respect my boundaries. Piece of shit. Literally. Respect my boundaries. I say it over and over again. Respect my boundaries. And you specifically don't want to do that. Respect my boundaries, please. Only send a guest request if you support Donald Trump. If you meet the set of criteria to join the live, send a guest request. If you don't, do not send a guest request and just try to say whatever you want on my live stream. I think that's incredibly disrespectful. It's one of my biggest pet peeves. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. There's so many ways you can get my attention. You can contact me. Don't do it by joining up on the stream and doing this. Please don't. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, hello. I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2007, June 8th.
2007, June 8th. Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
Cause I thought I think it's gonna make America great again.
Okay. When is America going to be great?
I mean, he's making. I mean,
He just left. Yeah, Parker needs to calm down for having boundaries. You know what, Parker, calm down. Stop having boundaries. Crazy, dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
And do you support Donald Trump? Thank you.
Yes, I do.
And what's your birth year?
My birth year is 2006.
What month?
It's December.
Okay, and why do you support Donald Trump?
I support him because he's good for the economy.
Can you speak in your normal voice? Sage, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Good luck. Good luck. I haven't been there in a long time, so I kind of forgot, to be honest. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. Derek, thank you so much for the $5. Maudie, thank you so much for the $4.20. No, don't worry about it. Thank you. Joel, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Cody, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jonda, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Tip, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen for the 3,000 people here on YouTube. Make sure to like that stream. Make sure to like that stream to help get out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Alrighty. Let's go on to the next person. We have 1.1 thousand likes on the YouTube stream. Everyone, make sure to like the stream if you're here on YouTube. I would really, really, really appreciate if you like the stream. It helps push it out to more people and get us into that YouTube algorithm. Here on TikTok, do tap that screen. It helps push us into the YouTube or into the TikTok algorithm. Harrison, I absolutely am ignoring you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
And why do you support Donald Trump?
I support Donald Trump because...
Wait, actually, wait. Hold on. I need to ask you. How old are you again?
18.
What's your birth year?
December 2006.
December 2006. And what state do you live in?
Texas.
What time is it?
In Texas right now, it is 9 o'clock.
It's 9 o'clock. Can you name three cities? Can you name 3 cities in Texas?
Houston, Dallas, Austin.
Name 3 more.
London.
London?
Manchester.
Manchester? That's diabolical. London and Manchester is so diabolical. Diabolical, I tell you. Samantha, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? I'm 19.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
And why so? Wait, actually, what's your birthday?
Just because 2006, March.
March 2006, you said you're how old again?
19.
Okay, and let me thank a few people real quick. Sage, thank you for the $5 again. Armando, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. That kid Chris, thank you so much for the $5. Bird, thank you for the $2. And thank you so much for the $2. April, thank you for the $5. Silver with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Timmy, thank you for the $3. Gentle with the $10. Thank you. And Ed, again, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Ed. And then Serendipity, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Just because what he's doing with these illegal immigrants.
Undocumented immigrants? Why so?
I feel a lot safer now, living in like near a big city. You know, it feels great.
Why do you feel safer now? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Like, undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. So why would you, quote-unquote, feel safer?
Well, it's because there's less of them.
What do you mean?
There's less illegal immigrants than naturally born citizens.
No,
so
I'm saying per capita. I'm
I'm
saying rate, so per capita. Take into account population.
Well, if they're not looking at their papers, they don't know they're illegals and they can get away.
They don't know they're undocumented? And by the way, what do you mean they're not looking at their papers? We're looking at based upon arrest rates.
Well, I'm not very keen on that, but as long as illegals are not in our country,
Undocumented
then,
immigrants.
well, illegal. They're here illegally.
Okay. So
No.
you should say undocumented immigrants because I think that's better.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
agree to disagree, but
Yeah.
that's why I
I mean,
support him.
I'm not going to call you legal, like illegal, because you're legally in the country. I'm not going to say that.
Well, because that's the normal.
What do you mean normal?
Well, if you're here legally, you don't call someone here legally. If they're here illegally, then you call them illegal.
Why don't you say undocumented immigrant?
Because it's easier to say illegal.
So what if you can acknowledge that it's dehumanizing?
How is it dehumanizing?
Appreciate the dinosaur. Thank you. Because you're stripping away their personhood by just
Illegal
calling them
immigrant.
a quote unquote illegal.
No, I said
Something
illegal
else.
immigrant. Immigrant is a person. It's not dehumanizing.
Wait, so to clarify, so I thought you just said illegal. I apologize, but when it comes to illegal immigrants, still better to say undocumented. As again, when we reference undocumented, that's going to be a prescription of the current law, just that they're not with documentation, right? Just because someone's in the country undocumented doesn't mean that they shouldn't be allowed to stay in the country, even under your view, right? They're like, for example, do you think DACA recipients, right, should be able to continue to stay in the country?
Sorry, what recipients?
DACA recipients.
I don't know what the hell that is.
So you don't know what
DACA?
Okay, so you should probably look into that. That'd be important.
What is DACA?
Yeah, it's specifically dreamers who are in the country whose parents are undocumented, and they live their entire life in this country.
Well, because they probably had anchor babies.
Brought here when they were kids. What? No, they were brought here when they were a kid.
Oh, well, I don't know anything about that. But if you are here, like if you cross the border legally, you should definitely get deported.
Okay, so
There's a whole process
then
for
I have a
deporting
question. Would you deport Superman?
Superman?
Yeah.
You can't really deport him. He's a fucking superhero.
Well, what do you mean you couldn't deport him? You could deport him.
How you're gonna detain Superman? You're gonna yeah, okay. The dude is not going anywhere.
Like he wouldn't fight back. It's Superman, dude.
He's not gonna let you kick him out. He's fucking Superman. He can fly.
Wait, I want to let you know there's literally straight up like movies that DC's made specifically about this, where Superman was like literally held in prison like their entire life. So I mean, I want to let you know this is actually something that they put within the context of like the actual like comics, and they put into like the stories themselves.
I mean, if Superman is helping the country and not a degenerate like some of these immigrants,
A degenerate.
then-
So why are you saying immigrants are degenerates?
well, if they kill people,
Undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to kill people than like U.S. born citizens. So what the hell? That's actually disgusting. That you're just like superimposing that most people who are undocumented in the country are like fucking horrible people, and that's what you're supposing.
well, they are committing a crime, so they're not exactly the best.
You
people.
voted for a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman that pardoned violent rioters on January 6th who beat cops, and were convicted of
was
it and
all
admitted
through
to it.
God.
What did you
No,
say?
he was never sentenced. It's not like he went to prison.
He was sentenced. He was sentenced. He just didn't go to prison because of his case that he was literally elected president.
Exactly.
That's the only
So there's
reason why. Like, wait, secondly, that doesn't take away from the fact that he pardoned violent rioters on January 6th who beat cops, were convicted of it and admitted to it themselves.
Well, I don't totally agree with that.
You know,
Like if you beat up a cop, then you
yeah,
know.
no, he pardoned people who did that. So how are you so pro enforcing the law when you voted for a guy that literally pardoned violent rioters?
I don't know. Probably just because he does more good than bad. Is
In
what I
what
would
way?
say. He definitely keeps the country safe. We haven't really
Undocumented
started
immigrants are not making the country less safe. If anything, they make the country safer.
How do they
Higher
contribute?
population, lower rate of crime.
They have a higher population doesn't.
Yeah, because
give
undocumented
shit.
immigrants commit lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, and property crime per capita rates, lower rates. So if there's a greater population of the country that is undocumented coming to the country, or then it's going to lower the crime rate because they commit crime at lower rates. So then,
since they-
you wouldn't, if you cared about committing crimes, you wouldn't have voted for a convicted criminal. And right, if you cared about committing crimes, well, then you specifically would acknowledge that undocumented immigrants do not commit higher rates of crimes. And the only way that you actually feel safer is because you're a bigoted piece of shit and you feel better in the country, knowing that there are people being stripped away from their families without due process.
If they're being stripped away from their families, they shouldn't have came here like illegally.
That doesn't matter. Even if they're in the country undocumented, doesn't mean they should be stripped away from their families. Doesn't mean they should be stripped away from their communities.
Yes, it should.
Like, okay, well, why?
You wouldn't have those communities
Why?
without those illegals. Or
Undocumented
illegal
immigrants.
Sorry.
So you wait.
Sorry,
You just said that. You just
undocumented
said that you don't
immigrants.
say that. That is dehumanizing. You said you didn't say that.
I misspoke. I'm sorry. I misspoke.
That's in your typical vocabulary.
Sorry. I'll start using undocumented immigrants for you.
You should in general.
No, I'll just do it for you.
No, you
For the
shouldn't.
sake
You should in
of being hung
general.
up on, that's fine.
You should in general. Why do you think that it's okay to use that term in general?
It's not like I'm around them.
So you're like incredibly
like I'm
dehumanizing
not
them. You're not around them, which means it's okay for you to use like derogatory terms and dehumanizing terms towards them.
If you want to say it's derogatory, go ahead.
It is. It's a dehumanizing term to call someone an illegal.
I don't see that point of view, but
You're stripping away their the aspect of their person.
I did say illegal immigrant. I misspoke and said
No.
illegal. Sorry.
No, you said that was in your typical vocabulary. Stop fucking gaslighting me.
What did I say was in my typical
You said
vocabulary?
quote unquote illegals was in your typical vocabulary, and that you
What
wouldn't
did
stop.
I
And you
say?
said you wouldn't stop using it because it is the case that you don't think it's wrong.
Well, no, it's not wrong.
Okay, so then why do you think it's okay to use such a dehumanizing term?
It's not dehumanizing.
Okay, why not?
Like if someone robs a bank, they're a robber, okay? Or they're a fucking criminal. And if someone comes to the country illegally, they're an illegal.
Do you say anyone who's committed a crime and is an illegal?
No, they aren't illegal.
Okay, so then
They-
should we call Trump an illegal because he's a convicted criminal? Why do you want an illegal as
He's
president?
not an illegal.
Why do you
You
want
can call him a
an
criminal,
illegal as president? I mean, he's a convicted criminal, dude. Why do you want an illegal as president?
I never said that.
We should get the illegal out of the Oval Office, right? He's orange. Get the orange illegal out of the Oval Office.
I don't know what's going on in your brain, man.
Yeah, get
I
the
never
orange
said
illegal
that.
out of the Oval Office that is a rapist, pedophile.
That's actually a really good impression. All right, but seriously, he does more good than bad, and like he stays out of wars. I was in the Air Force for a few months, and I had no problems with that whatsoever. Like I was in there from like November to early January, and when I heard Trump got elected, it was the best feeling ever, because I know that he keeps our troops safe.
Okay, 65 service members died in conflict under his administration, comparative to the 16 of the Biden-Harris administration. Few months is crazy. Secondly, I just want to acknowledge the fact that he bombed Iran. Dude, he literally has put us at a greater likelihood of conflict and war. Stays out of war? What are you talking about? He's funded Ukraine again after literally getting conned by Putin so that Putin can get more fucking land.
Putin can have all the land he wants as long as we stay out of it.
You want Putin to have the entirety of Ukraine? So then why is
I don't know what
so
Ukraine
explain
does for
explain to me
us.
why is Trump funding Ukraine then?
I have no idea. I'm not in his bedroom with him. I don't know his thoughts on that.
You don't need to in order to be able to answer that question.
Well, enlighten me then.
Because he's horrible at understanding foreign politics, and he got conned very easily by Putin. He thought he could get literally right. He thought he could end the Russia-Ukraine conflict in 24 hours. How ridiculous was that? Do you realize how absurd that was?
Yeah, that sucks. He'd be awful at poker.
I have a question. Would you vote for Donald Trump if he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years as a 50-year-old man?
Say that again.
Would you vote for Donald Trump if he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
It's a pretty weird thing to say, but as long as he doesn't, I would still vote for him.
So you'd still vote for him even if he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. What if that was your little sister?
I don't have a little sister.
What if it was your daughter?
I don't have a daughter either.
Are you going to have children in the future?
Maybe.
What if it was your future daughter?
Shit, that'd be fucking weird.
And would you still support him?
As long as he doesn't do it, yeah. You can say stuff and not do it.
So if he said he would date your 10-year-old daughter in 10 years, when she's 10 years old, you'd still vote for the guy.
Oh, now that you put it like that, now.
Okay, well, he said that to another 10-year-old. So why do you support him given that he said that to another 10-year-old?
I didn't know that happened.
Do you want me to play the audio?
Actually, yes.
All right.
Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Well, obviously it was a joke.
Why are you laughing? And what do you mean?
Because it was a joke.
Do you think... Wait. Say you think it's a joke. Are pedophilic jokes acceptable?
No, not at all.
Okay, so then why'd you just laugh?
Well, when something is funny, you laugh.
What was funny?
The fact that all I heard was the audio and other people laughing in the audio. I laugh when other people laugh.
There weren't people laughing in the audio.
You play it again, dumbass. Yes, there was.
No, there wasn't.
Play it again.
Okay.
Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
She went, ah.
No, there was giggles too. You can
Where?
literally hear
I'm going to be dating her in 10 years.
at the very end.
No, there's literally no one laugh. No one laugh.
Okay, you just
It's
have
like on
selective
Think with
hearing.
Taylor's. You're the only one that thinks that. If you don't think
You just have
anyone
selective
if you don't
hearing.
think anyone laughed, type 3 in the comment section. Like, what are you talking about? You're the one hearing things.
Oh, obviously they're all gonna say 3. See, there's other people saying 1 and shit too.
There's like no ones. It's all 3.
I just saw like 5 in a row.
Where? So you're like selectively trying to look at the comment section.
No, I'm not kidding. I literally there's so many. Yeah, Parker's dating illegal.
You're disgusting. You're fucking disgusting. What a fucking weirdo, dude. What a weirdo. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18 from Florida.
What what's your birth year?
2007 March.
And 2007 March. What
Yeah.
time is it?
It's 10:15.
Okay. Can you name 3 cities in Florida?
Fort Lauderdale, Miami, Orlando, Jacksonville,
2 more?
Tallahassee, Miami. Did I say that? I
Yeah,
think
you already
so.
said that.
Destin.
Are you looking at Google Maps right now?
No.
Okay. Can you name 1 sports team in Florida?
Oh, fuck you, cunt.
Ellie, thank you so much for the galaxy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
What's your birth year?
2005.
2005. Wow. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria that's on the screen right now. For everyone who's in the live right now, I recommend to go over to my YouTube. For the 3,000 people on the YouTube, make sure to like the stream Make sure to like the stream. It helps to get it out to more people. Make sure to like the stream. I think right now we're at 1.3 thousand likes. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes for the 3,000 people in the stream. Make sure to like that stream. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes, everyone. 1 million likes. Yo, Tip, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 19.
Do you support Donald
2005.
Trump?
Yeah, I do. I voted for him.
And what month were you born?
August 19, 2005.
For sure. Is there a way you can make your mic less? It sounds like you're covering your mic a little bit.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's a little bit better. So, why do you support Donald Trump?
I didn't like Kamala's messaging.
Kamala.
I feel like she didn't resonate with the American people a lot. I think Trump just, had a better voice. I love his voice. I love his accent.
You're trolling. Get off my live.
No, I'm not.
You love his accent? What accent?
Like the.
Oh, chat. No. I just got another flag. Oh, I hate that it does this. I'm sorry, everyone. Hey, everyone on the TikTok stream, I have to hit a restart. I hate doing this because we have 5.3 thousand people over here. I'd recommend everyone to go over to the YouTube stream. We got 2 flags. So in order to preserve the live, in order to make sure that this account doesn't get taken down, I have to hit a quick restart, everyone. I will be right back here on TikTok. So you can stay on TikTok if you'd like. I'll be right back here on TikTok. Please rejoin if you do. But I'd recommend to go over to the YouTube channel, Parker Get a Job, so that you don't have to deal with these bans where you have to keep fucking coming back on and leaving. I'm telling you, it's just so much better. But I'll see everyone. I'll be right back here on TikTok. Everyone come back into the stream. Come back. I'll be right back, everyone. I hate that I have to restart. It's the most annoying thing ever. The YouTube is like a minute behind. Is it actually? And even if it is, I don't think it necessarily matters to be a minute behind, right? Is it actually a minute behind? I can try to make it not a minute behind. No, it's not. No, like a second? Okay. It's a few seconds, not a minute? Okay, that makes sense. Alrighty. Everyone here on YouTube, everyone, I seriously really appreciate you coming on YouTube. I literally don't know what I would do without YouTube. I have no clue. I'm serious. Like, I just want to say how much I appreciate everyone coming over to YouTube. It really means the world because these TikTok bans are ridiculous, chat. They're so ridiculous. And YouTube, like, everyone coming on here every single day, like, I'm letting you know, every single person, it really helps the algorithm. It really does. Every single day. Like, every single person helps the algorithm, and it really pushes out the YouTube. And I really seriously appreciate it because YouTube's such a better platform. It's such a better platform for like not getting banned, you know? For the 3.2 thousand people here on YouTube, make sure to like that stream. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. We have 1.4 thousand likes currently. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. We have 1.5 thousand actually. Why is the live being flagged? It just happens all the time. When chat flags a guest, do you also get flagged, by the way? I think I do. So the way that you want to flag a guest is you want to go onto their account off the stream and then report their account that way rather than going through my account to report them, if it makes sense. Cam, thank you so much for the Galaxy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, everyone. What's up, everyone joining here on TikTok? Everyone here on TikTok, we're going to look for some debates here in a second. If you're MAGA, if you're 18 plus, if you're American, and you've only never been on the live before, you can send a guest request. Otherwise, you can watch the stream. Otherwise, I recommend watching the stream. All right, we're going to start getting some more people up here to debate. Everyone joining back in, I really appreciate you joining back in. Everyone on YouTube, thank you for joining in on YouTube. I really appreciate it. We're going to get the next debate up here really quickly. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. If you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen here on TikTok. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you do meet the set of criteria on the TikTok screen. Miss Icon, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Absolutely, absolutely. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
I got James hot chicken like the hottest thing.
Okay, I'm sorry. There's just someone in the background, so I immediately got scared and kicked them because it's just like I've had too many guests just say crazy things. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
Do you support Donald? Can you turn off the background noise?
Yeah, sorry.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you're how old again?
31.
Okay, so why do you support Donald Trump?
I think, me personally, and I think a bunch of people that voted for him, the reason why he won is for what he, said he could do, not necessarily, he hasn't shown it yet, but, make the economy better, lower gas prices. I do agree with, deporting immigrants, undocumented immigrants. Don't necessarily like the way he did do that, but I do agree with that. There's a lot of different aspects that, that I think, he promised the people that could make, America better.
Yeah, so if you want to look specifically at this, Donald Trump didn't lower the gas prices. Gas prices are higher now than what they were when Trump got in office. Secondly, we can look at the overall economy. The economy is in such a worse state. If you look at the jobs report that just recently came out, it shows our economy is very, very slow in growth and way behind expectations in terms of job reports. We have higher unemployment since Trump got in office. We have increasing inflation since the prior past months, along with the fact that we also can point to lower real GDP growth. If we look at the average rate of real GDP growth under this administration, it's like 1% currently, comparative to the multiple percentage points under the Biden-Harris administration.
So, and Trump did say this at the beginning, and, like I said, I don't know, who knows, but he's only been in office for 7 months. And, I'm not quick to jump the gun. I will, give it time to see, what will happen over the next few years. I could be wrong. I'm not, an extremist, Trump supporter. I'm logical and, but the Democratic side showed me nothing over the last 4 years that, gave me hope. And I think that was with a lot of people. And that's why Trump won over the working class. Now, whether he follows through with it or not, that's a different story. But, can you
name one policy that he's influenced to get passed or that he's advocated for even that will be more beneficial to the middle class than anything that Kamala Harris was advocating for?
So, like, economy-wise or
Yeah, economy-wise.
I think he is trying to bring more jobs within America, using the tariffs to open up, more job openings here. It's yet to be seen. Like he said himself, it's going to take a while. I'm not 100% sure on but I mean, the stock market's been good. Granted, that was good under, the Biden administration too. But everything was going up higher, gas prices, groceries when, Democrats were in office. So, I think people just needed a change.
Okay, so I just want to let you know, if we look at the Biden-Harris administration and then we look at the Trump administration, under the Biden-Harris administration, we saw a growth, like job growth, and we saw 100,000, 300,000, 200,000 jobs, practically every month, in growth. Under the Trump administration, for the past 3 quarters, we've seen 19,000 in May, 14,000 in June, and 73,000 in July. Is that a good jobs report? The 73,000 we see in July is half of what we expected to see. We expected to see 150,000.
Again, but it's only been 6 months, right? Within his term. So what if within the next 2 years, those numbers go crazy? He said it would take a while for his, process to take place. So all I'm saying is that, give it time and, this might actually happen. I don't know.
So your response to me is just, what if they do good? Not all of the economists are indicating
this. Nothing happens overnight, right?
Not
you can't just fix something overnight. This has been a problem the last 4 years.
But no, it hasn't. We had job growth to a way larger extent when Biden was president.
I'm not sure on that.
Yeah, you can go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, what they just recently dropped in terms of the job report. It was so bad for Trump that he literally fired the head of the BLS, the Bureau of Labor Statistics. He fired them. He literally fired them because he thinks that it was politicized. The numbers were so bad that he fired them because he thought they were politically propagandized against him. I'm serious, dude. He fired them. Do you realize how unhinged that is?
So can I ask you this? Why do you think Trump won over the people and,
Because
the Democratic Party?
Yeah, so there's
Because I'm honestly wondering, just because at least from my perspective, when I voted, it was more like these last 4 years were not, great. So I think a lot of people just wanted a change, and not so much that people wanted Trump for president, but they kind of voted against, Biden and then Harris. So I think that's just why Trump won in the first place.
So here's the top 3 reasons, according to exit polls, as to why Donald Trump won the election. 1, people attributed inflation to the incumbent president, i.e. the Biden-Harris administration, without good reason. Number 2 and 3, right? They bought the bigotry towards immigrants and trans people. So Trump sent out a lot of propagandized ads, especially a lot of money, into transphobia and specifically bigotry towards, right, immigrants. And that specifically convinced a lot of Americans to vote for Donald Trump.
Yeah, I mean, I work with a lot of undocumented immigrants, and a lot of them wanted Trump to be president too. I've more for religious reasons, I believe. A lot of them are into church, so I think that persuaded them a lot, was the religious part. And then there are some legal immigrants I work with too, and a lot of them, agree with Trump because they did it, the right way, quote unquote. And, they were like, I waited 4 years to come to America, and, these people are just coming through the border.
Yeah,
And how is that different in my family when I waited?
Yeah, so just because it took a long time in the past doesn't mean it should take a long time now. This is like the age-old argument of, oh, back in my day, I had to go across the entire fucking desert with bare feet in order to be able to get to work. So you should have to deal with that too. You know what I mean? That's a ridiculous meme. It's literally a meme. You know what I mean? Everyone knows of that meme because it's ridiculous. No one, the American dream is that we want it better for our children than it was for us. That very basis of that argument contradicts the very idea that just because it is the case that it was bad for me means it should be bad for everyone else. It contradicts that. So just because people had to wait a really long time doesn't mean everyone should have to wait that long. And for undocumented immigrants and for documented immigrants, they should have a pathway to citizenship where it's quick to get into the country, whereas it doesn't take so many years to be able to get into the country and to go through the context of the pathway.
I'm not arguing that, but what I'm arguing is it 100% should be easier, but you can't have, thousands of, people coming over undocumented. So we need the border in that sense, but we also need to make it easier for them to come.
If you don't want people coming undocumented, then anyone undocumented in the country, give them a pathway to citizenship if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime.
Agreed. And also
that incentivizes them to go through the vetting process.
So at that point, how many people can we allow into this country, even documented?
Millions, bro. Listen here. Where our country's population by 2050 will start declining. That's a fact. That's because our birth rates have been below replacement rates since the 70s. Meaning that there's not going to be enough young people paying for the systems to ensure that people who are older have the same benefits, right, for longer periods of time as life expectancy grows. So as we have a greater percentage of the population that is older on Social Security, Medicare, and other sorts of social programs, right, it is going to be the case that we need more people who are younger paying for that. That means that immigration is going to be a superpower of the United States, a absolute superpower to ensure that we have population growth and we have growth of our economy in the long run. That's a superpower of our economy, a superpower of our culture, and we should absolutely, right, jump on that. And we should realize that's the way to save us. Because realistically, right, we're not going to, there's no other meaningful way in the next 20 years without forcing people against their will that we're going to change the birth rates. That's just not going to happen. It's not realistic. The only way that you can incentivize people to have more children is by creating conditions where they want to have more children. And that right now does not exist, right? It does not exist in this country, right? The conditions do not exist where people are actively going to be wanting to have as many children as they could possibly have, right? Given that they could financially afford it. Because right now, it's not affordable.
It's not and it hasn't been affordable.
You want to know why? Because we don't
either.
have universal health care. We don't have universal child care. We don't have paid maternity and paternity leave. We don't have paid family leave. We don't have, right, vacation time, vacation time as granted by granted by the European countries, right? There's plenty of countries around the world that have these types of systems that we see, right, are beneficial towards the raising of families. Why shouldn't we support those? Those are democratic policies.
No, I agree. And you know, I'm not on here to like argue. I'm here to like learn also, you know what I mean? Like, because, you know, the reason I voted, you know, is just things weren't great. And, you know, and I do agree, like I said, with some stuff, don't agree with how he's doing a lot of the stuff. And I just didn't like the way the Democratic Party, you know, went into this election at all. Like, they didn't give us a lot of faith within, you know, because I feel like a lot of people that voted for Trump's were Democrats beforehand. So it's like, I just feel like the next election, Democrat Party needs to do better to, you know, focus on what people need and not like other things.
There wasn't a lot of crossover of Democrats that then went and voted for Donald Trump. Sure, there's some, of course, but there wasn't a lot of crossover within that respect. It was mainly like independents and obviously that are switching and moderates and whatnot, and people that weren't politically activated that were already right wing.
I gotcha.
So like, and also like there were less voters that went to vote for Democrats. They just didn't vote.
Why do you think that is?
One, right, the Democratic position, right, on Palestine, right, given that like there are plenty of pro-Palestinian individuals in the Democratic Party, they were not satisfied with the Democratic position, right, which I understand, and I totally get. One thing I would say is that I do think that Democrats would be better for that, but I think that their position on it right now is unacceptable. It's horrible. But I can still acknowledge that in terms of domestic policy and overall policy, Democrats are significantly better than the Republicans, and Republicans also support that terrible foreign policy, and even to a greater extent. Katie and Zara, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'd love to debate them on that. Do you think that like we're too left wing or something?
I do think the Democratic Party went too left, and I think that's how they lost a lot of voters.
Okay, I think it's ridiculous to say that the Democratic Party went too left.
Extreme left, like extremists, and it's the same thing on the right also. But
Get a job, nigga.
Ew. Go ahead. You were saying?
What was that?
I added someone up who said something dumb in the comment section, and they just slurred. They're gross.
No, Trump out a lot of those votes.
You were saying? What were you just saying?
I said I do think the Democrat Party went way too left, and I do think they lost a lot of people's votes because of that. You know, because they were focusing more on issues.
Could you just like be specific, like what they're too far left on?
I'm trying to be like respectful.
Like I'm gonna be totally honest. I think that they weren't far left enough, right? And I think that the reason why they didn't get the left wing base to go out and vote for them is because they weren't left enough, and they were trying to placate to Republicans and to moderates too much, and the moderates and Republicans give them no ground. The issue is if you're trying to go after moderates and Republicans, you have to give up so much more ground than for going after people who are already on the left who just aren't politically activated. And the realistic matter is, like, let's just be totally honest here, is that, again, these woke opinions that people think are so bad, the often case is that these opinions aren't going to distract or like limit people from voting for economically related benefits, right? If Democrats can convince the American people that they're going to benefit them in terms of the economy, be there for them in terms of healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, all of those sorts of things, then I don't think the average American is going to be like, you know, worried about social and cultural issues, right? In the same way that, you know, Republicans have manufactured historically, right? In order to be able to, you know, pump up bigotry in this country, right? I don't think that they're going to be worried about that, right? And they're going to be worried about the woke opinions of the Democrats, right? If it is the case that we can convince them that we have principled economic, like, positions. And simply, moderates don't have, like, principled positions, right? Historically, right? Or like value-based positions on that. And they'll move all the time based upon whatever's just politically popular. When in reality, like, if we cared about what's politically popular to get people to actually go out there, right, it's going to be progressive policy. Progressive policy is incredibly popular. Like, people want to get money out of politics. People want to expand healthcare access in this country. They want to expand childcare access. They want people to have access to affordable housing, right? These are all progressive views. These are all progressive viewpoints. They want corporations to stop having so much control over, like, rental markets. For example, like massive corporations that go in and buy up single family homes, and they go and buy up apartment complexes and raise rent to massive levels. Right? Like, that's also a progressive issue.
But you're saying that, but that's been happening for the last 5 years while the Democrats were in office also.
Yeah, but again, moderates, not progressives. So you understand that, like, we're the ones specifically on the progressive end of the Democratic Party advocating for those particular economic issues that the average American, if they heard about them, if they could actually be told about them and could actually understand them, would totally be in support of them. And they just haven't been shown those particular views on such a stage in order to be able to support them. Right? And they need to hear that. It needs to be on that stage. It needs to. People need to hear that 45 to 68,000 American lives are lost every single year in this country due to lack of health insurance because people can't get access to preventative health care. People need to hear in this country that there's 137 million Americans that have massive levels of medical debt, that most Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, that we have an existential climate crisis that we have to address so that people don't die of pollution, that people don't get harmed in the economy in terms of climate migration in the long run, so that we have particular conditions in the climate to actually grow crops that we've grown historically, right, in certain areas of the world, right, that won't be able to in the future, given to the changing conditions in the climate, that actually understands science, that prioritizes science, that doesn't say the climate's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. You know what I mean? Like,
everything you're saying right now, right? How come Harris didn't come out and say that when she was giving her speeches? She didn't come out and say any of this. She
did say a good amount of these things, but the thing is, she needs to re-say them all the time. And whenever she did say them over and over again, people were like, oh, she was saying it off a script. So, like, honestly, I don't know what she could have done. I realistically don't know. I don't know what she could have said that could have got people to realize it, because she did say it. Maybe she could have put more emphasis on it, even though people were making up this fucking dumb talking point that she was just reading off a script because she was saying the same things. You know, she did say these things. People just didn't go pay attention and listen. And maybe it was the case that 107 days is not enough time to be able to get her name out there, to be able to, like, get people to support her, and that maybe she just needed extra time, and maybe by 2028 that would be enough time, right, for Democrats to get their name out there enough to be able to, like, people know that these policies are the case. But I realistically think that people just didn't care to do the research, right? And it was sad. And people now are realizing they should have done the research. There are so many, countless people that have come up on my live stream that have realized they should have done the research. And now that our country is going to be in such a worse place, given that they voted for someone like Donald Trump, because realistically, this affects us for years upon years upon years, and for the decades that come on in the future, because people appoint, right, like Donald Trump appoints judges that stay in the office for decades. You know, like that type of influence stays around. And when people don't inform themselves on politics, it creates a worse country. It puts our country at risk, our democracy at risk. And that's why people are saying you got to save our democracy, because Donald Trump is actively advocating to undermine it. He called for the termination of the Constitution, undermine the 60-plus courts that said that he didn't win the 2020 election, right? Many of which had Trump-appointed judges, Republican-appointed judges as well. Do you want people to have basic necessities? Do you want people to have like things they need? Do you want a better education system?
Yeah, and we've been wanting that for the last 4 years while the Democrats were in office, and we still didn't get that. And I know you're going to say, oh, that wasn't progressive, but like, that's the reason why we voted for Trump, because we wanted something new and different and have hope. The last 4 years were miserable.
But like but we got a lot of those things, like infrastructure, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan. We got a lot of the policies. We didn't get everything, but we got a lot of the policies. So can you name a Biden policy that you disagree with?
I don't know the policies like that off the top of my head.
Could you name a Trump policy that you do agree with?
I mean, I don't know about like policy wise, but I mean, I agree with like some of the things he's doing. Like, I don't know, like policies, like off the top of my head, exact policies, but.
Okay. So given that you don't know any policies off the top of your head, you don't know any of the things that you support, how could you say that Donald Trump is a better candidate?
Yeah, you got me stumped. I'm not great with the whole I don't know. Yeah, I'll hop off because I'm bad at debating.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Like genuinely, like I'm here not to just dunk on you right now. I'm here specifically to give you like a position to change your mind, because I do think that you're open-minded enough to change your mind. I genuinely do.
100%, and I definitely am open-minded enough to change my mind. But. What got me, I'll tell you, like, the things that got me with Trump was more, one, I did agree with the border and undocumented immigrants. To a point, I like I said, I disagree with how he was doing stuff, but I don't think you can let everyone in. I know we already talked about that, but.
Yeah, I'm not advocating to let everyone in. Like, anyone who's committed a violent crime or bad crime, I don't want to be let into the country.
I did
the
like
same way
him,
that I don't like how Donald Trump released violent rioters on January 6th who beat cops, were convicted of it, and admitted to it into the country, but pardoning them.
All right, and there's claims against the Democratic Party doing the same thing in California.
No, I mean the Democrats didn't pardon violent rioters.
What about all the riots in California?
Did they pardon any of the people who did that?
To be peaceful, those were not peaceful riots in California. It was the same thing, and that's why
they were peaceful protests. By the way, I live in California. They were absolutely peaceful protests. There were some areas in which people like did violence.
There was burning cars.
But most protests were peaceful.
What about all the looting, burning cars, throwing rocks at police cars?
Listen. You're talking in very like secluded areas. Some areas, right? There were people specifically that were engaging in violence. That was not the majority of protests that were in LA. You know how big LA is? You know how many cities are in LA? LA is a county.
No, and someone just said in the comments too, like the news, and that's a problem on both sides. The news puts out, the worst of the worst on both sides.
Well, I just want to know, LA is a county, right? And there are many cities in LA. I was specifically at the downtown LA No Kings protest, and I didn't see any violence, not at all. But right when I left, there were police officers shooting tear gas. After I didn't even know it happened, because when I was there, it was totally 100% peaceful. No one there was doing anything at all that was violent. Not a single person. And I was there for hours. And the moment I left, that happened. And I know damn well there was not violence there.
So what was like the violence per se? Like, that wasn't like Democratic people?
Sure, there could be, but like there are a lot of people who specifically go to areas in which they can try to get away with it. So they'll oftentimes try to use violence as happening right? Or things that are happening in order to be able to like loot. And in those circumstances, they're not people who are a part of the movement. They're people taking advantage of the movement. And by the way, this exists across the political spectrum. There are people who specifically use political situations that are happening, right, in order to be able to like steal things. Like that happens on both sides of the political aisle, right? Because there are people, regardless of political affiliation, that are going to these areas to be able to loot, right, and to make money, and they don't give a shit about the politics.
I mean, that's true 100%.
And also police in sight. Like, for example, right, where I was at DTLA, that was the police that was literally shooting tear gas and stomping in with fucking horses. Holy shit, you know what? When I left, there was a hell of a lot of cop cars lined down the entire street. And I was like, why are there so many cop cars? I have a video of all the cop cars that were lined up before. I assumed that it was just like cop cars that were there that were like in case something happens, but that I think it was literally they were set up to go in. Like I have a video on my phone specifically of them already set up when there was no violence there when I was there.
I don't know. I'm gonna hop off though.
Okay.
But good talking to you, man.
For
you know,
sure.
I always try to be respectful and stuff. So.
For sure. All right. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube for the 3.2 thousand people, make sure to like that stream. It will help get out to more people. Let me read off and make sure I'm caught. Oh my gosh. Excuse me. Make sure I'm caught up on all of the donations, everyone, and then I will make sure to continue on to the debates. And thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously. Sage, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. No, I'm not. That's not like alcohol. I don't really like do alcohol very much. Lila, thank you so much for the $2. Jill with the $14. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Libby, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said thanks for being an advocate for Medicare for all because without it. Oh, why did it not let me see the entire message? Hold up. I'm clicking on it now. Thanks for being an advocate for Medicare for all because without it, Medicare specifically, I wouldn't be able to celebrate 6 months post-op seizure-free after dealing with seizures for 16 years. Libby, I'm so happy to hear. That you're celebrating that. That is amazing. Can we get some W Libbies in the comment section right now? That's fucking amazing to hear. And that's actually why every single fucking person in this country should not go without access to health insurance and healthcare. It's fucking insane. Nightblade, thank you so much. I appreciate the $4.21. Thank you. I will make sure to check. Ryan, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Brian, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you. And Father, thank you so much. I really appreciate the spectacular show. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the live stream, on here on the visual on TikTok. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like that stream. It helps push it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Begrudgingly, yes.
Like if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Oh, no, I'd probably vote for Trump again.
Oh, okay. So why is that?
Yeah. Again, I said begrudgingly. And look, I know that like I really don't want to be like divisive. Like I really don't believe in like this false dichotomy. Either way, like if you support one side, you're this, or if you support the other side, you're that. Honestly, for me, a lot of it just comes down to like the current social state of the Democratic Party. I think it's a lot of identity politics. I think it's a lot of basically talking down to a majority of the people in this country. And honestly, that just kind of like that's kind of why I voted the way I did and why I probably would vote the way I did again. I don't know if you have any response to that or any specific like inquiries to why I think that way.
Yeah. Like, could you give me like a specific example?
Yeah. I think actually currently a really good current example And you may have like specific feelings about this, but I think what's a good reflection
Well, like,
of
let
the
me
current state.
clarify my question. Like, can you give me a specific example of Democrats talking down to like a majority of the population?
Yeah, no. For example, yeah, I think this is great because, actually, for a lot of politicians, I know JD Vance actually just talked about this, for example. But I think the current like the Sydney Sweeney like American Eagle ad, where a lot of people, and I know like you might have specific feelings about this, but and again, I'm not like maybe they did mean one thing, maybe they did mean another, but either way, I think a majority of the response from the liberal or Democratic side has been, wow, like you think this, you're supporting that. But it's like, if you ask questions, it's like, oh, hey, like, okay, like maybe actually like, let me hear more about this.
No,
Like, okay, you think that this is.
Think about my idea here. When it comes to the American Eagle Sydney Sweeney ad, there are so many people that are overlooking the development of these ads that they are very well knowing what they're specifically doing when they're trying to say, oh, genes are passed down from parents to offspring, right? And that gives me my hair and my eye color when she has blue eyes, right, and blonde hair. And saying that like her genes are good. Do you realize everyone knows how that's coded and the language it's coded within? And we understand that. And we're like, dude, that's weird. And that's all Democrats are saying. That's not speaking down to everyone. That's not talking down to everyone. That's just saying, dude, this is weird. We know that they're coding the language. We know that they are purposefully doing it. Think of the galaxy. We know it's not like an accident. Right?
Oh no, it's definitely like, let me say this. Like, it's definitely weird. I think it was marketed in horrible taste. But do I think that was the intention?
Yes, absolutely. Like, I mean, they have the entire team. It's undisputed. It's their intention.
I mean,
with what they said explicitly, it's not even just. They said genes are passed down from parents to offspring, and they're highlighting the blue color of her eyes, and the eyes, and the hair color. That's what she said. She said specifically eyes and hair color. They know what they're doing. Let's not infantilize their team. They know what they're doing. They're doing this to make money off of us talking about it. You brought this up. That's the only reason I'm responding to this, because they're bringing this up to make money off of it. They're willing to specifically engage in dog whistling like this because they know it makes them money. That's what they're doing.
Well, okay, and look, and I'm like, again, I'm like completely on board with the idea that like it was in terrible taste. You know, maybe. I just can't get behind the idea that it was intentional. Like, maybe, of course, like,
they're dog whistling to create controversy to make money off of that controversy. Like, and you know what? Seriously, let's think about this for 1 second. Seriously, that's exactly what they're doing. They're a business. They're profit maximizing. They're trying to create controversy to bring attention to their brand to make money off of that.
And look, I'm like completely open to the idea that like I could be completely wrong about that. But also, again, I think JD Vance's like response to it, like, again, I'm definitely not like behind everything JD Vance says or does, but I think his take on it was, you know, honestly a pretty good take of like, if the idea, like, again, there is another side to it of what I think they maybe intended. And again, I could be completely wrong. But again, they're trying, like, the point of it is to sell clothing. You know, they're obviously marketing to, you know, younger people or whatever. Sydney Sweeney's big actor right now. Obviously, she's very big pop culture.
Do you think it's okay to promote bad things, right, in order to make money off that?
Well, I mean, if you wanted to talk about that specifically, then I mean, that's just, I mean, that could be literally, you could apply that to literally anything. You know, like, this is like, obviously this specific instance, again, I'm completely open to the idea and also like believe that it was done in horrible taste. But the idea that it was intentional and that this is some sort of like neo-Nazi fascist, like, whatever. Like,
these are dog whistles. These are absolutely dog whistles.
I mean, I think
I'm not saying anything like, but these are dog whistles, at least like under that context of an alt-right perspective. Totally dog whistles.
Well, again, so like the entire reason I even brought that up is,
and why are they doing the dog whistles? To be able to generate controversy to make money off of it. They are willing to engage in dog whistles, which are harmful, in order to be able to make money off of that. And you don't see how that's like that's like
No,
that-
and
that's,
again,
that's like morally bankrupt.
no, I like, again, if that was the intention, then I'm completely against it. But again, the point of why I even brought that up was the like overarching, like absolute like tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist like response that there has been from a lot, not all. Again, let me say not all, and I don't think it's a majority, but I think even like the strong response, like, you know, the loud few that have responded to this is pretty indicative of like how, like, just the way the left is. Because honestly, the way I interpreted it, again, do I think it was in bad taste? Yes. Do I think the intention was, hey, Sydney Sweeney is obviously a big person in pop culture right now, and obviously when, you know, her good genes, again, I don't I'm not even honestly for promoting, you know, sex sells, as they say, but like obviously she's very big, you know, whatever you could say, sex icon at this time, trying to sell clothing to people.
I'm sorry, don't be an NPC and buy the argument that just because it is the case that she's quote unquote beautiful under the societal lens, that means that they're referencing good genes just because she's quote unquote beautiful. Like I don't understand how that, like, people are adopting that argument. I don't think that's a good argument at all. That clearly wasn't their intention behind this. Their intention behind this was to generate controversy to make money off of it. Anyone with like half a brain cell that's functioning properly, given that they understand this argument that I'm saying to them, should be able to understand that that's what's going on here. That's exactly what they're doing. And also that's why I don't bring this up on live stream any more than what I am right now, because I'm not going to bring attention to something that they're clearly trying to create controversy off of to be able to make money off of it. That gives them more attention. It gives them everything they want.
But I've already, like, again, and I've already like admitted, like, hey, I could be completely wrong about that. But again, the bigger point of why I even brought that up is, again, like the social kind of status of the left being just like the response that, you know, either on TikTok or YouTube, I think was, again, like the tinfoil hat kind of controversy, like that. Like
you think we're the tinfoil hat? You guys literally are a part of the side that 70% of the Republican Party thinks the 2020 election was rigged with no evidence. What?
I mean,
how are we the conspiracy side?
Well,
Because
okay. Oh, hold on. I would ask, like, I don't personally, I don't subscribe to that.
I know, but 70% of your party does or did. I don't even know if they. I don't know if they do now, but did.
But again, I like I said at the start, I don't want to like fall into this false dichotomy that just because I voted for Donald Trump, that I also subscribe to other like beliefs of the Republican Party. Like I like, again, just because you support or like a liberal ideology.
So then why are you assuming that to be true specifically here with Democrats? Because you clearly said because Democrats have this perspective, right, on like the American Eagle ad, that somehow means that they're talking down to a majority of people and playing identity politics. This was specifically brought up by you. It sounds like you're the one that's playing identity politics here.
Well, and, you know, again, the bigger like the question of like, again, then the reason for the debate, why do you support Donald Trump? Again, that was just one example. We can talk about other examples of like, again, like what I think the current state of the Democratic Party is, or either other issues that I have with the Democratic Party specifically. I mean, obviously there's problems with both parties. I mean, I'm no Donald Trump bootlicker. There are plenty of people out there who do that, and I completely disagree with that. I think, obviously,
then let me ask this question, and this might be able to get me to understand and see how you are. Can you name one specific thing Donald Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
In terms, like, again, the reason I mean, it's like, as like, are you talking about as like something like a moral thing, or like a presidential act?
Something he could do, something he could support that would get you to stop supporting the guy.
Well, okay, so I mean, in terms of like policy, something that I would like be extremely against, that would like, and again, I think this is obviously very mixed, but I think I think heavier U.S. involvement in the Middle East and in Israel, I think that would be like essentially an invasion. That would basically turn me off from like, okay, like I really couldn't support him at that point. Again, I'm no Donald Trump bootlicker. I think Donald Trump is a horrible person.
At what point you wouldn't?
Well, again, if there was even heavier involvement, basically like a U.S. invasion to completely just like stomp what was happening in the Middle East right now, like, or in Israel and Gaza. And again, I don't want you to think
if,
like
if U.S. invades somewhere in the Middle East.
Yeah.
What about
That-
if,
we
what,
could-
what about if they bomb somewhere in the Middle East?
Again, I wasn't for that at all.
So
I was,
but you'd still
I was-
support him in that context.
Well, I think like the way you're framing it and phrasing it is either complete and total support or complete and total rebellion. I don't necessarily agree that that's how it is or how it can be. I mean, I don't even think for you. Obviously, I don't think that you. Let's say Kamala Harris. Like, if there was something Kamala Harris did, like even let's say she won the presidency, there's something you did that she did that you didn't like. It's not like you're going to just completely rebel from her. It's like, okay, hey, I don't like that she did this, but I still, support her presidency or, other things, that are happening.
And again,
like,
and again, I think we could point to certain things that Donald Trump has done that would be so bad insofar as you wouldn't want to support him anymore. Like, he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol, called for the termination of the Constitution, got 70% of the Democratic Party to believe that the election was stolen with no evidence, right? I mean, like, I can point to plenty of things.
Yeah, and again, I'm no like Donald Trump bootlicker, and honestly, I wish I almost would have rather had anybody else besides Donald Trump. And again, I think
You wouldn't want anyone else but Trump.
No, I said I would rather have anyone else in the Republican seat besides him.
Okay. What if it was Kamala Harris?
Well, again, so I think, again, just continue the conversation about, like, I think the failed kind of status of the Democratic Party is you just look at the election. Like, I was shocked that Trump won. Like, I voted for Trump, and I was shocked that he won. And I think just, the campaign that Kamala Harris sat on, basically, hey, everything's doing good. We're going to keep doing that. Obviously, that didn't work.
You know what? If I was a Trump supporter right now, I would be running with the fact that there was like an ex-CIA individual that came out that said that there was an NSA audit of the 2024 election saying that it was rigged. Like, I would run with that, and because there's more evidence substantiating that than there was the 2020 election being rigged. But we rely on basis of evidence and fact, right? So
and there's other issues that I have with the Democratic Party in terms of democracy. I mean, like, it just even in terms of like the Democratic nominee for like president, I think there's like, if you even just look at like the last 3 or 4 elections in terms of like the Democratic nominee being selected, the American people didn't really have a say in terms of like who, especially in this last election, like the Democratic Party got no say in terms of who was going to be the Democratic nominee. I think the Democratic Party
80% of the Democratic Party was satisfied with Kamala Harris being the nominee. I think we definitely preferred Kamala Harris over Joe Biden.
I mean, I think most people would.
And again, if most people, right, in the Democratic Party voted for Joe Biden and they support Kamala Harris over Joe Biden, then what's the issue there?
Well, again, I think it just comes down to, like, even you look at back in the 2020 election, just like how like nominees were selected. I think just even in terms of how the Democratic Party is being ran, in terms of how they're responding to constituents, how they're responding to, like, essentially just even like things like with the Sydney Sweeney ad. Again, there's plenty of issues I have with the Republican Party. There's plenty of issues I have with Trump. There's plenty of issues that I have with plenty of politicians on the red side. But again, like, I think the social status and especially the political status of the Democratic Party has not only failed its constituents, but they failed themselves.
And again, although I can agree with the fact that they have failed within many ways, I can acknowledge that Trump supporters and Republicans have failed to an even greater extent.
Okay, like how? Like, in your opinion, like how?
Yeah, so like, for example, I can point to the fact that, again, Democrats have been advocating for the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, while Donald Trump, under his administration, literally just took money from people who are poor and gave it to people who are rich, right? Like, we can point to how, like, again, the working class is specifically focused on when we reference Democrats being in office and what they're trying to compromise on and work on. Whereas when Trump is in office, he's clearly trying to put the interests of the rich and wealthy, right, at like the pinnacle of everything, and he's that's partisan, No Democrats voted for it.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's policy that is being implemented currently that like I don't agree with, like especially like very like popularly, the public broadcasting service, like funding being stripped from them. I'm certainly like completely against that. Like I think that's a failure on the part of like this current administration.
And again, like for example, if Donald Trump like was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, would you stop supporting him?
I mean, yeah. So in the terms of that, like, again, like, like the only reason, like, because I think it's hard on both sides again, because I feel like both sides are almost being held hostage like the Republican and Democrat side in terms of who their nominee is going to be, because it's almost like it's like pick your poison.
I'm referencing
like
given the last administration, would you vote for Donald Trump held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman or Kamala Harris? And again, just remember, I'm referencing like if you could go back in time.
Or are you talking about the cases in New York where he was acquitted? Like I'm just specifically.
No, he wasn't acquitted. And again, he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
I mean, yeah, like, look, it's just like it's like super tough, and that's just honestly that's just a pill that like any Trump supporter is just gonna have to swallow. Like, I mean, I'll just like openly, like, yes, I think Donald Trump's a terrible person. I think he's a terrible person.
So like you would vote for him if you were held civilly liable of sexual abuse.
Well, I would like to, like, what specific like case are you referring to? Like, in what state, like what specific instance?
Does that matter?
Well, I mean, was he held
like,
civilly liable?
I'm just giving like a hypothetical. And again, like
a hypothetical.
Yeah, like a hypothetical.
Like,
and again,
if he was like actually like criminally confirmed guilty.
No, and again, I'm referencing civil liability.
Civil liability. Well, like again, like is this just a hypothetical, or like are you trying to reference like a specific case where he was held civilly liable?
It's a hypothetical.
I mean, in the specific hypothetical that you're mentioning, that would I would definitely like my personal support would not be there. That doesn't mean that my support's going to shift to Kamala Harris, but
like,
my personal
you wouldn't vote for Donald Trump, correct?
In that specific hypothetical, if I could go back in time, again, I think talking in hypotheticals is almost
sure, but
not really
in that specific hypothetical.
My support would probably not be there for him.
Okay, so that hypothetical is reality. We live in that fucking timeline, and Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexual abuse unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. So you clearly don't support Donald Trump, do you?
But now you're dealing in bad faith, because I literally was like, hey, what court case are you specifically referencing?
I was saying it was hypothetical because I was just trying to demonstrate to the class, which I did very so greatly, and I tricked you. It's obviously very clearly.
Again, but like you're debating
I tricked you. No, it's not bad faith.
practice.
That's not bad faith. It's actually tricking you because I know that you have confirmation bias, and I know that if you think it's hypothetical, that you're willing to like concede more ground than if you know if it's reality, right?
No,
so
but
if I pose reality as if it's just hypothetical, right? In that set of circumstances, then you're like, you understand how bad it is. For some reason, I don't know why this happens with Trump supporters, but I do it all the time, and it works. It works all the time. And then they change their views right after. It's like clockwork. It's like right after. They just immediately start defending the position right after they said they wouldn't support it if it were in a hypothetical scenario. It's hilarious.
But again, I think you debated in bad faith, and I also said
that's bad faith. It's bad faith for me to trick him and show that he had confirmation bias. Yeah, that's so bad.
Well, no, but I literally said before that, like hey, like I think Donald Trump being a terrible person is just a pill that any Trump supporter, anybody who votes for Trump, has to swallow.
Yeah, but again, you said that you wouldn't support him if he were held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He is held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He has been. So you should not support him. All I was doing was posing reality as if it were hypothetical. It's actually reality. Yeah. It's a bait and switch. You got bait and switched.
But again,
reality was just hypothetical.
But again, I think I brought this up earlier, is you're posing it as like full support or complete rebellion against a single person, when it's way more nuanced than that in terms of like one policy or what one party is going to try to push in terms of, social or fiscal or, foreign policy, like whatever it may be. It's way more nuanced than that. And I think that, like, again, I would like very begrudgingly. I said literally said that from the start. That like
no, but why, tell me why, when it's not hypothetical, when we're referencing reality, why does your answer change? Tell me, like, actually, I'd love to ask this question. Why does your answer change given that I posed it in a hypothetical scenario versus it's actually reality? Why does it change?
I mean, I think it's not just also a question for me, but it's also a question for, you know, like most of the United States. I mean, obviously.
Why do you think I'm going on this live right now? Why do you
Well,
think
yeah,
I
no,
go
no,
on?
exactly.
Why do you think I went on every single one of the shows I went on to, and I said everything that I said because I wanted America to hear this so badly. I wanted America to hear this point because this point should get every single person in America to stop supporting the guy. That's why I say this point so much, is because it is literally, you have to concede to this, otherwise you look insane.
No, but like that's the thing is I haven't like in what way have I disagreed with you? Like, yes, I think Donald Trump is a terrible person. But again, your vote is more nuanced than like just your support for that person. Can we agree on that at the very least?
What? No, repeat that.
Can you like your vote for like for a presidential nominee, your vote for that person is way more nuanced than your support for that singular person.
No, I mean, I'm confused. No.
Well, basically, like the point of what I'm saying, and I think like a lot of people do feel like this is
You are voting for the person for president, right? Like,
yeah. But I'm saying like it's like your support is way more nuanced than like. Again, I think you're posing as like complete.
are you
support
saying
for
it's
that
more
person.
nuanced than just the character of an individual? You also all have to care about the policy. Yes, you care about both, but there are certain things about a character in which you would say are so bad that you wouldn't support them regardless of the policy.
I mean, yeah. I mean, again, well, so in terms of like character, and I mean, like just a hypothetical. I mean, would you have voted like? What did you think about like the moral implication for like Joe Biden literally lying to the American people that he wasn't going to pardon Hunter Biden, and then he ended up doing it at the end of his presidency? Like, what's the moral implication for you in terms of Biden literally just lying to all of his constituents and all of like all of the Democratic Party? Again,
wrong.
I'm not saying
that was wrong.
And again, I'm not posing it like it's as bad as anything Donald Trump has done, because Donald Trump's done some pretty bad stuff, like admittedly.
Yeah, in isolation, that's wrong. Yeah. No one's arguing that that's okay, but to even act like that would be at all comparable, which I know you weren't trying to do there, to anything that Donald Trump has done is ridiculous. Because I mean, he hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime. Honestly, I don't blame him as a person for doing that to his kid, like to pardoning his kid.
Yeah, no. And again, we can always talk about it like personal or whatever. But again, like just back to the point of just getting back to the original question of like, why do you support Trump? I think. And maybe
I have a question. If your kid was under the same charges that Hunter was, would you have pardoned him?
Well, I mean, again, like personally in that situation, like I don't know. The reason why I think it gets more nuanced is like, again, he promised the American people, "Hey, I'm not going to do this."
I understand, but like, would you in that circumstance? Yes or no?
I mean, I think for me, it would depend on like personally. It would depend on there's first of all, it would depend on like, did I make a promise as the president of the United States that I wasn't going to do something?
Dude,
which, again, I think
I'm sorry. I care more about my kid. Like what?
I mean, again, I think that's going to be different person to person. Again, but also I don't think dealing in hypotheticals like this is really like going to get us anywhere.
Yeah, it's conceptually relevant to how we view things within reality. If you can't think hypothetically, right, then you can't critically think, dude. Like seriously, like you're like actually like holding yourself back as a human being. If you
that's
not saying all hypothetical scenarios are relevant, but relevant hypotheticals to demonstrate concepts, you've got to be able to fucking engage with them. If you can't, you're just gonna make yourself a dumber person. I'm serious.
No, but I agree with you, but I'm saying the hypotheticals that you're like posing currently aren't conceptually, are they like somewhat related, adjacent? Like, yes, but again, back to the original point of like, why do you support Trump? Again, I think it's literally like picking literally picking your poison. I don't think either side is really good. And again, I think so many failures on the side of the Republican Party, so many failures. Also like my vote also comes down to like first, yes, like country things in mind, but also just like first person.
Hey dude, I just want to let you know, Have you noticed that you say again a lot?
I mean, I have like certain like vocal. That's just like I have like I stutter, so that's just like a thing with me.
No, don't worry about that. Especially if it's relating to like stuttering, like people were just picking up on that, like specifically like a word that you use all the time. I use words all the time, like for example, diabolical, W word, by the way. But yeah, no, I appreciate you. I was just trying to ask why.
Oh yeah, no, that's just again, it's just like a stutter. It's just like a stutter.
Don't worry about that at all.
Yeah, no. But just continuing, I think again, it just comes down to like the social status and like of the Democratic Party. I think the reason why so many people have turned, especially so like me myself, like I'm Latino. Like, why do you think there was such a large increase in the male and female Latino vote for Donald Trump in this past election?
Why was there, say that one more time?
Like, why do you think there was such a large increase in the Latino vote for Donald Trump in this past election?
I would assume that it's online specifically with the typical, like the three in the exit polling.
Well, I mean,
I've already mentioned is applicable to the rest of the United States. I don't know any specifics that would be applicable to Latino Americans that aren't applicable to any other American.
Well, I'm just asking, like if Donald Trump, for example, like if Donald Trump is like so racist and like all these things are so are true, like what would push, like, and again, it was such like a large increase from the Latino vote in America, like for him, like the support.
What point are you trying to get from this? Are you trying to say that because people who are Latino voted for him, that means he's not racist?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. Again, I'm trying to ask, like,
so what's the argument here?
Well, the argument that I'm trying to make is like, I'm saying like, what is pointing people to the Republican Party? I think they're being pushed away from the Democratic Party. And so they're really the only other choice they have is the Republican Party. Or in this case, this last election was Donald Trump. Like, I think like support for Trump, a lot of support for Trump does some of it come out of blind adoration for just him or blind devotion of the Republican Party? Like, absolutely. I think there are a lot of people that are like that. But then honestly, like personally, like me, the reason why I quote unquote support Donald Trump, or like the reason why he got my vote, is I think I was so pushed away from the Democratic Party. Like, that's kind of like my like take on it.
That was your take on the Democratic Party, why people left. Okay, I'm confused why that's supposed to mean why you support Donald Trump.
Okay, I mean, like, unfortunately, like in this country, like, I mean, I can't even remember. We've had the last time an independent even, you either have Republican or Democrat. Those are basically the only two options you have.
Okay. So
I'm sorry.
What pushed you away from the Democratic Party then?
I think it's just a lot of the, like, again, a lot of the identity politics, a lot of the essentially just like, I think a lot of it's pandering to people who are in, like, again, I'm not saying people, I think it's a lot of pandering to people who are in minority or oppressed groups. I think that, like, that's a large pushback.
What do you mean by pandering?
Well, I think a lot of it has to do with, like, for example, I mean, you could use this for anything. And again, I'm not pushing my personal, I'm just talking like kind of in general. For example, like either people who are, for people who are Christian, or people who are white, or people who are, either live in the South, because I also live in the South.
Can you just tell me what pandering is?
Well, I think like having such a huge push, again, like I think tyranny of the majority, and basically pushing ideologies on people who like don't want them.
Okay, so for example, Donald Trump trying to restrict women's access to abortion.
I wouldn't use that specifically for the point I'm trying to pose. Like, I think that's kind of like that's taking it a different direction, I would say.
Isn't that restricting people from what they want to do?
Well, again, I think that kind of opens like a different argument in terms of like what should be restricted versus what shouldn't. I think that's a completely different. That's kind of like a completely different argument.
Yeah, but like, what's relevantly different?
Well, because the point I'm trying to make is more of like a social thing of like, hey, again, like this, like the false dichotomy of if you don't believe this, then you believe this, or like, oh, hey, if you don't support this group of people, then you're just a bigot, fascist, racist who is just terrible. You're uneducated, you're stupid, and nobody like you should get doxxed. You should lose absolutely everything.
No.
And again,
no
like,
one, who said you should get doxxed and lose everything?
I'm just talking about like socially, like kind of the implications.
So I just want to know. So you're judging the entirety of the Democratic Party based upon a few comments you've seen on social media?
No. That's like absolutely like not what I'm saying.
Okay, so then what the hell are you referencing?
Well, I think a lot of it just even has to do with. I think a really good example. You could, we'll talk about like policy specifically, and I know you may have certain views on this. Again, I'm not talking about my specific views, but for example, you could talk about all this stuff with Title IX, NCAA. Again, I don't specifically.
Can you tell me one Republican policy that's not rooted in identity politics?
In terms of like in specific reference to like certain identities or like what?
Just give me one Republican policy that's not rooted in identity politics. Just off the top of your head.
Well, like in policy in terms of like only applying to the U.S. or foreign relations or
anything.
Well, I mean, again, I'm not a Donald Trump bootlicker, but I do think the recent like EU tariffs that they had just agreed to, like a 15% tariff on them, I don't believe that's rooted in identity politics at all. I think that was a huge economic victory for the United States.
So, a trade policy? Like a trade
policy? Well, yeah,
you asked for any Republican policy
that wasn't...
Sure.
You asked for any Republican...
Sure.
Yeah.
You could say that the trade deal led to the policy of 15% tariffs. Now, can you tell me what a tariff is, maybe?
I mean, yes, a tariff is, tariff like to the American people or a tariff on like other countries. I mean, it's just essentially a tax on imported.
Tax on imported goods.
On imported or exported goods.
Imported goods. Would you specifically, would you say that who pays that?
Well, I mean, it depends who the tariff is being placed on. I mean, in this specific case, a lot of the tariff implications were placed on the American people.
Oh, okay, because it's the American business that gets taxed by the U.S. government, and then they pass that down to the American consumer because it's an aspect of the cost of production.
Well, okay, so what point are you trying to make? Because I mean, we were originally talking about a policy that didn't have to do with identity politics, and now you're trying to make a point about tariffs. So I mean, where are we?
Yeah, I was just seeing if you understood what the tariff is, how it was paid, right? Given that you were saying that was the policy. But sure, yeah, well, you were able to answer the policy.
Yeah,
that was not based in. Can you tell me what specific policies of Kamala Harris's that are only rooted in identity politics?
I mean, I think a huge part of that was again a lot of like Kamala Harris's large support for DEI. I think like just one specific policy in terms of, I mean, you could say things that she was upholding. I know Donald Trump recently repealed, DEI hiring within the federal government, and a lot of people lost their jobs. It's hard to say a specific policy. I mean, you could have said her stance on, for example, the stuff with Title IX and NCAA, or whatever it may have been.
What about it?
Well, I mean, you asked for a policy that,
What's her stance? What's her stance?
I mean, her stance was for allowing transgender athletes in sports and in high school, college, or whatever it may be.
Can you tell me one time she said that? And by the way, I think trans people should be allowed to play. Can you tell me one time she said that?
I mean, I don't have like a computer on hand to give you cite a specific time, date, and speed.
You can go look it up on your phone right now. I'll give you time. We'll wait here.
I mean, again, I don't think that's necessarily. I'm kind of confused as to what point you're trying to make by this.
I want you to go look it up. do 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 do. Hint never happened.
mean-
Do 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 do. do,
Okay, well,
do,
like if they like,
do,
let's.
do, 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 do.
I mean,
Go
I'll
look
go
it
ahead
up,
and tell
bro.
you, like, I'm not gonna like go grab my computer to like
No,
look
just
this up.
look it up on your phone. Scroll out.
Well, I mean, like, look, if like you know, like, what would you
Can you scroll out and go look it up?
I mean, I could, but like, I don't think that's like productive to the argument.
It would be very productive because otherwise I'm just gonna sit here and gonna say this over and over again. So you better do it now.
I mean, we can like, okay, let's just hypothetical. I mean, we can just deal in hypothetical. Let's just say I'm wrong. Like,
No,
what would you
just go look it up? Just go look it up.
Like, what would your response be if I was wrong?
Just go look it up. I would laugh. Just go look it up.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
Okay, unmute when you're ready, buddy. Alrighty. Kara, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Kara. Can we some W's for Kara in the comment section? Nicole, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Andon, thank you for the $5. Peppy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's in the comment section for everyone? Let me make sure I'm caught up completely real quick. And then we'll get another person up here to help them out real quick. Just Me, thank you so much for the $5. Libby with the $2. Thank you. I'll think about it. Grim, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Beers, thank you for the $5. Villa with the $5. Thank you. Kara, thank you so much for the $10 and the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much for the kind words. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Deadpool, thank you so much for the $5. Just Me with the $2. Peppy, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you. Andon with the $5. Thank you. I think I'm caught up. I'm caught up there. Lawrence, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Dieter, thank you so much. I appreciate the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Dieter. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Or Dieter, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. NL, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. Tyrone, thank you so much for the $10. Mary Ellen, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. And Sandra, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sandra. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for Sandra in the comment section. Let me go on and get another person to help this guy out real quick. We've been on for, let's see how long, about 3 hours and 16 minutes. That means we got another 2 hours and 40 minutes left on the stream, everyone. 2 hours and 40 minutes left on the stream. Just letting everyone know. Thank you so much for the hand heart. Thank you, Em. Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the TikTok stream, everyone. Let me turn this on. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the TikTok stream. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet the set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Thank you so much for all the gifts, everyone. Thank you. Cobra, thank you so much. I appreciate the membership subscription. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump and meet the criteria on the screen. Dark, again, thank you so much. I appreciate the member subscription. Kurt, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for the motorcycle, by the way. Thank you so much. I made it a little bit smaller so people can see it, so it's not cut off at all. Thank you for letting me know in the comments section. Get the next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Trump is trying to ban anime, guy.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump and meet that set of criteria on the screen. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen here on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like that stream. Haley, thank you so much for the $2. Oh, thank you, thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker.
Every day. And by the way, if you want to support me, everyone, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube.
Sorry.
What's it?
You still there?
Yeah.
Sorry, I just had to. I also had to go to the bathroom real quick. I
Did
mean,
you find it?
something. Yeah, I mean, saying so. This was technically under. I mean, it was kind of Biden administration, but Harris is vice president. There's Title IX regulation changes proposed in April 2023, April 2024. Final Title IX rule was published, extending protections.
No, where did Kamala Harris say anything?
I mean, well, you were asking for policy. You didn't ask for a quote.
No, I asked you for like when did Kamala Harris say this?
Well, I mean, what I'm giving you right now isn't a specific quote. I mean, I found actual policy that was proposed and passed.
Can you just tell me one time Kamala Harris said that?
I mean, off the top of my head, or I could Google Kamala Harris transgender athlete quote.
Go ahead, Google it. Well, wait. Dieter, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. All right, everyone. Let's get another person up here while he looks that up. Give him a second to look that up, everybody. To do his research. You know what's how old are you?
25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Like, if you could go
Not
back in
completely.
time and either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why is that?
I like, for the most part, I like his policies better, and I think that the Democrats, I think, are a little bit. I think they like the last guy was saying, like they talk down on people and they kind of push people away. And I just think that I think that the Republicans kind of are becoming the party of more, just a better party altogether.
Yeah,
lately.
so you think that Donald Trump doesn't speak down to people, but
Oh, no,
you
I
think
mean,
Democrats
he
do?
does. I definitely think Trump.
So,
Trump
so then
definitely
why
speaks
isn't
down
it
to-
turning people away from Donald Trump?
there's a lot of things that I don't disagree with Trump, but
So why isn't it turning people away from Donald Trump? Since this is your explanation for why it's turning people away from the Democratic Party, why are you saying that this is turning people away from? Why aren't you saying it's turning people away from Donald Trump?
I think a lot of people are turned away from Donald Trump. Why don't you support?
So, but, if he does this to a greater extent, well, then based on your view, he would have less support. But he won, right?
Yeah, he did win. So why do you think Trump won? And why do you think the Democrats lost?
Yeah, top 3 reasons in exit polling is 1, people attributed inflation to the incumbent president without good reason. And 2 and 3 would be that they bought the bigotry against immigrants and trans people that Donald Trump was perpetuating. Julie, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Julie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for Julie in the comments section. Thank you.
Okay. Well, so the inflation reason, that could be argued. Inflation, I just think that either president kind of has not as much of an effect on it as each party thinks they do. Obviously, some of the policies that they do affect the economy in some way, but then the border policies, I don't think that's totally bigotry. I think that people don't want illegals in their country.
Undocumented immigrants, and so
Yes.
Okay. So
Undocumented.
why don't you want undocumented immigrants in the country? Why don't you want them to have documentation?
Why don't I want undocumented immigrants in the country?
Why don't you want them to be given a pathway to citizenship, so that they can have documents?
I want them to have a pathway to citizenship.
Okay,
But
so where they don't have to leave the country?
Where they don't have to leave the country.
Yeah, like, can we give a pathway to citizenship to any undocumented immigrant in the country who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime?
Yeah, we do have pathway to citizenship. But they have to go through a process. A lot of these people are coming in illegally, and then they have to get deported back. And then when they come in illegally, usually
No,
we don't want a bunch of people to be coming into this country.
Wait.
Whether they
Why do you want to deport people who haven't committed violent crimes and bad crimes? Like, how are they making the country worse?
We can't just let everybody in the country. They can make it overpopulated. They could.
We don't have an issue with overpopulation right now. Right now, actually, in the long run, by 2050, according to the Congressional Budget Office, our population will start declining. Unless we have a higher level of immigration.
they could overpopulate the hospitals and make
You know that undocumented
people
immigrants also work in the hospital?
okay, but
So like how are they going to overpopulate the hospitals if they
a lot of
also
them, 'cause
provide
a lot of them are
supply?
probably poor. A lot of them are probably don't make. I mean,
Undocumented immigrants after like time in the United
They're-
States, they make a lot of money in the United States as well. There are a lot of undocumented immigrants that make a lot of money. You know that, right?
undocumented immigrants that do not make a whole lot of money. I mean, most are probably
Sure.
vast
There are
majority.
a lot that don't, but
A
that's
lot of them.
but that's because of the current.
So then when they go, and
But
they
wait,
can't
wait,
afford to
listen.
pay-
I'm saying that's because of the current legal system that exists that doesn't allow for them to get paid as much as they should be getting paid. I'm saying, given that it is the case that they were under the legal systems, they would be able to get paid just as much, if not more.
they would be able to get paid just as much, enough more.
Yeah. By the way, the other guy left. By the way, everyone, chat.
Okay. So when these immigrants, if they come in, usually they're not. Usually, rich immigrants are not the ones trying to come into to the United States. So when they come in, if they have to go to if they do go into a hospital, they have to get charged. They have to.
Wait, so please explain to me why you're associating like undocumented immigrants to be the only people that use the hospital. Like what?
I'm not, but I just think that they make the money. They make people's bills for that have to go to the hospital. American citizens that have to go to the hospital's bills more expensive because
they
we're
don't.
paying for
Wrong.
undocumented immigrants.
Wrong.
I
because,
don't
no,
think that's
listen,
wrong.
no, wrong. Because if you're referencing emergency care, that happens for tourists too. So do you think that we should get rid of it for tourists?
I think that tourists are a lot less of an issue than undocumented immigrants coming in and
Then
coming in here
give
and
them
living here.
documentation. Then give them documentation. You say we can't accept more people into the country. That's bullshit. There's no economic reason to indicate that we can't accept more people into the country. If anything, it would benefit our economy more to accept more people in the country. If we look specifically under the Biden-Harris administration, the Congressional Budget Office indicated that the immigration surge that happened under the Biden-Harris administration will lead to an increase in the GDP by $8.9 trillion by 2034, which will increase our governmental revenues. It will better our economy overall. It helps you. The economy is going to be larger to help you out too, because undocumented immigrants and documented immigrants came to the country at a higher rate under the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay. I mean that's one thing that you studied from from obviously Biden and Kamala that's gonna be. I mean, it could be biased. I'm not saying it is.
What's biased about what I just said? The Congressional Budget Office is a nonpartisan committee from the federal
I thought you
government.
said it was a study by Biden and Kamala.
No, I said the Congressional Budget Office.
Okay. I just think that. I mean, it's a very. I mean, it's one of the biggest policies of Trump is the whole border policy. That probably is a big reason why he won.
What border
And
policy of Trump's do you like?
What border policy of Trump's do I like? Just the one where he's not letting all. I mean, I like immigrants, and I think they should come in here legally, but I mean, we can't just let them all in illegally. We can't just let people from every country, not even just from every country, come in here illegally and just let them other countries don't allow this. And same with, I mean, just with everything. Other countries don't allow. It's like our country does. I mean, and even the Democrats, they know this too. Like Barack Obama, I believe, deported more immigrants than even Trump did in his first term.
Okay, but he
And
did
then-
through the legal process.
Yes, and then
I disagree with the deportation of any person who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime.
You disagree with deportation of any person that's not committed a crime.
Anyone who's not committed a violent crime or a bad crime, insofar as that they should be deported, should be given a pathway to citizenship, and they should not be deported.
See, but I mean, I don't think I would agree with that
Why?
necessarily.
What's
I mean, I
wrong
think
with what I just said?
Well, I mean, I kind of already went over this, with the hospital things, and then the
hospitals won't be worse off. That's just fear.
I'm not saying they're worse off. I'm just saying it would raise the price of people's bills of.
Technically, if anything, it would decrease them, especially if we did a overall system. If we had like
I don't know.
a universal healthcare system, it would actually make it better because there'd be more people in the country. So more people being in the country, especially people who are younger, right, would specifically bring down the cost of insurance because it is the case that there are more people who are healthy paying into a system to subsidize people who are sick.
Okay. And then with the, and then I think that and then the other issue you said was the trans issue, and I think that's another issue for Trump that a lot of people probably like is the trans women not being in men's sports.
Yeah. Trans women should not be in men's sports. They should be in women's sports, given that
they
they've
should
been
not
through
be in
multiple
women's
years of HRT. Yeah, like that there'd be no unfair biological advantages you could point to that would mean that they should be restricted. And I think it would be incredibly otherizing to trans women specifically, right, to be ousted from playing, right? And specifically, can you name a single trans person playing in any sport?
Well, I mean, there was a swimmer that was popular. I don't know their name off the top of my head, but
Yeah, and Leah Thomas specifically didn't like dominate the field. She didn't win every
maybe
time.
she won a medal or something. But okay, I mean, she didn't dominate the field. I agree that the women probably could beat him or her, but I don't totally think it's fair. I mean, do you think it would be? You think it would be fair for a biological man that then becomes a woman to go
Biologically male. After multiple
to
years of
go?
HRT, there's nothing you can point to that would make it unfair. And by the way, like she and her is specifically like would be the correct pronouns.
Okay. I mean, that's another issue. I think that like Kamala goes up on stage
Kamala.
and she says, how do you say it?
Kamala.
Kamala.
Yeah, just say Harris.
Okay. She goes up on stage and she says her pronouns a few times. Like she stops saying that now. 'cause
What are
it's
your
probably
pronouns?
What are my pronouns?
Yeah.
I'm a guy.
So what are your
I'm a
pronouns?
guy. My pronouns would be he, him. But
So
it,
you just said your pronouns on a stage in front of
yeah,
7,000 people. What's the issue with that?
it's about 4,000. But
There's 3,000 people on YouTube.
okay. It's a bit ridiculous. I mean, in fact, we've gone hundreds of years without nobody like introducing themselves, saying their pronouns, and I think it's an unpopular like view that Democrats have is this whole trans issue just in general. I don't think this issue
Can
is
you name a single woman sports team?
a single woman sports team. I can name plenty of women's sports teams.
Go ahead, name one.
Yeah, the Las Vegas Aces. They're a basketball team.
And do you watch the WNBA?
Not really ever.
Okay.
I mean,
Is there anyone in the WNBA that's trans?
I'm not sure. Probably not.
Okay. So
I
then
don't
why
believe-
are you acting like it's some quote unquote massive issue?
I don't think it is a massive issue.
Then why'd you bring it up?
Well, you brought it up because you said that the trans issue. You named three issues that
I
you
said
named
I
three.
said I said people bought the bigotry towards trans people.
The bigotry towards trans people.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to hit on the
Yeah. So
things you
like,
said.
what about what I said was incorrect?
People, but what about what you said was incorrect?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you want to call it bigotry, I wouldn't call it bigotry
Why not?
necessarily. I would just say that they are. I mean, they're supporting these issues that aren't very like winnable issues. I think the Democrats would be better off if they like stuck to the policies more rather than like sticking to the culture wars. Like the culture wars or the
We're
identity.
not sticking to culture wars here. This
I'm
is
not sticking-
Republicans manufacturing a culture war specifically about trans people being in sports when that's not a non-issue.
Okay, and
right? Like, and why should we be against trans people having rights? Because it is the case that Republicans have convinced people to hate trans people. That would be ridiculous. We stand on morals, compassion, and values. And that would be standing in support of trans people and their rights to be fucking human beings like everyone else.
Okay. And I don't. I mean, I agree with that, but then I don't agree that they should be playing. That trans women should be playing in women's sports. I think that's unfair. I think it's unfair advantage.
Okay, I have a question. After multiple years of HRT, given that it's not fair, right? After multiple years of HRT, should they be allowed to play? Given after multiple years of HRT, that would make it fair. Should they be allowed
You
to
think
play?
that would make it fair? I mean, I don't know if that
After
would,
multiple years of HRT, it does.
I mean, I have not heard that, but I mean, okay.
Okay.
Um,
I'll give you a specific example. If there's a certain trans woman, right, that is worse than the average cis woman, should they be allowed to play?
There's a certain trans woman that is worse than the cis woman. Should they be allowed to play?
Yeah, if they're worse than the average cis woman at a particular sport, should they be allowed to play at that particular sport?
I mean, I would say probably not, but I mean, I guess
but,
it would
but,
be
but
cool
it's not unfair.
because they're worse than them. That's why it's
If
not
they're,
fair.
if they're worse than the average cis woman, how would it be unfair?
Just worse on terms of skill, or worse on terms of
Worse in terms of skill, yeah.
well, I mean, it's still because men are naturally usually quicker and stronger.
Yeah, but
than
I'm giving you, and we're not talking about men. We're talking about trans women, right? And in the case we're referencing a trans woman that is worse than the average cis woman at a particular sport, should they be allowed to play?
I would say probably not. I mean, I would say no.
So it's not about fairness. It's about just restricting trans people from playing.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of people would say probably not.
Okay.
Because I think
so
if
why
that,
are you
if
acting
the
like
trans
it's about,
person does
why are
win-
you acting like it's about fairness when I just asked you that if fairness wasn't an issue, would you care? And you still said you cared.
I just think that
It sounds like you're pandering to bigots. It sounds like the Republican Party is pandering to transphobes and bigots, right? About their specific views on trans people and hating trans people in order to get votes. In order to distract away from economically related issues, specifically that they're harming the country on, like them taking money from the poor and giving to the rich, decreasing the after-tax income for the bottom 20% of income earners and giving money to rich people. And for the people in the comment section saying that they agree with the guest, right, please sit down for 1 second. Explain to me how you can agree with a position that is just contradictory right here. He just said he cared about fairness, and then right after showed he didn't care about the fairness, and he cared about them being trans. What is there to agree with?
I don't think that contradicts itself. I mean, I think
It
that,
absolutely
I think
does. You said it was specifically only fairness. I specifically asked you, given that fairness was not an issue, and that it was the case that we have a trans woman that's worse than the average cis woman at a particular sport, should they be allowed to play? And you said no. So fairness
Well, I
not being a
said-
concern. Should they be allowed
I
to
think
play?
no,
And
just
you said
because-
no.
They should probably have a blanket policy that trans women are not allowed to play in women's sports. I mean, it's probably
why.
I mean, we can't just let some of them in that are worse than the ones that are really good.
Why? Why would you do that? Given that there could be plenty of instances in which they would be worse than the average cis woman, and under your view, it wouldn't be a fucking issue on fairness.
Okay, so if there was an issue on fairness, would that be okay? If trans women just went into women's sports,
I'm asking you based
upon
upon your view. You didn't care about the fairness, so why would you even ask me that question? You specifically said even if fairness wasn't an issue, you still wouldn't allow them to play. How about this? I'll give you this question. If on average, trans women specifically, right, had no unfair biological advantages under your own view, comparative to cis women, would you say that they should be allowed to play?
if they had no biological advantages,
Yes, none.
just like hypothetical,
Hypothetical scenario.
then it wouldn't matter.
Oh, because there's no effect on fairness. So why would you say that trans people, in which are worse than the average cis individual at that particular sport, shouldn't be allowed to play?
I mean, I don't think they totally. What do you mean they should? Because they are better. I mean, usually they are, but I mean, not all the time they're not.
But in the circumstance in which they're not, should they be allowed to play?
Okay, like you're right. Like if I was to go fight Ronda Rousey, I'd get my butt
Like
kicked.
let me give you an example. Like for example, let's say a parent has a kid that's trans. Their kid is trans and they want to play. And they don't have any unfair biological advantages insofar as that would like give them some position above everyone else. Should they be allowed to play or should they be restricted from playing?
Why? How would they not have a biological advantage if they're biologically a male?
I'm giving you an example where they don't have any biological advantages that would make it unfair. And at their specific age, they're not very prevalent insofar as that would make it unfair, especially if you haven't gone through puberty.
I mean, usually at a specific age. I mean, usually they're not even.
So puberty blockers, along with like there being HRT, right? Like later on. So like again, given that there have been puberty blockers in place, why
Usually at a specific
why
age,
why shouldn't they be allowed to play?
I mean, I don't know how old we're talking about here, but usually at a specific age, usually this issue wouldn't really matter until like high school or college.
Okay, so
It's
then,
probably-
so then you think trans kids should be allowed to play? So there shouldn't be a ban across the board on trans kids?
Probably in college there should be, and possibly in high school there should be too.
Why?
Because because men are naturally stronger and
We're not
faster.
talking about men. We're talking about trans women.
Okay, well okay.
After multiple years of HRT, and when they've specifically had puberty blockers, right? Those types of biological advantages are not present insofar as that it would be unfair.
Okay.
In the conditions,
I'm really not like.
in the conditions when it's completely fair, should they be allowed to play?
Sure. I mean, if it's completely fair, I guess I wouldn't really see much of a problem. But I'm really not like.
There you go. So then,
aware of the what
this-
HRT.
Yeah,
does, believe me,
I understand. I understand. But this issue that Republicans are generating and they're creating, they're manufacturing in order to be able to distract you away from all of the economically related issues created by the Trump administration, right, are specifically meant to drive into people's transphobia, right, and bigotries, right, specifically relating to trans people, in order to be able to literally create a culture war and divide us Americans. So how about this? Instead of playing into their culture war, the Republicans' culture war, how about you acknowledge that trans people deserve human dignity, deserve compassion, and that these are non-issues, and that you should be talking about the fact that there are 45 to 68,000 American lives that are lost every single year due to the lack of health insurance. You should be talking about the fact that Kamala Harris would have had a higher child tax credit than Donald Trump, which would have given working families, right, more money. Push the Galaxy, thank you. You should be talking about how Donald Trump's tax policy takes money from the bottom 20% of income earners and gives massive tax breaks disproportionately to people who are in the top 1%. That's taking money from the poor and giving to the rich. You should be focused on that. You should be focused on literally the rich gouging you out of every single fucking dollar that you have. That's what you should be worried about. You should not be worried about your trans neighbors who are being disenfranchised by the same capitalists you are. By the same capitalist structures that we can specifically put safety nets to ensure that people aren't taken advantage of.
Okay. I mean, the trans issue. I mean, it's not really a big issue for me personally. I mean, I do think it's a losing issue for Democrats. However, like the way they usually phrase the issue. Just the way they speak about the issue. I mean, for instance. I just think like was it Elizabeth Warren that said that they should have trans.
What about the way that I speak about everything? Like for example,
not you.
Okay, wait. So my position is very vast within the Democratic Party.
Okay.
Because my position is actually concerned about fairness, right? People in general are concerned about fairness. And trans people, especially after multiple years of HRT and or specifically didn't go through a male puberty, right? They don't have those specific biological advantages that would make it unfair. Therefore, it makes no sense to restrict people. And like the fact that the focus is on trans people in terms of fairness, I think is ridiculous. I think it's absurd.
Okay.
Right? Like if you're worried about specifically, right, like women, right, in general, if you're worried about protecting women, why would you vote for a guy that was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, that said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, that brags about grabbing women by the vagina without asking, that brags about walking in the changing rooms of girls in Miss TMSA because he quote-unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent, who's an active harm towards women? Why the hell would you vote for such a guy if you want to protect women?
I mean, I don't agree with
everything Trump does totally, but I mean, um, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just think that the trans issue, I mean, like I've said, it's usually probably, I think it's a decent one of the bigger issues why they lost the 20. I mean, not like the biggest issue, but
should it be considered a big issue?
I don't think it should be considered that
No,
big of an
no.
issue.
So then,
I think
so then, why are you
a lot of
focusing
builders
on it?
think it is. Okay.
Push the Prince. Thank you so much. So then, why? So then, tell me why you support Donald Trump over the Democrats.
Like, so policy wise, I think the economy, his first 4 years was probably better than the economy in Biden's overall 4 years.
In what way?
I think that, what was that?
In what way?
I mean, I think first of all, in Biden, we were kind of recovering from from COVID, and I think that
when you scroll the app, I can't hear you. But also be specific. Like, what was better about the economy? Like, what macro indicator, for example?
I probably don't have.
Can't hear you when you swipe out of the app.
I mean, I think that most people like you, I've talked to at least, I think they've said they feel like their money they've made more under Trump. They feel like the inflation was down more under Trump, and they feel like their dollar spent more.
Okay, so
That's
inflation. So you're saying inflation higher under the Biden-Harris administration. How was that caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
I'm not saying it is. I think that inflation is something that's an issue no matter what president is in office right now, that they need to figure out.
So then what specific thing was better about the economy because of Donald Trump?
I mean, specifically, I think his regulations too. He is pretty more anti-regulation than the Democrats and then Biden, which could be a good thing for the economy, and could help.
So what specific regulations? Because he wants more regulations on the border.
Okay, well, there's probably plenty of environmental regulations that he's doing away with.
So you want to gut environmental regulations? That's bad.
I'm not totally saying that, but I think that
environmental regulations actually are incredibly important for the social welfare for society as a whole. I actually, when I took environmental econ in school, because I have an economics degree, I learned that the regulations that we put in place actually create a broader social welfare for society. Because when you impose the regulation, it brings the distribution and production to a certain level, in which then doesn't create so many negative externalities. What's a negative externality? That's like something that is going to be a byproduct of something a certain business does, right, or something someone does that could be unintended, right? That's going to negatively impact a third party. So, like, what's an example of that? An example of that would be a corporation pollutes a water system, and people who use that water system then develop chronic illnesses. Those chronic illnesses cost them money and society money as a whole, right? Which wouldn't have happened if the river and the water was never polluted. So regulations increase social welfare for society as a whole because they provide an internalization of costs that the society would go through for a company internally for themselves. Because if they don't have that internalization of costs, they're going to pollute because it's profitable for them. So we want to internalize the cost that society would undergo, right, onto the business by imposing a regulation. Does that make sense?
Yes, somewhat. I mean, I'm kind of following you. So, why do you like Kamala more than Donald Trump? Like, I
Kamala?
mean, what? Yes, Kamala.
Kamala, yeah, because she's advocating for policies that are meant to benefit working class Americans and middle class Americans, and she was willing to increase taxes on people who make over $400,000 a year in order to be able to pay for that. So she was more fiscally responsible. She understands facts and science. She doesn't say like Donald Trump that the climate's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet, right? So she's rooted in facts. Her policy specifically on Russia was significantly better. She wouldn't have pulled funding from Ukraine, right, which gave Putin more power over the region and more power over controlling Ukraine.
Okay. I mean, you could argue that you shouldn't be giving Ukraine a bunch, like billions of dollars.
Trump already started giving money back again because he
Yeah, I know,
realized
yeah.
that Putin conned him and wasn't actually going to like get a deal done, which is exactly what Zelensky and Harris said to him for the past like year.
Okay. So,
Is there
I
anything
think-
else you want to talk about, Rad?
I think that's probably it. I mean, unless you want to talk about something
For
else.
sure. Let's go
But-
on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Jolish, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Jolish in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Jolish. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Zoe, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Alexander with the $20. Thank you. Gloomy with the $10. Megan with the Galaxy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Annie, thank you so much for the $10. Fry, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. As well as thank you for the $5. Muppet, thank you. Probably not. Probably not. Haley, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you. Bird, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much for the kind words. I really appreciate it. Karina with the $5. Thank you. Tib, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Libby, thank you for the $1. Thank you. Yes, I should. I should start pinning. I know I need to start pinning that. All right, everyone. All right, everyone. Let me go on to the next person. Sorry, I was just responding to my girlfriend. Emily, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Somebody who says some crazy shit, but won't ever defend. We will. We got you. We got you. We'll try to. Hopefully, you can convince them. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What flavor is Dean's fucking vape?
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what?
Yeah, do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Why so?
You said what?
Yeah, why do you support
Why
Donald
do I
Trump?
support him? No, I just wanted to talk about the dudes in female sports.
So you don't support Donald Trump?
No, I do support Donald Trump.
Okay. And what did you just say?
Dudes should be in female sports.
You don't think what? I couldn't hear you.
I don't think males should be in female sports.
What'd you just say? Say it one more time.
Men should not be in a women's sport.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Can you say that one more time? Sorry, what did you say? Dude, I can't hear you, man. What did you say? For the VR goggles, thank you so much. I appreciate Liz. I don't know why he just left. He just completely paused. He just left. That was so fun. That was so fun. Oh my gosh, dude. That was so good. That was so good, dude. That was top tier, dude. That was top tier. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi. I'm 37.
And do you
but
support
I'm not
Donald Trump?
American.
You're not American?
Yeah, of
Okay.
course.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. If you're on TikTok. Emily, think of the $5. Thank you. For everyone on YouTube, make sure to like that stream. It helps send it out to more people. I think, let me see how many likes we currently have right now. Let's check. How many are at? 2,000. Let's go. Let's get to 3,000. Let's go, chat. 3,000. Here we come. Okay, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump and meet the set of criteria on the screen. Let's go on to the next person. This person's already been on the stream. Let's go on to the next person. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you meet the set of criteria on the screen?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I think.
What's your birth year?
Yeah, I obviously do. Yeah.
What's your birth year?
86.
Okay. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Are you allowed to be like a conservative by proxy, like by default? Is that a thing?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Are you allowed to align with conservative ideals without immediately having to support the person that mostly aligns with that conservative ideal in the country?
Yeah.
Okay. So that would be me. I think that's
So you don't support Donald Trump?
I mean, I do by default. Yes, I think I do. Yeah.
Okay, why? Wait, how old are you, by the way?
I was born in the 80s.
And how old are you?
37.
Okay.
Do I sound younger than that?
Did you say 29 when you first got on the stream?
No. No. I said 86. Like the year?
I don't know why people think you said 29. I don't remember you saying 29. Okay, let me check.
Yeah, like a conservative.
That was so fun. That was so fun. Oh my gosh, dude. That was so good. That was so good, dude. That was top tier, dude. That was top tier. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Somebody saying I was
Hi.
20.
I'm 37.
And do you
but
support
I'm not
Donald Trump?
American.
You're not American?
Yeah, of
Okay.
course.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. If you're on TikTok. Emily, think of the $5. Thank you. For everyone on YouTube, make sure to like that stream. It helps send it out to more people. I think, let me see how many likes we currently have right now. Let's check. Shit, dude, this is going to take forever to find myself saying this. How many are 2,000. Okay, I'm not going to do this.
What is happening right now?
I'm sorry, man. I'm just going to... It's taking too long for me to find it. I'm not going to sit here and do that. I hope the chat's not fucking with me. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
I'm not comfortable getting food.
Hello?
There's too much shit going on, bro. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. We're about 4 hours in the stream. We got about 2 hours left in the live, everyone. Robert, thank you so much for the $5. And Valerie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Yo, how old are you?
28. 28.
And what's your birth year?
1997, January.
Okay, so do you support Donald Trump?
Yes. So I'm a blue collar worker. Yeah, I'm a blue collar worker. And I don't support my tax money funding people who are confused about their not their race, their like male or female type stuff.
What do you mean?
Like I feel like like right now in the military they got this thing where like you're either gonna be a male or a female. You can no longer identify as a fucking orange or a fucking pineapple because like
What?
it just makes
What do you mean? I'm confused.
like
No one was identifying as an orange in the military. I'm confused, or a pineapple. Can you name me one person in the military that identified as an orange or a pineapple?
I've heard about trans people
Trans
identifying
people don't
as,
identify as pineapples and oranges. What?
well, then what do they identify as? Non-binary?
So some people are non-binary. Trans women are women and trans men are men.
I feel
For
like
example.
I feel like if you're born as a man, you're a man, and you're born as a woman, you're a woman, and that's what
No
it
one's
is.
born
There's-
a man or a woman because no one's born an adult. That's a
You're not
ridiculous
confused.
statement. You're saying people are born male and female, but we're saying that there's a distinction between gender and sex. We're not saying that there's the same gender and sex in every context. Like, that's not what we're arguing. We're arguing that gender in this context is used in a social dynamic, right? That is which based upon its social and cultural commitments, right? So, like, when I say like I'm referencing a man or a woman, right? A man would be someone who's committed towards the social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the male sex as a prescription of identity, right?
Right,
Who's an
right. Do
adult.
you agree with abortion?
Whoa. What type of
Look.
pivot was that?
I mean, okay, so what's your question?
Yeah, I actually have a question. BJA, do you think that MAGA is the party of facts or feelings?
Do I think that MAGA is what? Can you repeat that? I really didn't hear it right.
The party of facts or feelings?
Facts or feelings?
Yeah. Is MAGA the party of
What?
facts?
I mean, it depends. What do you, I mean, what policy are you talking about, brother? I mean, I don't understand that question.
Yeah, so I'm asking you if you think that the Republican Party bases their policies, specifically speaking about Trump, because that's what MAGA always says, we're the party of facts over feelings, right?
Basically, listen.
Okay,
If Kamala Harris,
I have a reason. I have a reason. Stick with me here. Stick with me. here.
Kamala Harris will not be keeping us out of wars. I'll just put it like that because she does not know.
Okay,
Because nobody
hold on.
would respect her. Nobody would listen.
Trump bombed
You're
Iran.
pivoting. Yeah, Jesus Christ. You've brought up trans people, and then anyways, abortion and now war. The reason why I'm asking is because you said you feel like if you're born a woman, then you're a woman. If you're born a man, you're born a man, or then you're a man. And you started that off with "I feel like," and you guys claim to be the party of facts over feelings. Yet you come up here, every single fucking one of you. I listen for it every time. I wait to hear it. Every single one of you at some point go, I feel like, I think, I feel like, and you're up here talking about trans people, which you're speaking to one, and you're also speaking to a trans person in the fucking military, bro, who's been in for 13 years. I've been in for 13 years. So you can feel like whatever the fuck you want. Disrespectfully, but it doesn't change reality. So if there's anything you'd like to ask me, go right ahead, but I have a feeling you're gonna start fucking pivoting as soon as you unmute.
Watch this. It's gonna be a clockwork.
Yeah, man, you're a trans. So I mean, if you're
A
born
trans
a man,
person.
you're a man.
Yeah, I'm
so
a trans.
You're not trans, brother. If you were born a man, you're a man.
You didn't know. Oh, yeah.
I don't care if
I
you
was.
were.
You're right.
Hey,
So
listen,
you- Curious. Do you think that I like dressing up like a woman?
Hold on. I have to hear his response to this. Unmute,
Yeah.
bro. Unmute, please. Unmute, please.
Do you think I just like playing dress up?
I think that if you were born a man, you're a man, and your parents should be ashamed of you for not acknowledging
What?
that.
Oh, that's weird. My mom is pretty fucking proud of me. I have a pretty awesome mom.
I mean, I'm not a hateful person.
Yeah,
I'm
you are.
just
What do you mean you're not a hateful person?
I'm
You
not a
just say,
hateful
wait, wait, wait,
person.
wait. You just said that her parents should be, like, whoa, what the fuck, dude? Oh
Yeah,
my
it's
god,
okay.
I
It's
just,
okay.
I just literally, Jesus Christ, dude.
It's okay, Parker. I know that was going back and forth. Hey, BJ. I'm sorry, BJA. My bad. You're okay, Parker. Yeah. So the problem here is you literally can't. You didn't even know that like I was born assigned female at birth.
Okay.
You didn't even know like unless I told you up like
Okay.
straight away that
Okay,
I'm
so I have a
trans.
question. Okay, so why are you confused?
I'm not confused. The only person here confused is you.
Okay, so what made you transition from a woman to a trans?
Okay, I didn't transition from a woman
You
to a
obviously
trans.
did because you're
Hey,
confused. So
hey,
what?
hey,
So
hey! Can you
talk to me about the
can you?
transition.
I think that
Now you're pivoting.
I'm not pivoting. I think you're embarrassed, and that's okay. I understand, but I would like for you to see me as a human being,
I
right?
see you as a human being. I
Okay,
respect
so
you as a
talk to
human
me
being.
like one then, bud.
I am. I'm not
No, you're
trying to.
not. You just
We're
you're
having a
calling me.
debate here. We're having a debate. You're making it
Shut
a
up.
hate thing.
Hey,
I'm not. I'm
hey,
not a racist,
hey,
brother. I am not
hey,
racist. I
What the
respect
fuck?
all
Who
races.
said anything about racism? Who brought racism into this? You just brought up race out of nowhere.
Parker, what's your problem? Why does it look like you're out of
Parker
breath?
Parker got stressed. Oh, okay. He just said I'm not a racist out of nowhere, and he missed it. Like there was nothing about race. All I said was I would like for you to talk to me like a human being because I think you're embarrassed right now. And then he said, "Look, I'm not a race."
Jeez. I actually got angry with that guest. I actually really got angry at that guest. It really pisses me off. It really pisses me off
Yeah.
when people say shit like that because he's acting like he's not hateful at all.
Yeah.
Acting like he's not hateful. It's so
Yeah,
fucking
he.
annoying. It's so fucking annoying. It really pisses me
What
off.
sucks is that there's people that are in the chat that are trans and they have to hear this shit. I want to shout out the mods really quick because mods are doing their thing. I'm in the mod chat for those folks and y'all are doing absolutely amazing. So I just wanted to say thank you to the mods, and I wanted to also say thank you to the supportive folks in the comments. You all are wonderful. I wouldn't come up here if these people like got to me. They don't. And I do it again so that other trans folks, when those people do get to you, it's valid. It's okay. Like you don't have to pretend like it doesn't affect you. You don't have to pretend like it doesn't hurt because that shit. I've grown some really fucking thick skin from it, but that doesn't mean that you need to. You shouldn't have to. You're valid. I love you. Parker loves you. That's why he's up here. That's why he fights for you every single day. If you're an undocumented migrant, I love you. Parker loves you. Like everybody, especially the dolls, y'all are fucking valid. You catch all the shit. I swear. They forget that trans men exist, which is exactly why he immediately assumed that I'm a trans woman. Yeah, and that's the only reason why Parker he had him so us both so fucked up. Like y'all think that you can tell, you can quote unquote always tell, but you can't. You had no clue. Anyways, thanks for having me up, Parker. Always, I appreciate it. And yeah, don't stress that. That wasn't
No,
that wasn't a thing.
seriously, I'm so sorry. I really appreciate you, man. I really appreciate you a lot. He really got to me. That like I don't know. It's things like that. Like I should just in that circumstance, I just need to like before I get myself to that circumstance, I just got to kick. Like I just know that I am gonna get emotional.
Yeah, no, you're totally okay. You're okay. And I I think the normal like human response, like a human being with empathy, hearing somebody be hateful to somebody else, is to react emotionally, and I appreciate it. Like I think we all do. Yeah, no, I know that guy did call that guy called me a lot of really ugly things. For the people in chat, letting me know I was here. I heard it. But yeah. Anyhow, I appreciate you, Parker. If there are people that are asking how they can donate to me, I'm really not the kind of person to ask for that kind of stuff, but I do have a link in my bio if that's something that you want to do. Please don't feel pressured to do that. But I do appreciate you and thank you all for the gifts. But yeah, okay, I'm gonna hop down so you can get the next debate going.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much.
All right, good night.
All right, everyone. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
First of all, Parker,
I appreciate you. I appreciate you. We are just looking for some debates. I don't know why. I accidentally literally just like... I assume because they didn't answer my question, I just kicked them. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Bro, what? Why is it not adding someone up? Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay. Let's go on to the next person. I probably have another 50 minutes to an hour and 50 on the left on the live, everyone. Jolish, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Nicole, thank you so much for the $15. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Nicole. Can we get some W's for Nicole in the comment section right now? Kyle with the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Kyle. Can we get some W's for Nicole and Kyle. Thank you so much. Jonathan, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Robert, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. And Austin, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Let me actually set up the text on the screen so people can see. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Damn, man, I came in late, man. I ain't even see the subject, man. I don't support that orange turd, man.
Eli, thank you so much for the £5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate you so much. I really appreciate you. So nice. So nice. Thank you for the kind words. I really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Sure.
That doesn't sound very convincing. Let's go on to the next person. Give me a second, everyone. Let's try to get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. And you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 30.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I'm in between, I would say.
Okay. We are just looking for people who meet the set of criteria on the screen. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go on to the next person. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like that stream. It helps get out to more people. I think right now we're currently at 2.2 thousand likes. Let's try to get to 3,000, everyone. Let's try to get to 3,000. Victoria, thank you so much for the $9. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Kyle with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kyle. Can we get some W's for Kyle in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Kyle. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Kyle. Can we get some W's for Kyle in the comment section? I accidentally just added this person. I already added them up earlier. Only set a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Again, W's for Kyle in the comment section right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, you can't play any music on the stream, everyone, because I have monetization stuff on YouTube where it will take down the stream. So I just have to kick anyone that is playing anything. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, do you support Donald Trump?
21. Yeah.
What month were you born? Or no, what year? Sorry.
What year? 2003.
What month?
September.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
I support Donald Trump because he's not a Democrat who's pro like killing babies.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to thank someone real quick, and then we can go on to that and deal with whatever that just was. Sid, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much for asking a non-binary in a Republican family. Your streams help me feel seen and valid while processing my own views. It's been hard realizing not everyone, even my family, will accept me, but hearing you speak so openly has made it a little easier. Can we get some fucking W's for Sid in the comment section right now? Seriously, W's for Sid in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate that. Can we get some W's for Sid in the comment section right now? W's for Sid. Always good to see you, Sid. Seriously, W's for Sid in the comment section right now. Okay, you said abortion. Do you think abortion should be illegal?
Sorry, what did you say?
Do you think abortion should be illegal?
Yeah. Do you think abortion should be legal? Do you think it's moral?
What's it called? I think it should be legal. Yeah. So here's my question: why should it be illegal?
Why should it be illegal? Because it's murder. It's killing of an innocent life.
Why is it murder?
It's like, because you're killing a human being.
Okay, what's a human being?
A human being is a Homo sapien organism. That's like that grows by itself. So it's like all the same traits as an organism, and it's Homo sapien. All right.
Repeat that again. Sorry, I didn't follow.
It's a human being is a Homo sapien, right?
Okay.
That's the species.
Okay. I'm confused how that's, again, when we're referencing a human being, it's going to be at a certain point, right? So are you saying it's a human being at conception? Because, again, sperm cells are living and they're of the human species. I don't think that you think that they're human beings.
Yeah, here's the thing. Sperm cells aren't human beings, but the sperm cell is a part of a human being, like your skin, for example.
Exactly.
Right?
So then, like, again, but you said again
Wait.
a unique living organism.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, a fertilized egg is a unique
So is
living
a sperm
organism.
cell.
Sperm cells are not unique living organisms.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
No, they have the same DNA as the host.
No, they don't. They don't have 100% the same DNA, and also that doesn't change anything.
Yeah, they do have 100% of the DNA of the host. That's where they get the DNA from.
I'm not disputing that's where the DNA comes from, but I'm just saying that they don't. It's not identical. Do you think a sperm?
Yeah, but all the DNA is from the host. There's no unique DNA.
It's from them, but like what you're not understanding is that the sperm cell itself does not have the entirety genetic like of your genetic code, at least to my understanding, right?
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, my understanding
I
doesn't
could be
have the
wrong,
entire
but like
genetic code, but
even if it
like
doesn't,
any
like even if
other
it doesn't,
part of
like
your body,
I can
it's
give you an
just-
example where you dispute this, right? I can give you an example where you dispute this, right? Do you think that, for example, right, if we're referencing identical twins that have the exact same DNA, not all identical twins have the exact same DNA, but some do, and in some circumstances in which they have the exact same DNA, Are you saying in that circumstance there are two human beings or one human being?
Oh, in that circumstance, there's two humans.
Okay, why?
I dispute that their
If there are
DNA
two,
is exact same.
wait,
I
their DNA is the
because there's
exact same
something
in some
called.
scenarios.
I dispute that that's even possible. I don't think that's possible. I'll have to look into that, but I'm pretty sure. I'm 98% sure only like maybe like a microsecond right after being fertilized, their DNA is the same. Right after being split, they subside two different environments, so they're taking in two different types of nutrients. So then that's when their DNA changes, right? Because they're.
So you're saying there is changed DNA?
Because they live in different environments.
So you're saying because they live in different environments, they have different genes, or are you saying they have different genes that are expressed?
Their genes change, because that's kind of how
gene expression or genes.
Genes, yes, genes.
Are you trying to reference like gene expression?
Why would I be trying to reference gene expression? It's the genes that change, like they have different.
The DNA
like
is the same. It's that you're referencing which genes are expressed in that DNA.
Why would you think I'm referencing that?
Okay. So given that there are circumstances where there is identical DNA between identical twins, would you say that there's two people or one person?
I already said I dispute that. I said a microsecond.
Is it logically possible?
Right before, is it logically possible?
Yeah.
Because that's not how genes work.
What's the contradiction?
Okay. What do you mean? How's that a contradiction?
I said, what's the contradiction?
Oh, do you mean like propositionally, like your sentence is valid and sound? Yes,
it's valid.
Sentence is valid. Your proposition is valid and sound. Valid, but I'm saying your proposition isn't sound. My bad. I misspoke.
What about it? What proposition are you referencing?
Because when you're like referencing, doesn't entail a contradiction. Means you made an argument where P.
I asked you if
equals not P.
I asked you if it's
referencing.
I asked you if it's logically possible. That's it.
Oh, you're asking if it's that all that means is, did you contradict yourself? No, you didn't contradict yourself. I'm saying.
Yeah, was there
I
a
cannot
contradiction?
conceive.
No,
there wasn't a contradiction. I'm saying I can't conceive
a
world where, because that's not how genes work, huh?
Is it logical? So like think about a hypothetical scenario where it is the case that there are two individuals that have the same identical DNA. Like think about it like this. You're thinking about alternate realities. Okay? And in two alternate realities, they have the exact same DNA because the only difference between those realities is like one small decision they made in life. And that's narrow. Are you referencing two people or one person? Because I think you're referencing two separate individuals.
Yeah. But I'm already disputing that they don't have the exact same DNA. That's just.
Yo, what's up, how old are you? The pain is terrible, Chad. That was horrible. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
23.
I just think it's very clear that in the example, even if you dispute it in the world, like in the logical example, it's very clear there's two separate people, right? In the example I provided. Kyle, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Kyle, thank you so much. They said you're the best debater of walking sperm cells that haven't developed a brain of their own I've ever seen, bro. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it, Kyle. Thank you. Timmy, thank you so much. I appreciate the $3. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen here on TikTok. Yo, what's about you?
Oh shit.
Oh, shit. I did not mean to do that.
Yo,
How
my
old are
bad.
you?
Oh, my bad.
Oh,
But
you're good. You're good. I accidentally expanded them instead of kicking them. All right, everyone. We'll see how long I go tonight, everyone. We'll see how long I go. If you're on YouTube, I'd really recommend to like the stream. We're almost at 3,000 likes, everyone. They're just trying to play music in the mic. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
17.
You got to be 18 plus to join the live. Do you see it on the screen? Billy Jane, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Billy Jane. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Billy Jane. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey,
How old are you?
I'm 20, bro.
And what state do you live in?
I live in New Zealand, bro, but I've got some shit to say.
He was connected for like 3 seconds after I kicked him. Yo, what's up? How old are you? They're driving. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. 24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah. Not completely, but yeah.
Like, if you could go back in time and either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for? I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app, by the way.
Oh, sorry. I'm on 20% battery. That little thing
You're
popped
good?
up. Yeah. I'd probably still vote for Trump.
Why so?
So I do want to talk about gender reassignment surgery. Before I talk about this, I was born with.
Can I just clarify? Can I just clarify? Like,
Yeah.
what
please.
policy on gender reassignment surgery did Kamala Harris support that you disagree with?
I just don't support it as a whole.
So, like, what specific policy of hers do you disagree with?
I'm confused about the question. What are you trying to?
Which specific policy of hers do you disagree with?
I just don't agree with gender reassignment surgery. Just overall.
Even for adults?
Not particularly. And the reason why I say that is I believe that it's not medically necessary. And, like, take people that have cancer, for an example. We don't have
Is it
an exact
wait,
cure
by the
for
way,
cancer.
there are plenty
Yeah.
of things that are not medically necessary, right? That people can get access to, and for plenty of trans people, it is medically necessary.
Why so?
Wait, specifically, like in the case in which it could specifically lead to them engaging in self-unalive.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Them engaging in self-unalive? They have a risk of self-unalive?
I'm not really understanding here.
I can't describe it to you in any other way on the live stream. I don't know what I said was confusing.
All right, so
I can't describe it to you in any other way without getting kicked off the live stream. Hello? He just left. Okay. What? All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2007,
What month?
February 9th.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Chad, I do agree. I do agree. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria that are on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 39.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I supported him in 2016, but I didn't vote for him in this 2024 election.
Okay. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you're 18 plus, if you're American, if you are MAGA, and you have never been on the live before, everyone. So we are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? You know what? I have never thought of it that way, dude. That's a good point. You know what? That's a great point. That was a great point. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. You know, I think that was the best point from a Trump supporter I've heard all day, chat. I'm not trolling. Best point from a Trump supporter. You know what's about you?
Yeah, well.
Oh, well. Parker loses debate. You know, I should post that one to YouTube. Be like, Parker loses debate. I got destroyed. People ask me, have you ever lost a debate? I will play them that video. You know, it's about you. Destroyed. Absolutely destroyed. Never seen something like that before. You know, how old are you?
I'm 18. I'm 18. I was born February 18th, 2006.
You can't say where the road goes. Profile said 15, by the way. You know, I really don't understand why they don't like go into their profile and be like, I'm gonna take this out. Like they think of like to lie to come up on the stream, but not to like have the account go with the lie, you know? Yeah, what's how old are you?
32.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
The best for the economy.
Okay. How so?
Well, compared to the liberal rightists, he's more aggressive in his trade deals. Doesn't get pushed around.
So how are the trade deals doing for our job market right now?
At the moment, I would say they're the best, but obviously it's got to pick
They're
up
the
pace.
best. They're so good. You said that they're the best or not the best? Okay.
Not the best at the moment.
Oh, okay. So then, why is it not
anything
the best
you
right
have
now?
to pick up momentum.
Why is it not the best currently?
Well, first he's got to get all the migrants out of LA and California.
I'm sorry. Why do you want that to be the case? Do you want every single immigrant to be kicked out of California?
Absolutely.
Every single immigrant, including legal immigrants.
Well, the legal ones are legal, but the illegal ones.
Okay, so people who are in the country undocumented, you think should be deported, right? Why?
Absolutely.
Why?
There's a process that everyone has to follow. It's in place for a reason.
Is there a way you can mute the TV? Why just California, by the way?
Well, it's where the epidemic of the plague is right now.
Okay, epidemic? What do you mean by epidemic? And plague? He left, by the way. He said the plague and the epidemic. Like, what? As if people coming into the country is like an epidemic. That's like actually crazy. It's like plague. That's like, I hate when people do that. Or they say like that people are invading the country. I think that's like so fucking insane. Yo, how old are you?
I'm 34.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
1990, September 23rd.
That is totally a fetus, Chad. That's totally a fetus. 34? Jesus Christ.
Oh,
Yo, what's about you?
downstairs. I was gonna watch them.
Oh, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's about you?
Hello, I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2000, April 2005.
Why do you support Donald Trump?
What?
Why do you support Donald Trump?
Huh?
I said, why do you support Donald Trump?
What?
Are you trying to rage bait me, bro? It didn't work. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. My rage bait worked, though. It was so perfect. That was good. Wasn't it good? It was perfect. I knew it would rage bait the guy to leave the stream. You know what's about you?
I'm 18. I've spoken with you before. I spoke with you like 4 days ago.
Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you're on YouTube, again, like that stream. Sandy, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Thank you. Kyle with the $50. Thank you so much, Kyle. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Kyle. Thank you, Kyle. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23, November 2001.
They were already on the live. They're a fetus, aren't they? Am I wrong? I might be wrong, but I don't know. I think they were already on the live. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
$28.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I voted for Kamala, but you need a whole do.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I gotta turn the rules on, huh? Only send a guest request. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump and meet the set of criteria on the stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 27.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that?
So I'll start by saying that his cameo in Home Alone 2 was absolutely terrible, and he's a piece of shit. I hate Donald Trump.
So the next person, only send a guest request, everyone, if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen.
Yo.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, we need to get the migrants out.
Legal and undocumented?
No. Why do you ask that question?
Well, why didn't you say undocumented then?
Why do you think the legal ones need to be out?
Undocumented?
We're clearly talking about the undocumented.
Well, I wasn't sure. I was just making sure. I was asking.
Okay.
Okay, so why do you want to kick out undocumented immigrants?
Well, because why do you think? They're taking up space, dude.
What do you mean they're taking up space? You're taking up space.
Sir, I'm from here.
So?
See, this is why you guys lost.
They're totally trolling. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. This is why you guys lost. This is why you guys lost. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, 23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
And why so?
Because I agree with the whole immigration thing. Like, bro, I think the United States, like, citizens should hold preference for their own citizens over immigrants, dog. I mean, it's just that plain and simple.
Okay, so I'm confused. How are you benefiting America first? Like, you name one policy of Trump's that's America first.
No, I can't. But what do you mean, how am I benefiting first? I'm saying, like, as a country, you should put your citizens before, like, foreigners.
Yeah, so name a single policy where Donald Trump puts Americans first.
I just said I can't, bro. Like, what you mean? Like what?
So, okay, then why are you saying that he is putting Americans first?
Because he is, bro. What are you talking about?
Wouldn't you argue, like, taking money from the bottom 20% of income earners and giving massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires isn't putting Americans first, and instead it's putting, like, his rich buddies first?
His rich buddies? Are you serious?
Yeah, his rich buddies.
Do you have a source for that?
Yes, the Congressional Budget Office.
Well, I gotta ask you a source for that, dog.
What's up?
There's just no way. There's just no way, bro.
Are you joking?
I'm dead serious.
Okay, so then why don't you address what I said?
What you said like 3 different things. You was talking about giving tax breaks to his rich buddies. Like, what are you talking about? What rich buddies?
I'm saying disproportionately for the top 1%, which would include his rich friends.
His rich friends? Well, why do you always be saying that though? Like, you think he became president just to help his rich friends? Are we dead serious?
Yeah. I mean, he went up to fossil fuel execs and said that if they gave him $1 billion to run his campaign, they'd give them $110 billion in tax cuts. That's
Who's
quite
they?
the top fossil fuel execs.
And you don't think that's going on the same with like the Democratic Party as far as what's her name?
No, you can't.
Kamala and Joe Biden.
You can't give me an example of Kamala Harris going up to top fossil fuel execs and saying that if you give me $1 billion for my campaign, I'll give you $110 billion in tax cuts. You cannot give me an example of that. I promise you.
Right. Yeah. I'm gonna dig into that. Actually, I'm gonna dig into that. I mean, I do know she was a shitty mayor or governor or whatever.
You don't even know what position she held, and you're saying that she was.
Because I don't care.
Then how do you know that she was
so
bad at it?
Terrible.
Then how do you know she was bad at it?
What do you mean? How do I know what's bad at it? Everybody knows she's bad at it. You can go freaking. It's a simple Google search and you know how terrible she was. Freaking crime went up like shit.
Crime went up. Oh, really? Can you give me anything she did? Can you give me anything she did that caused the crime rate to go up? Because I can give you something explicitly that Donald Trump did to cause the crime to go up. He literally pardoned violent rioters on January 6th who beat cops, so he incited a violent insurrection on January 6th.
On January 6th, you're talking about the whole thing with you talking about this year? Or you talking about when?
Yeah, he's a convicted criminal who incited an insurrection on January 6th, a violent insurrection at the Capitol. He told people to go march onto the Capitol and then pardon those that violently assaulted police officers and called them patriots.
He didn't tell anybody to go assault police officers. What?
He told them to go to the Capitol and to fight like hell, right? And then pardoned the violent rioters who beat cops.
Yeah, but he didn't literally tell them to storm the Capitol and break in.
He literally told them to go to the Capitol and fight like hell and take
like
back their
hell,
country.
You don't have to take that literally and go fight back.
Then why did he? If he didn't want the violence to happen, why did he pardon it?
Probably because most of them didn't get due process.
They did get due process. They were convicted.
What do you mean? A lot of them didn't even get a fucking
And by
judge.
the way,
not a judge, a lawyer.
due process. By the way, if you think he cared about due process, that's actually incredibly funny because quite literally he was advocating to violate due process rights. You've got to be joking, dude. There's no way.
There's no way, dog. Dog, that doesn't mean I'm joking. I'm dead serious like that. Wait, hold on. You said he was advocating for what? Say that one more time.
He was advocating. You said you think he was advocating for due process. He's advocating against due process. He said, "Oh, I don't think."
I'm saying in that situation he was.
That he would just want due process. Well, he did get due process. I just want to clarify.
No,
Kyle, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. Diabolically
couldn't even
wrong.
get a fucking lawyer.
Yeah. What? Say that again.
I read some shit that like some of them couldn't even get, or most of them couldn't even get a fucking lawyer, dog. Like what? It's like a basic right.
They did. They had a lawyer. What are you talking about? The person that was
every single one that got a fucking lawyer.
Every single person that was that violently assaulted a police officer got a lawyer.
How many people assaulted a police
and Donald
officer?
Trump pardoned them.
And how many people did assaulted a police officer?
I think it was like 60,
it couldn't have been many
people.
60 people. 60 people?
Yeah, I'd have to check back though.
Yeah, you're definitely gonna have to check on that because I don't think that's right, man. I'm not saying nobody did, but 60 dog, no.
Yeah, convicted of violent crimes. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's critical.
Okay, well, I'll give you an example. DJ Rodriguez drove a stun gun into the neck of a police officer. Okay, do you think that he should be pardoned? Because Donald Trump did pardon him.
No, I just sat here and said I don't think.
Okay, so given that Donald Trump did pardon them, please explain to me how it is the case. Actually, there was 140 officers that was injured, by the way. But how could you explain to me how it is the case that you would acknowledge or not acknowledge that he incited the violence if he pardoned it and called them patriots?
So him tweeting, go to the Capitol and fight like hell is inciting violence?
No, not tweeting, telling them.
What do you mean? Telling them, like telling them directly? Like
yeah,
how
directly
did he
told
tweet
them.
this?
He told them directly to go fight like hell.
That's not making them go to the Capitol. Like what?
He told them to go to the Capitol
and fight like hell.
And fight like hell.
That could mean a protest. That doesn't mean break in the
Then
Capitol
why
and
did he
assault
pardon the
police
violent
officers.
riot? Then why did he pardon? You would maybe have this argument if he didn't pardon the violent rioters.
I don't know. Maybe that's him taking responsibility. I mean, I don't know.
How is that taking responsibility? How is pardoning violent rioters taking responsibility? Isn't that getting rid of the responsibility?
Yeah, you're right. Well, I'm saying at the same time, dog, him saying go fight like hell doesn't like you're not telling people to break in the Capitol and assault fucking police officers. And just because he pardoned them doesn't mean that's what he meant.
Yes, it is. It absolutely is. Else he wouldn't have pardoned them. Else he wouldn't have pardoned them. Point blank period. He wouldn't have pardoned them.
I mean, yeah. I mean, he took care of. I mean, I wouldn't say that was right, but I'm saying in the beginning, you going out and saying go do that is not. I don't believe that's fucking. No, bro. I don't think that's him saying go break in the fucking Capitol and assault 100 police officers.
Then why did he pardon the violent rioters and call them patriots?
Well, I don't fucking know, dog. That doesn't fucking mean he wanted them to do that.
It does. It absolutely does. You gotta critically think here about this point. You gotta do it, dude. I'm telling you, like it absolutely does. He pardoned the people who engaged in violence and called them patriots. That clearly means he condoned the behavior. If someone who disagrees with the violence wouldn't pardon it.
But I'm saying, okay, I agree. But at the same time, it's like, I'm not looking at that and being like, okay, he's telling these people to go fucking storm the Capitol, break in the Capitol, and assault, 100 fucking police officers?
Then why do you pardon them? If you didn't think, you're saying he didn't condone that behavior. That's what you're saying right now, right?
I'm saying he didn't tell them to break in the fucking Capitol and assault 100 police officers.
Did he condone the behavior?
If he's part of them, yes, he's condoning the behavior. Yes, he's condoning it. Okay?
So if he condoned the behavior and he also said fight like hell, and he called those people patriots, he absolutely was inciting it by saying fight like hell and go take back our country from those that stole it from us. Like, dude, you totally got to like use some critical thought here because it's very obvious.
Dog, I feel like it goes both ways, dog. Like, just because you condone it doesn't mean you was fucking telling them to go break in the fucking Capitol, dog.
It was based upon the things that he was saying. You have no plausible, you have no plausible deniability for him not supporting the violence. He totally wanted the violence, and that's why he pardoned it. That's why he called them patriots.
No,
you can't deny reality. Facts over feelings. You can't go on fucking Twitter and tell somebody to storm the
Capitol and break in the Capitol.
He told them himself in person.
What do you mean?
He said this in person.
Told who?
He told the crowd at a rally to go march the Capitol and fight like hell to take back.
You can
the
march the
country.
Capitol. Everybody has the right to
Mauro,
march
think of the $10. Thank you
man.
so much. Again, I don't understand how you can dispute this when he pardoned it. Like, you have the most indefensible position ever. Like, anyone who's critically thinking in the comment section can realize what you're saying is stupid.
I don't give a fuck what they saying in the fucking comments. The fuck? My point still stands, gang. Anybody has a right to go march the fucking Capitol. Nobody told anybody to break in the Capitol and assault 100, almost 200 police officers, dog. Like, are we dead serious?
Then why do you pardon the people who did it, dude? It's just like, stop. It's not.
Okay, I'm not defending that part. I'm just saying the beginning of the part. You can't just telling people to march the Capitol and fight like hell doesn't mean break in the Capitol and fight over 100 fucking police officers, dog. That's not what the fuck that means.
You got anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
I'm not a fucking Arab. But bro, I just wanted to know what you thought about like what immigration right now. Like how you think it's going.
Can you give me like a policy of Trump's you like?
No, bro, we already went through this, dog. Like, can you give me a policy you like by fucking Kamala? Shit.
Kamala, yeah, the $6,000 child tax, $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just for people who are seniors, expanding access to healthcare through the ACA.
Yeah, and what about the $200 billion going to Ukraine, dog? How about that?
Trump's also giving money to Ukraine, but he stopped the funding for like many months, giving Putin more power within the region because Putin conned him into thinking that he was gonna get some type of deal done. Putin conned him. Putin conned the Don.
Hey, you think Kamala was doing a good job when she was in office? I'm not Kamala.
Kamala? Yeah, they were doing a better.
Kamala, what the fuck?
Kamala. They were doing better than Trump is.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Ain't no
unequivocally. Unequivocally.
Unequivocally?
I said, yeah. Unequivocally.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes I think you be trolling, dog. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
What'd you say?
I'm not gonna lie to you. Sometimes I think you be trolling, dog, like that ass. Like you might actually be a secret conservative when you get off this.
Really?
Live.
You think I'm a conservative? What makes you think I'm conservative?
No, I'm saying you might low key be a low key conservative when you get off. Like you come on here.
What makes you think I'm a conservative?
I didn't say you were a conservative. I said you could be low key be a conservative. I mean, I don't know.
So you think I'm a grifter, essentially?
You could be.
You think I could be? Could you be a grifter?
He said conservatives aren't this smart.
Could you be a grifter?
Hey, yo, fuck you.
Could you be a grifter?
Could I be?
Yeah.
I mean, everybody could be a whole bunch of things. I mean,
yes, exactly. So what are you saying? Trump is a grifter.
I'm saying you
Trump
could be
literally is a grifter.
That's all I'm saying.
What's that?
How?
I got you. Yeah. How is Donald Trump a grifter?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, number one, Donald Trump said that he won the 2020 election and got 70% of the Democratic Party to believe that the election was stolen with no evidence. Donald Trump's not a Christian. He couldn't tell you his favorite Bible verse. He said 2 Corinthians. I mean, this guy literally said that he's never asked God for forgiveness. I mean, and this guy grifts off of the attention that he gets and the votes that he gets from calling himself Christian. Those are just a few examples. What about his meme coin?
Joe Biden
His meme coin. Do you know Donald Trump's meme coin? Could you imagine if Joe Biden dropped a meme coin, what the Republicans' response would be?
Yeah, it would be pretty funny. I can't cut. It would be fucking hilarious. It couldn't be more funny than him trying to stay awake mid-speech, but shit. Oh my God. Just fucking hilarious. Yo, Gabe, bro, you want me to send you some AirPods, bro? I know you're tired of them fucking wires tinkling up on your face like that, man. Shit.
No, I like the wires. Why
like the wires?
Why do you want to send me AirPods? I have AirPods.
Type shit. Go ahead and put them shits in, man. I know you're tired of them shits tingling up.
No, it's because they have to go into a mix amp, bro. What are you talking about? And also, listen to this.
Oh, shit.
Strikes, but you have a better chance of being struck by lightning than hitting a whale with your boat. There has only been, listen to this, one such whale killed off the coast of South Carolina in the last 50 years. But on the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up on shore. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis.
Do you think that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before?
No, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what the fuck I was just listening to. I'm just hearing about windmills and fucking whales. Like,
Yeah. Windmills. Do you think that they're causing whales to die in numbers never seen before?
Bro, no.
Okay. I want you to listen to this and tell me what you think that Donald Trump has to say here. Okay. Just please let me know. Let me know if you can tell me what he's trying to say here.
Last for a very short period of time. So I said, let me ask you a question. And he said, nobody ever asked this question. And it must be because of MIT, my relationship to MIT. Very smart. He goes, I say, what would happen if the boat sank from its weight and you're in the boat and you have this tremendously powerful battery and the battery's now underwater and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there. By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Do you notice that? A lot of shark. I watched some guys justifying it today. Well, they weren't really that angry. They bit off the young lady's leg because of the fact that they were not hungry, but they misunderstood who she was. These people are crazy. He said there's no problem with sharks. They just didn't really understand a young woman swimming now really got decimated, and other people too. A lot of shark attacks. So I said, so there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat, 10 yards. Or here, do I get electrocuted? If the boat is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking. Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted? Or do I go over by the shark and not get electrocuted? Because I will tell you, he didn't know the answer. He said, nobody's ever asked me that question. I said, I think it's a good question. I think there's a lot of electric current coming through that water. But you know what I'd do if there was a shark or you get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time.
Can you tell me what he's saying here? Can you tell me what he was saying there?
All right, dog. Listen, I ain't gonna be one of them niggas in fucking denial, dog. This is an old nigga who be saying a whole bunch of old dumb shit. I can't even cap. He said a whole bunch of old. What the fuck? Bro, you be having these clips on standby? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I do have the clips on. I do have the clips on standby. I do have the clips on standby.
Yo, you funny as hell. What was you finna say?
Okay. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about or add? Because clearly Donald Trump isn't someone you support, right?
What do you mean? What do you mean clearly?
You heard that. You heard him. He was clearly incoherent.
No, I could probably pull up some. I could probably.
You can't
say
find
the
anything
same
like
shit
that
about
of Kamala
Joe.
Harris. I don't even think you.
All right, probably not Kamala. 'cause
I
he's,
don't even.
like,
I don't even think
way
you.
younger.
Kamala, and I don't think you could even find that specifically with with I can't speak with Joe Biden.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, you
Like
wouldn't be
about
able
it,
to.
you could. Not even that, but you could probably find plenty of shit of him probably falling asleep like mid conversation and slurring his words and shit.
Yeah,
like,
so you can't
he's
find anything
fucking
of
drunk.
him falling asleep mid conversation. I actually don't think you could.
Are you sure?
Yeah, go ahead.
And what about him slurring his words and shit?
Sure. Well, I'm
Like,
confused.
stuttering and
Dude,
shit.
I can show you videos of Donald Trump doing that.
He is pushing 100 years old, so I mean, it's not really that big. That's not
Him
really
and
that big of a
him and Trump
surprise.
are like 3 years apart.
I'm saying about both of them. Yeah, they both pushing like 100 years old. I mean, shit.
So then you
They
would
both say
clearly
dumbass
support
shit.
clearly support Kamala Harris over Donald Trump, right? Because she's much
You mean
younger.
clearly?
You would?
Why? So she can? Huh? Bro, most people. If we're being honest, bro, dog. Most people, which was women, wanted to vote for her just because of fucking abortion rights. Like, let's be dead serious, dog.
No, so I'm asking you, what is the reason why you support Donald Trump? Because it doesn't seem like you have very much of a reason. It's not just abortion, but abortion is a very big reason.
Yeah, it was the biggest reason.
I don't like categorizing differences in biggest reason, but it was a massive reason.
It was literally the biggest. It was for women. It was the biggest reason. They couldn't give you like 5 reasons why.
Sure,
they
sure.
wanted to do
For a
marches.
lot of women, it was their biggest named reason. I'm not disputing that. What's your point? What's wrong with that?
My point is, if you were to ask if you was to go to any women, right, their only reason is for a fucking abortion.
Why
They
would
don't
that
know
is
shit
that
about
not does that not make sense that it could be for some people that would be like their main issue?
some people? It was literally fucking everybody and anybody.
It wasn't
Anybody
everybody
I
and
would go
anybody.
to-
Not everyone just said
It
abortion.
was.
If anything,
Any girl I-
it was the fucking MAGA Christians coming up on the live saying that they're voting for Donald Trump only because he has a pro-life position.
I'm not saying it wasn't like that on the other side, gang. I'm just saying mostly for Kamala, it was women
Kamala.
voting for her because of
Kamala.
for fucking,
I mean, there was
abortion rights.
yeah, mostly for men. It was men supporting Donald Trump just because he's a man.
Okay.
Yeah. So like, what's your point?
What the fuck does that have to do with what I'm saying, dog? I'm saying
If you just want to say whatever, let's say whatever. Like, do you want to actually engage in a dialogue or a conversation?
no, you're the one who stored it away from the dialogue conversation, pulling up clips of fucking Donald Trump saying dumb shit. What the fuck
Yeah,
are you
because you
talking
said that Joe Biden was like cognitively incoherent. So I clearly showed you Donald Trump being cognitively incoherent, and you clearly still support Donald Trump over Kamala Harris for some reason, even though she is like incredibly intelligent, incredibly qualified, actually knows what the fuck is going on. She's actually mature, unlike Donald Trump,
Dog, she
who's a
couldn't even
fucking
run a
absolute,
state.
who's absolutely
couldn't even run a
childish and a
state.
sore loser. Donald Trump is a sore loser. He's childish. He's ridiculous.
Dog, she couldn't even run a fucking state and thought she could run a fucking country. Are we dead serious?
Wait, she can run a state way better than Donald Trump can. Donald Trump is horrible at
Sure.
running the country.
I mean, sure, I guess. If you want to call millions of people moving out of Cali because of her, I mean, shit. Hey,
Millions of people are not moving out of California. Confused. Wait, California is amazing. I love California.
I guess.
What's bad about California?
It's a shitty state.
What's bad about
I mean,
California?
what's not bad about California? It's literally homeless people everywhere you look.
So you
Shit.
want to get rid of homelessness? Name one policy that Donald Trump has ever supported to get rid of homelessness.
Well, I don't fucking know, man. I'm just saying, man.
Can you name one Republican policy ever to decrease homelessness? Because you know that Donald Trump's policies actively increase like the likelihood of people going homeless.
Oh, really?
Yes, because it is the case that it's taking money from the bottom 20% of income earners and giving money to people who are massive, in the top 1%, massive millionaires and billionaires.
Dog, it was already like that when we fucking had Obama and what you call him fucking office, Joe fucking Biden.
No, it was less like that. So
It was less like that.
yes, because it is the case that they had higher tax rates for the top marginal marginal tax rates in terms of what they were advocating for, and for what Obama had when he was in office.
Right.
So although I would like them to go even further, they were better than Trump by far.
Shit, I don't know about by far.
Yeah, but like you can't even really mention any of the policies, so it's like, what are you even?
Obamacare was pretty ass.
The ACA? Then why did Donald Trump want to uphold it at the end?
At the end, I thought he was getting rid of it.
Well, he was. What happened to it? What happened to him wanting to get rid of it? I thought he said recently that he wants to support it, and he's like okay with it now. Because he had concepts of a plan for healthcare, and he was pushed on it, and he was like, I'm fine with keeping the ACA. It's what do you keep it? Do you not keep it? I don't know. I have no clue. You see what I mean? Like
that was a good impersonation right there.
That was a horrible impersonation. That was one of my worst. You know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Dude, Jesus Christ, why is my nose so itchy, bro?
Bro, you good, bro? Shit. You scratching your nails like a fucking cokehead and shit. Scratching and shit.
No, it's the the studio lights, they like unironically make your nose itchy. I'm not trolling. Like it's an actual thing. Like the studio lights
look
being
like they
so
hurting
bright.
your eyes. Like it's all dark around your eyes and it look baggy. You know what I'm saying? I think you should turn the lights on a little
I'm
bit.
just elevated.
What you mean you're elevated?
I'm elevated.
Are you good?
Oh, you said a name of a DRUG? No. No. I have to go to the next person. Unfortunate. Oh, yeah, I definitely have to go on to the next person. Yeah, that's totally going to get flagged. I just didn't even think about it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream, everyone. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. I'd really appreciate that. We got another 54 minutes left on the stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2005.
What month?
October.
Why do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I support him giving aid to Israel.
Oh, okay. While they're actively starving the Palestinian population.
Yep.
What a sick fuck. What a sick fuck. What a sick fuck. Seriously, he actively supports giving aid to a country that is mass starving Palestinians currently. That's fucking sick. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Amy, thank you so much for the $4 for you should have a shirt that says it is the case. Oh gosh, that's diabolical. Lulu, thank you so much for the $1.50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. That's so cool. That's so cool. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much for the Sydney March for Gaza is happening right now with over 100,000 people on our most famous Australian icon. Please look at the footage. Look at the footage. This is one of the biggest protests we ever had. Hope it encourages people in America and worldwide on landmarks like this for free Palestine. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's fucking amazing. That's amazing to hear. That's great. It is the case that we support that here. That's a fucking W. It is the case that that's a W. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump.
Not me.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
February.
Why do you support Donald Trump?
I just like his laws on, and I guess what he wants to do with closing the border.
That's fucking well. Like what specifically?
Just the fact that he wants to stop illegal immigrants from coming in this country and all that. I mean, I live in Texas, and I've had a lot of them come up and through my town and all that. Me and my dad have eventually gone out and bought more guns and ammo and all that just to protect ourselves because we saw that.
Wait, why'd you buy more guns to protect yourself? Undocumented immigrants are multiple times as likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States compared to the natural-born U.S. citizens. Why would you specifically go and get more guns? What do you mean to protect yourself?
Well, and so I'll go out every year and buy 4 or 5 guns and probably about 1,000 rounds plus of ammo and all that shit. Just because we have a ranch on the border. We've had multiple illegals come up on there and off on there. We did not.
Immigrants. Did you shoot at them?
Yeah. Hello? No, we shot in the sky, scare them off, and they ran back across the border.
That is so fucking crazy, dude. Jello, think of the glowing jellyfish. Thank you. That's so fucking insane. That is actually crazy, dude. I'm sorry. Those are human beings. You can't just fucking shoot guns in the sky and fucking threaten their lives like that. That's fucking insane. That's actually nuts. That's so nuts. What the fuck is going on, dude? What is going on right now? Let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. If you want to see what just happened, you can scroll back on the YouTube stream, everyone. Scroll back on the YouTube screen. Stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Buck. I'm 20 years old. I was born in December 29th.
Do you support Trump?
I do indeed. I think he's one of the greatest presidents.
Are you
I'm about to
driving?
tell you why. I'm not driving. I have my friend driving.
Is there a way you can get close to your mic? It's kind of a little bit hard to hear you.
My bad. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, so why do you support Donald Trump?
Right, and I'm about to tell you in exactly 2 sentences. Well, probably not 2 sentences. It'll probably be a short phrase. But about a year and a half ago, right, I got some advice from somebody on their side. They led me to making my first $50,000 month off of my business. And I'm going to tell you, it took about 2 years, but I'm going to tell you that, I'm joking, man. You inspired me to make my first 50K, but I just wanted to tell you, I've been trying to get up here for forever. About a year and a half ago, I was on a live talking to you.
By the way, I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I would love if you send a message to me because I would love to hear. I'll actually make sure to check my DMs. I would really appreciate it. Love to see your messages. Love to see. I'll specifically look. But I do appreciate you. I am just looking for some debates right now. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, it's about you. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. We have about 40 minutes or so, 45 minutes left on the live. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Do you support Donald Trump?
Hey man, can you hear me?
Yeah, do you support Donald Trump?
Yes and no. Certain things, yes. Certain things, no.
If you could go back in time and you could either support Kamala or vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I did vote for Donald Trump, yes.
If you could go back in time right now, who would you vote for, Donald Trump or Kamala Harris?
Probably still Trump, to be completely honest with you.
Okay.
One thing that I do like
Why is
about him, one thing I do like about him are his policies involving immigration. I don't like the way ICE was doing things. That I don't agree with at all. But I do like a lot of the policies and really tightening up the borders. Tighter borders actually make it safer for people to migrate into this country.
So explain to me how Donald Trump's policy for immigration is better, especially if you disagree with the way the ICE is handling things.
Okay, I like that question. Well, for one thing, I don't like a lot of the things that were going on with the riots and that sort of thing with ICE. I really feel that a lot of that was interrogated on both ends, because ICE does have a particular job. You know, ICE is supposed to protect, ICE is supposed to go in and raid not innocent people, but to capture cartels, save people that are being trafficked. In fact, I think, was it Minnesota? I don't know the exact date.
Well, I want to let you know what they're doing right now. They're going into
So let me
communities
finish my
and they're
point
stealing
real quick,
people
if
who
you
haven't
don't
committed
mind.
violent crimes or bad crimes. I just want to clarify. That's why people have that particular type of perspective. It's not because they're
Well,
going
that's
in
what
and
we're in
they're getting
agreement
people
there.
who are, you know, violent criminals or doing bad things. If they were specifically going after people who are committing violent crimes and bad crimes, no one would have an issue with that.
You and I are in total agreement there with that aspect. So what they do, and I don't know the exact date of this, but recently they did capture a human trafficking ring up in, believe, in Minnesota. You might want to look it up on your computer because I know you got your computer up there. But their ICE did break up a human trafficking ring in Minnesota. Now that is what ICE is supposed to be doing. That is ICE doing their job correctly. But picking up innocent people and stuff like that, I agree with you. That's not right. You know what I mean? I do feel because, you know, I can't just walk into Australia and just waltz right in. They're going to kick my ass right out. If you go up into Canada, when they scan your ID and look up who you are, even if you have a DUI, they won't let you into their country. So I feel that even here, we need to tighten up on our borders. My family is from Mexico. My family migrated here from the 1960s. I've had many tios and uncles that have worked on the border, and the stories are freaking horrific. And because what happens when you have open borders, what makes it really dangerous is not just the people coming here, but the people that are being trafficked here. You have many young adults, young men who come over here through Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona, and then they become desperate. So who picks up those desperate men? The cartels. They promise them a life of luxury and all this. And that's why a lot of the crime around Texas, Arizona, particularly with cartels, is getting worse and worse and worse with human trafficking.
Well, undocumented immigrants aren't committing those crimes, one. Two, as it relates to this, if you want to minimize trafficking, well, if you have law enforcement dealing more with people who are committing violent crimes and bad crimes, the level of prioritization will allow for them to address it to a significantly higher extent comparative to if they're focused on, you know, going into communities and stripping people out who haven't committed violent crimes and bad crimes. So everyone who's undocumented who's in the country who has not committed violent crime or bad crime, we should be given a pathway to citizenship so that law enforcement is not focused on the wrong things.
I agree with that. But I'd also have to disagree when you talk about that many of the human trafficking is going on, that it's not
Who was Donald
undocumented.
Trump best friends with for 15 years?
You're going off topic. I'm talking about the border here. I don't know. What are you talking about? Epstein or something? I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
and who was he
That's
known
not
for?
what we're talking about. Like,
What
that's
was he known for? Who did he wish well in 2020?
That point is irrelevant. I'm talking about the border here, is what I'm talking about. Okay, now I will say if Donald Trump is guilty of that, then yes, lock him up.
If
No
Donald,
matter
if Donald Trump's on the Epstein files, would you stop supporting him?
absolutely,
Well, it's been
Absolutely.
he's been briefed months ago that he is on the Epstein files.
it's been briefed, but I'm just want to see what happens. I want to see what comes out.
You
I
said
want-
that
I
if
don't
you
wanna
you said
just
that if you
see-
were on the files that you'd stop supporting him. He's on the files. You
but I
stop
want to see
supporting
what
him.
the file says. I'd like to see what the
Oh,
file
okay. So now it matters what's
So
on the
anyways,
files, not
can we
just
get back
being
to
on
what
the
we're talking
files.
about?
Interesting.
Can we get back to what we were talking about before?
Well, it's like it's
Because you
immediate.
said that it
I
was
said
undocumented,
I like
but
how
people
like if it's
aren't.
hypothetical, you said that you wouldn't support him, but as soon as you
See,
know it's
you're going to
applicable to
another
reality,
topic.
you don't support him anymore, or you
You're
do
going
still
to
support
another
him.
topic right now. I'm talking about how I even told you at the very beginning when I answered, I support certain things and I don't support other things.
What what
You know
things
what I'm saying?
So again, you're willing to
So
support him,
like
and
what I'm
despite of
saying,
that,
what I do support is his stance on immigration. I also know other people who have moved here, and yes, they moved here illegally, and they've been here for 20 years, and then they went ahead, they spent the money, they got everything done. And my friend who became a green card holder here, her father says, "What should I do? I don't." And she said, "Dad, you've had 20 years. You should just deport yourself. You've had 20 years here, or else they're going to come get you." Because she understands the law and she knows it sucks.
wait. But do you think he should be deported?
Do I think? That's none of my business. I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know because
He's
this
been
is what
living
she
here for
said.
20 years, and you think he should be deported?
She kind of put it this way, and it was and they're all from Mexico, and even her Mexican daughter says, "Dad, it might be easier for you if you're deported. That way, you don't have to go through all this legal bullshit."
So again, the law being a certain way, right, under her view, might be changing her mind. Is she saying that she wants him to be deported?
No, she does not want him to be
No.
deported.
So do you agree with her that he should not be deported?
If the choice is between either be taken by ICE or him just go back home and coming
No,
back,
no,
I think
no,
it's
no,
better
no.
off him to
If
go
you
home.
if you could get a situation where he doesn't get deported at all, would you prefer that?
Well, of course.
Okay.
And that's the
well
thing.
then
Yeah,
okay,
then of course.
Well then here's
So
my
what I'm
point.
trying
Here's
to
my
say
point.
here is that
Why do you
instead
support
of
Donald
spending the
Trump's
money and the
policy
time to
then?
get a lawyer
Wait,
like
wait,
he-
wait.
like he
Are you
could
saying
have.
wait, why do you support Donald Trump's policy then? Because you're saying he was totally fine in the country before, under the Biden-Harris administration, and in prior administrations, even the first Trump administration and the Obama administration.
Well,
But
how
for
is it?
some
But here's the thing,
reason,
if he was okay before, he was just never caught. That's the thing. He was illegal the entire time. He's had 20 years to hire a lawyer and become legal. And now all of a sudden he's freaking out because he never did
he
it.
should be given
However-
he should be given a
however,
pathway to
the-
citizenship where he doesn't have to leave the country.
You know what? Yeah, that will be fine.
That's a Democratic
therefore,
policy,
you
not a
need-
Republican.
Then you should hire a lawyer for that. You hire a lawyer for this.
Dude,
And oh my God, the
you
comments
can't
stolen.
can't currently do that under the law right now, and specifically not leave the country under the current law with especially with Trump in office, right? You'd be deported.
You'd be deported for getting a lawyer, is what you're telling me.
You'd be deported if you're identified by authorities.
If you're appointed by authorities, what do you mean?
If you get identified by authorities, like if you try to appeal to the court system,
Mm-hmm.
in that
I mean-
circumstance, wouldn't you get deported?
The way I look at it at the same time, it's kind of like if you go somewhere for 10 or 20 years, and I'm saying this as a fellow Hispanic person, you go somewhere for 20 something years and you don't try to become a citizen that entire time you're there, but you've been spending money on quinceañeras and you're spending money on all this stuff. And I'm saying this as a fellow Mexican man whose family is from Mexico, who my family did do everything that
That
they had
doesn't
to do
justify
to become-
treating people that way. Like I'm confused. I'm confused.
How is that treating wrong? If you didn't,
You're
do
treating,
it-
dude. So
If you didn't go by the
So,
law,
like, I'll give you an example.
So
Like,
you're saying
would you?
can
Would
just
you?
go
I have a
into
question.
freaking-
I have a question.
So you can
Would
just
you?
go
Would you
into
deport?
London.
Wait, let me ask you this
If you
question.
go to London for 20
Let me
years,
ask you this
think you should
question.
just stay?
Let me ask you this question.
You think you can just stay?
Let me ask you this question. Would you deport Superman if he never got documentation?
Yes, because if you're not here,
Where?
yeah,
Where would you
I'm not.
deport? Where would you deport Superman?
We're fucking whatever he came from. That fucking
Krypton.
planet.
Krypton doesn't exist anymore.
Krypton never existed.
It's a hypothetical scenario. In that scenario,
Yeah, I
would
get
you?
what you're saying.
Where would you
I get what
deport
you're
him?
saying. Well, that's a stupid question because obviously this person's from Mexico. So don't fucking give me that.
But no, but I'm asking you I'm asking you in a circumstance where there isn't a place where you could deport them. Would you deport them?
That's not.
Or are you
that's
saying in some
That's a losing
circumstances?
question, dude. That's a losing
But
question.
then are you saying in some circumstances they shouldn't be deported if they're undocumented in the country?
I think there has to be a way to help people that deserve to be here. And yeah, I think he does deserve to be here if he can. But right now, with the current situation, if he gets caught, it's going to be harder for him than if he just goes back.
Again, you don't think you should have to leave the country. Why would you support someone who's going to make it harder for him to be able to stay in the country? Like, I don't understand why you would want to support policy that would make it harder for good people to be able to stay in the country. Like,
No, I agree. Good people should be able to stay here, but people that aren't, people that are committing crimes, then yes, they should be deported. Do you not agree?
if you haven't committed a violent crime or a crime that is so bad insofar as you should be deported, no, you should not be deported. You should be given a pathway to citizenship
do you think
where
that
you do
should
not
apply
have
to
to
other
leave the country.
countries?
What's up?
Because if you go to Canada illegally and don't commit a crime and they catch you, they're going to deport you anyways. In Canada, they're going to do that every other country.
Wait. So in Canada, they also have universal health care. Do you support that?
Yeah, I do.
You do? In Canada, they have paid maternity, paternity leave, vacation leave. For a certain designated time during the year.
You know,
you
it's interesting
support all
to
of
talk
that?
about that because my ex, who moved here from Scotland, I actually got her better health care here than at the NHS. The NHS is fucking awful. Like, they don't have good health care like you would think.
So you just said you preferred the healthcare in Canada.
I don't prefer it. I've never had it.
You just said that you would want a universal healthcare system like Canada.
Nice try, Christian. I'm sorry?
You just said you wanted a universal healthcare system like Canada.
We'll explain everything that does with Canada.
What? You just said that you supported that.
Okay, so where are you going with this?
So do you actually support it, or were you just saying that?
Okay, so what you're saying, well, since I don't know the exact way that the healthcare system goes, I can't say yes or no because I don't know exactly what it is.
Sure. Okay, then do you know the exact immigration policy of Canada? So then why could you say based upon the immigration policy of Canada, we should have that certain immigration policy in the United States? If you're not going to say that because of the fact that they have a universal healthcare system means we should have a universal healthcare system here.
Well, we're not talking about health, though. We're talking about immigration. And so, therefore, if I go into Canada and I'm caught there illegally, they're going to kick me out and they're going to blacklist me. That's how it is.
Wait, so why are you wanting to look at one way in which they act, but not the other legally?
Well, because I'm not aware of what their health care is. I know they pay a lot more in taxes over there for their health care.
I don't think they pay. I don't think they pay more. I don't think they pay much more in taxes.
I'm not sure
Where's
what
the
the
shiny
wait
hair
times
blue?
are. I'm not sure what the wait times are. Unfortunately, like in the UK and stuff and in Scotland, when you call and say, hey, I'm sick, I need an appointment, let's say, okay, we'll get you in a couple of weeks. Okay, you need some testing done, we'll get you in a couple of weeks. Unless you go private, the healthcare is actually not that good. In America, we have.
Wait. By the way, here, watch this. Watch this. If you're Canadian and you have good health care, the context of your universal healthcare system, type 3 in the comment section. If you're Canadian and you have good health care. Look at this. These are all the Canadians in the comment section telling you that they have good health care.
But did I say they had bad health care? I never made that statement.
Okay. Well, that's
Someone just said it's not good with Canada. That's what states he's
So I
in.
just want to clarify. There are problems with the Canadian healthcare system, as there are with every healthcare system. But
Right.
in Canada, there aren't 45 to 68,000 American lives lost every single year due to lack of health insurance.
Okay.
In
But we're not
Canada,
talking about, why do you start talking about healthcare? We were originally speaking about immigration.
well, you said that just because there's certain law,
Well,
you said
your point
because
doesn't
they're
work. Your point doesn't change my mind. I get the point you're trying to make.
Yeah, you said the laws exist in a certain country means that they should operate that way. Here, if you're not saying that, well, then you should also not be saying that in terms of immigration policy, correct?
I really don't understand why we should let so many people in, but other countries don't do the same thing.
Well, immigration is actually beneficial to our economy. It's actually
I agree
beneficial
with
to our
that.
overall culture
Like
and
I said,
system.
my family is from Mexico.
Made me think of the $4. What's up?
Like I told you before, my family is from Mexico. But as I was saying, there's nothing wrong with immigration. But what's wrong is the illegal immigration. If you go into
I
another
understand, but do you want to accept more illegal immigrants into the country?
Absolutely.
We can do that by giving a pathway to citizenship for anyone who's already in the country undocumented, who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime. I feel like that'd be a pretty great place to start.
I've never disagreed with that.
Yeah. So again,
I
there's the
never
galaxy.
disagreed
Thank you.
with that.
I know you agree with that. I know you agree with that. And the reason why I keep saying that is because again, Trump is doing the total opposite of that. He's disproportionately, right? Disproportionately deporting people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes.
Like I said, I don't like what ICE is
So
doing.
then why are you saying his immigration policy is preferable? Because it seriously looks like you believe
Because
that the
I do-
Democratic
I-
immigration policy is preferable.
Well, maybe saying immigration policy might be the wrong term. What I'm talking about is a tighter border. I do feel a tighter border is important. A tighter border is better. Even for my uncles that work on the border.
Why is
talk
it
about-
tight? Why is a tighter border under? Why is Trump's actually? Let's ask this. Why is Trump's border policy preferable?
Because people, for example, my uncles who work on the border have said for a fact that areas, and I never thought I would ever say this because in 2019, I never would have agreed with this or even believed it. But they said areas where there's a wall, it is actually less crime in those areas where there's a wall. And these
Can
are
you
my
provide a
Mexican
source?
uncles, and these are my Mexican uncles that work on the border.
Wait, what's the
That's my
source?
source. My uncles that work on the border, they're border patrol.
I mean, I would
That
think I
might
would.
not be valid. That
I
might not be
I
valid
need
to
I
you,
need
but
I
it's
need I
valid
need
to me. That's
I need something
you-
more
you
than
have your
something
computer right
anecdotal
there.
because I need
Take a look
to.
on your computer. I know you got your computer there.
And also, by the way, then you understand that in terms of the wall, again, if we want to reference the wall, there was a bipartisan border bill that would have built more wall than Trump built under his administration. Did you know that?
No, that I did not know that.
And Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine that bill because he wanted to run the border being an issue rather than actually fix the conditions at the border.
Yeah. Well, in that case, I don't like that. So, I mean, I'm not, I'm not some. I know you get a lot of people on here that no matter what you say, they're gonna fold and always support everything that Trump does. But I mean, there's something that I don't like that he does, and I'll happily admit it.
Repeat that. Sorry, I apologize. I just zoned out.
paying attention. Yeah, I know. It's all right. You're not going to pay attention then. I'll let you go. So you have a good evening.
Okay, I apologize.
Take care. Have a good night. Bye.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes,
Why so?
because we need stronger borders.
Okay, why so?
What do you mean? What the fuck you mean? Why, bro? We have almost like 15 million of them fucking cross over the last 4 or 5 years. It's bad.
15 million is not true. Secondly, what's wrong with more people coming to the country? Actually, the immigration
So what number is
surge,
true?
the immigration surge that we saw under the Biden-Harris administration is going to lead to an increase in the economy size by $8.9 trillion by 2034.
Really?
What's your birth year, by the way?
2001,
What month?
November.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. How old are you?
23. Yuri, thank you
Oh,
so much
that's
for
nice.
the $5. Thank you, Yuri. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I think strong borders are important, bro. Can't just be letting anybody just walk up in this bitch.
Again, if someone has committed a violent crime or bad crime, insofar as they should be deported, in that circumstance, we shouldn't think that they should be allowed in the country. But like, other than that, like, I don't see a reason to restrict people, realistically.
What do you mean? I don't see my reason to.
Kyle, thank
restrict
you so much for the
people?
$20. Thank you so much, Kyle. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Kyle again in the comment section. Thank you.
Like what?
I'm confused. I don't know what that means,
So
Kyle.
am I.
Veronica, thank you so much for the $2. David with the $5. Jay, thank you for the $5. Morrow, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you. As well as, let me make sure I'm caught up I am caught up everywhere else. What were you saying?
You said you don't see the reason why I would want to restrict. What? Say that part again.
Yeah, I don't see a reason as to why you would want to kick people out of the country if they haven't committed violent crime or bad crime.
I just said stronger borders, dog. I didn't say kick anybody out the country here. But I mean, I would agree with you that. Well, how long does it take to get citizenship? Well, like 10 years. Like, it takes a long ass fucking time.
Were you already on my live earlier?
No. What you mean?
I don't know why someone's spamming in the comment section that you already were on the live and that you mentioned the like a certain drug and I had to kick you because of it. Was it on if it was on a different account, that's fine. I actually can talk to you as long as you're on a different account.
No, that wasn't me. I think no, that wasn't me.
Okay. All
You
right.
talking about in the comments or coming up on here? Like,
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
No, it was just like someone in the comment section was saying, so I'm not sure. I specifically don't recognize. I don't have good memory at all. I'm like
Oh, okay.
elevated, so I don't remember.
Most of the people in your comments be brain dead anyway, for real. So sorry.
Okay, so so then what were you saying? What was the reason why you support Donald Trump?
Oh yeah, just stronger borders. That's it.
And what about it?
What do you mean? What about it?
What about it? Like, how is he making it stronger?
Well, we're trying to build that wall, bro. What you mean?
Do you have like a policy of his that you support? Maybe
Build the wall, bro.
build the wall. Which policy built the wall?
Just build the wall, dog. It's just that simple, to be honest. Wall equals stronger border. I mean, it's that simple, dog.
Which policy though built the wall?
I don't know, bro. Just build the wall, bro. You don't agree?
Nope. Why do you want? I think the wall's not necessary.
Why not?
Because I don't see it to be like good for the border. I think the best way to address the border is to make the immigration system go faster, right? Incentivize people to go through the legal process.
That's not going to stop millions of fucking illegal immigrants coming across the border.
So again, millions of people come to the country. We can incentivize them to not come to the country undocumented by giving them a pathway to citizenship if they're in the country, right? So that they can so they can stay in the country. Along with the fact that we make the legal process go faster. So if the legal process didn't take 5 to 7 years on average, people would be incentivized to go through that legal process.
Okay. I mean, I think that's a good point, but I still think we still need a stronger border control. I mean, even with that stand, that doesn't mean people are still not going to come across illegally. Like 5 to 7 years is still a long time.
I'm not following. Repeat one more time. Sorry.
Well, I said, even shortening time, that's still not going to keep illegal immigrants from coming across the border, dog. It's that simple.
I think you're just repeating the same argument. I don't see anything. I feel like we're having the same argument over and over again, and we're not like moving on.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think you're understanding.
What am I not understanding?
I mean, my whole point.
Yeah. Would you like to make it clear
I
again?
mean, you don't think our border security right now is pretty shitty? Like, it's been like, do we not agree on that?
Do you think it's secure right now?
I never said it was secure right now. I'm just saying, you don't think it's shitty right now? It hasn't been shitty for the past, 5 years?
Who's president?
I mean, Trump's been president for 5-6 months? The fuck?
Minotaur, thank you so much.
You want to see drastic
subscription.
improvement in
Thank you.
6 months?
He says it's secure.
I mean, you can say it's getting secure, but it's definitely not fully secure. I can say that.
Wait, say that one more time.
I'm saying you could say it's probably going to be secure at one point, but it's definitely not secure right now.
Okay. At what point is it going to be secure?
Dog, I don't fucking know. I'm not the president. But you can't guarantee a fucking secure border in what, 5 months? Like,
No,
that's
but
crazy.
what under your view is a secure border?
That's why I'm pro build that wall, bro. What you mean?
Okay.
We gotta keep them out of here, bro.
All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about, Rod?
what the fuck you call me?
I said, is there anything else you want to talk about or add?
Oh, you said or ad. I thought you well, I thought you called me a rab. I was like, what?
A what?
An Arab. ARAB.
Oh, what? No.
It sounded like that. Yeah, I also heard you're an atheist, dog. What's that about?
Yeah, I am an atheist.
You don't believe in God?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
I have no good reason to.
You have no good reason to? That's crazy, dog. Wakes you up in the morning.
Yeah,
Like,
I wake up all happy in the morning.
yeah, that's because of him, bro. What you mean? You look up, you see the stars, you see the galaxy. That's because of him, bro.
You just saying that's the case is the same thing as me saying Stewie Griffin caused the universe to exist.
Stewie Griffin?
Yeah, I think Stewie Griffin caused the universe into existence through a temporal loop.
No, that's crazy, bro. You're praying God to a fucking cartoon character? Are we
No.
dead serious?
No, I'm not praying at all. I just acknowledge that Stewie caused the universe into existence.
I didn't say praying. I said you're comparing God to a cartoon character.
Yeah, I mean, if you just want to suppose some certain explanation without providing any evidence, I can also suppose a certain explanation without providing any evidence.
Is the Bible not evidence?
The Bible is not evidence now.
It's not evidence. So what? Multiple people transcribing God's word is not evidence.
You say it's God's word, but the New Testament, for example, was passed down word of mouth for like a generation or two prior to the fact that it was even written down.
Holy, your whole chat's brain dead. Oh my goodness.
Did you want to respond to what I just said?
Oh wait, no, say that again. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so the New Testament specifically was literally talked about and passed word of mouth for like a generation or two prior to even being transcribed in the context of the Bible.
So you think just because the word's been passed down from generation to generation doesn't make it credible? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, yeah. If you pass something down word of mouth, it's like the telephone game.
Okay, so wait.
Yeah, like telephone. Like you know how telephone works, right?
Yeah, facts. Yeah, but I mean, I don't think that gives it less credibility. Like,
it totally gives it less credibility.
Wow, why would you say that?
Because it is the case that it's not like a first-hand account. A first-hand account is more probable to be the case than an account that was passed down word of mouth. The same way in the telephone game, that the first person saying the term or what they say for the game is going to be more reliable than the third, fourth person in that line of people who hear the specific term. Does that make sense?
Okay, I see what you're saying. As in, so go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's like a hypothetical scenario. Like the telephone is like a hypothetical scenario. You can pause it in your brain to be able to realize how it's less reliable information than like if you were to get it first-hand account.
Right. But I mean, it's been literally thousands and thousands of years, though. I mean, I think it kind of makes sense.
What do you mean? And also, by the way, I just want to clarify. Like, I accept that Jesus existed. I accept that Jesus died on a cross and was crucified. I don't accept that he rose from the dead, that he walked on water, and then he turned water into wine. I don't accept the miracles. I don't think that there's good enough evidence to support that. And I also think that Christianity is logically impossible.
What do you mean by impossible?
Yeah, like I think that if you say that God is perfect, all-knowing, all-powerful, all good, and perfect, it isn't possible for God to move from the original state of him existing alone prior to creation, as if he's in a maximal state of greatness and existing alone. There's no desirable state of affairs that would be more desirable than a perfect and maximally great state of affairs. Given that that's the case, right, you would either go to something that is just the same in terms of desirability or something that is less desirable. God would never desire to go from a state in which is more desirable to a state in which is less desirable. So the only logical implication could be that he went from a state that's the same level of desirability, perfection, maximally great, to another state where it's maximally great, perfection. One, you'd have to say that the world we exist in is maximally great, perfect, which is a ridiculous statement in of itself. And secondly, even if you did, right, that doesn't at all mean that it would be intentional for God to go from one state to the other, as there's no basis for saying he would go from one state to the other, given that he's already in a state of perfection. There's no more desirable state to say that he would create rather than to not create, implicating that there's no reason or intention for creation, which contradicts the biblical stories of creation.
Okay. Okay, I guess I can kind of see your point. I mean, I can see your point of view. But you say you believe that Jesus was a real person. You just don't believe he
Was a god.
came back from the dead.
Yeah. I don't believe in zombies.
Oh wow.
I was
So you don't
that was
celebrate?
that was just a meme. That was just a meme. I'm just joking.
Yeah, that was crazy. But
Okay,
so
thank
you
you
don't
for the
celebrate
$10. Thank
Christmas
you
and
so
all
much.
that. I'm assuming
What's up?
you don't celebrate Christmas. You don't pray. You don't.
I do celebrate Christmas. Yeah, it's like cultural, and my family is still Christian.
That's cultural.
Yeah, Christmas is cultural.
I mean, yeah. I don't understand why you're celebrating Christmas. You don't believe in God. I mean, or Jesus doesn't.
I don't have
make
to. I
sense.
don't have to. You know, believe in God in order to celebrate Christmas.
I mean, I guess. I mean, it's like you believe in the ideas of it. You know what I'm saying? Like it kind of contradicts itself. Like
I
you
grew up in a
believe
Christian
the ideas
conservative
of it
household throughout my entire life. I've celebrated Christmas.
type shit. Right. But when did you start? When did you become an atheist though?
Sure. Thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you. I was probably like 16 through 18 around that time. 16, I was probably still Christian. I'd probably 18 to 18. Yeah. It was like around the time I started deconstructing my beliefs on religion. And Kyle, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. It's actually 16 through 18 is a better range. But Kyle, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate
Yeah,
it.
bro. I
Thank you.
didn't know atheists celebrated Christmas though. It's just I don't know. It just sounds
Yeah, there's
contradictory.
actually no issue with saying that atheists like celebrate Christmas. I actually went to church. I go to church with my family for Christmas. Right, like when my grandma comes to town. We go to a church, like a progressive church, pretty close.
Right.
What's up?
Right. I mean, I feel like most people that grew up Christians, was there a point you had to go to church every Sunday, or?
I went to church twice a week when I was a kid. I don't go to church.
Yeah.
I don't go to church now. I would definitely wouldn't.
Yeah. I mean, I just feel like usually people that are forced to, go to church every week or like push heavily towards their religion usually stir away from it when they get older.
Yeah, so maybe you shouldn't force it on people.
Yeah, I agree. You shouldn't force it on anybody.
Yeah, so
Like,
then
that's-
you shouldn't force your religious beliefs onto us through politics, right?
I mean, I agree. I don't think anybody should force anything on anybody.
So, like, for
But,
example, for like, are you pro-life?
Am I pro-life?
Yeah.
I mean, I see both ways, dog. I mean, I'm not labeling myself as a pro-life or pro-abortion or
pro-choice.
I mean, I see both sides.
So,
Yeah, pro-choice.
so here's what I think your view is. You think abortion's wrong, but it should be legal.
I think abortion's wrong, but it should be legal. Like I said, I see both sides. Like I don't see it as 100% wrong. I mean, because it's like, certain situations like rape. Oh shoot, I don't want to say that. Grape, SA, and can I say that? And I'm not gonna say it. The I word.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I mean,
but like, what about elective reasons?
you said what?
What about elective reasons?
Elective reasons?
Yeah.
Just like what, doing it because you want to make the choice. I mean, I don't know, man. Like I feel like it's accountability on both sides. Like if you're doing it, if you're having the intercourse, you should know what comes with it. But at the same time, like if you can't support the child, I get it. That's what I'm saying. I feel like it goes both ways, man.
So, dude, you do not sound like a Trump supporter. Like, what do you support about Trump?
What do you mean, bro? I don't have to
you're-
agree with everything he says.
You're like leaning towards pro-choice. You seemingly
I'm not
believe
leaning
in-
towards it.
you-
I
you
just see
se-
both sides of it.
You seemingly, well, I mean, like you don't think it should be illegal, right?
Yeah, I think kind of making it illegal is kind of pushing it.
Yeah.
Kind of.
You should say no. Yeah, you don't support that. Yeah,
It
that means you're
kind
pro-choice,
of
yeah.
pushing it, but I see like what's wrong with it though, because I've seen
Can I ask you a
when
question?
you listen. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
If Jesus came to the country undocumented, would you deport him?
If I knew, like, if he was Jesus, or if he was just a regular person.
Jesus.
Why would I deport Jesus, bro?
Exactly. Like, what would be the reason to deport, even if he came to the country undocumented?
I mean, obviously that's kind of a biased answer for me because he's Jesus, bro. Like,
Okay, but like it's also because there's no risk to the country, right? There's only benefit, right?
I mean, because he's Jesus. I mean, I don't think that's a good hypothetical, dog.
Yeah, it is because undocumented immigrants reduce the likelihood of there being crime, increase the size of the economy, heighten wages, create better conditions for the labor market. I mean, I can point to plenty of things that immigrants do in coming to the economy and coming to the country that benefit our country in the same way that you would say that Jesus benefits the country, even though you'd argue Jesus benefits the country more under your view comparative to each individual person. Still benefits
Hey,
the
dog.
country.
I listen. I don't say anything about, you know what I'm saying, kicking undocumented immigrants out of the country or none of that, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying. I think they should.
So wait,
have
what
a
policy
chance
do
to-
you support of Trump's, dude? Like, it sounds like you don't
Bro,
support any
I
of his
said
policies.
border, bro. I just said stronger.
It's not
bro.
border.
That's all
It
I
is
said.
not. You do not support his border policy. Didn't we
I
already?
do, bro.
Wait, you said, would you support deporting people if they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime?
I said no.
Exactly. So you don't support his immigration policy.
I didn't say immigration. I said the border. I
What?
said just stronger border. That's it. That's it, bro.
What does that mean?
Stronger border security, bro. What you mean, bro?
Like, in what way?
What you mean in what way, bro? Just secure the goddamn border, bro. There's too many people illegal coming through, bro. So it was millions. It's fucking millions. There was a lot of fucking people, bro. Shit.
And what's wrong with that? Don't you want more people immigrating to the country?
Yeah, that's good, but legally.
Yeah. So give them a pathway to citizenship. Fuck the wall.
Bro, they already have that, bro.
No, they don't. It takes 5 to 7 years on average.
Yeah, I mean, I think it should be lower, of course. Yeah, but still. What about the other people that's already doing it? That's not fair to them.
So are you saying because right now it's taking long for people, it should take long for people in the future? That's against the American dream. The American dream
I mean, I'm not
is
saying
that it's going to be
should in the
better. The
future.
American
I-
dream is that it's going to be better for your children than it was for you, meaning that you're going to make it better for the people in the future than it was for you.
I'm not saying that it should in the future. I'm saying, I disagree that, I'm not saying disagree. I agree that it shouldn't take fucking 5-7 years to become a fucking citizen in the country, dog. That's absurd. But I'm saying that there's already people that are already going through the process, and it's not fair to them. People, you're just giving more people, you're just giving more of a reason for illegals to come across. Just because, okay, you can come in undocumented, boom, you can get citizenship easier than people that's already doing it. Doing it the way that it should be right now.
Yeah. What's wrong with incentivizing more people to immigrate to the United States?
It's not about incentivizing them to come in. It's about giving them a reason to come in illegally the wrong way and then trying to do it the right way. Like, that's backwards. That's backwards.
No, because you'll make the legal process fast.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. We should do that. Like, I think it's anybody should come in, but 5-7 years is crazy. But, that's just how it is right now, gang. Like, I'm just saying, bro, you're just gonna have to get through it, man. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, do you think that we should enforce the law right now at the current levels in which it are? Like, do you think that they should be deporting people under current law who are in the country who have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes? Or do you agree with Donald Trump deporting those people?
I mean, yes and no. I mean, I don't agree with how they're doing it, like kicking into people's home. Shit, that's kind of crazy. But it's just the whole fact, dog, that I mean, you gotta stand
Mike,
on,
that is an
your
unhinged
rules.
statement. What the fuck, dude? Dean is not a PDF. Why the fuck did they say that, dude? What? And that's not the reason I cut off Harry either.
Bro, you gotta stand on your terms, bro. You got, as a country, bro. Like, hey, if you're illegal, bro, you get deported. I mean, that's just how it is.
Okay.
They do the same thing in Mexico. They do the same thing in
You
Canada.
have contradicted yourself repeatedly on the stream. You
Bro,
said that
how,
you didn't
bro?
want to deport people who haven't committed violent crimes or bad crimes,
I
But
said
then
I
you
wouldn't,
also
but
want to
they
deport
do.
all people in the country who are undocumented. But then you wouldn't
I didn't say I
deport
wanted to.
but
I
then
said
you
I said.
but then you wouldn't
Hold on,
deport
hold on, hold on,
Jesus
hold
if
on.
you were in the country undocumented. So you
Bro,
don't want
that's
to deport
Jesus,
everyone
bro.
in the
That's a
country.
terrible,
But
bro.
that's
That's a terrible
Jesus.
hypothetical. That's a terrible hypothetical, bro. It's terrible.
So you don't want to. Okay, so I have a question. In the Bible, does it say you should treat people who are foreign born to the country the same as people who are native born to the country?
Yeah, you can treat them the same. Yeah, you can be nice to them
So,
and kindly deport them. You can be
oh,
nice and deport
okay. So
them.
would you deport U.S. citizens?
Why the fuck would I deport U.S. citizens, dog?
Exactly.
What the
You would
fuck are you
if
talking
if
about?
you wouldn't deport U.S. citizens, the Trump administration is. Two, as it relates to this, if you wouldn't deport U.S. citizens, then you clearly shouldn't deport anyone coming to the country from any other country around the world, given that it is the case that you wouldn't deport anyone who's native born into the country.
That's not the same,
Yeah,
gang.
you said you would treat them the same.
Yeah, I would treat them the same. I would happily and nicely deport them out of the country. Like, hey, bro, hey, man, listen, I know you're here illegally and shit. You're a good guy, but you got to get the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? Like when you kick somebody else out your house nicely or
No,
some shit.
no. If someone's in the, no, you want to kick out people who are in the country
Yes.
undocumented, who are literally good, outstanding members of their communities that should not have to leave the country. It's ridiculous.
Hey, listen.
It's
Hey,
actually
listen.
no,
I
it's
never
actually
said
ridiculous.
I never said I wanted to. I'm just saying
You
that's just
did.
how
You
it is
just
right
said
now.
you just said they should be kicked out. No,
I'm not
stop,
saying
stop,
they should be kicked
stop,
out.
dude. I don't
But
like
if
I don't like
that's
this. I don't like how you
if
keep going
it's
back
the
and forth.
law and we have dog, if it's the law, right, and we have to abide by that law, then that's just how it is, man. In my personal opinion, yeah, could they stay if they could? Yeah, of course, but that's just not how it is right now. It's just it's
Well,
that
is
simple.
there anything else you want to bring up before I go on to the next person, or I get off actually?
Chocolate or vanilla ice cream?
I like chocolate ice cream more than vanilla. Chocolate is better than vanilla for sure. All right, everyone. All right, everyone. I'm gonna be getting off right now. I love everyone so much. Everyone's amazing. I love everyone. I'd recommend to go over to my YouTube. Everyone who's on TikTok, follow me here if you haven't already. We kept the main account all day today. I'm happy about that. I recommend to go over to my YouTube, Parker Get a Job. I recommend to go over to YouTube, Parker Get a Job. Subscribe to me there. I'd seriously really appreciate that. If you go subscribe to me on YouTube, that would be mighty fantastic, I tell you. Incredibly amazing. Incredibly amazing. But yeah, I love everyone so much. Have a good night, everyone. I will see everyone later. Peace out, everyone. Good night. Go to my YouTube, Parker Get a Job. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye-bye, 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 bye-bye. I love y'all.